embracing that program and the other programs that you actually have that are really targeting our youth. So again, I'm gonna say thank you every time I see you for the POPs program because it is so critical that even our babies, it's a shame that we're having to start with 2 and 3 year olds, but it is what it is, and we want to continue to be that source for our young people when it comes down to making wise decisions. So again, I just wanted to thank you again for that, and thank you, Megan, for everything you're doing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Harding.
Thank you, Chair. Chief, thank you very much to you and the assistant chiefs. It is the industry itself has changed over the years, and it takes the leadership of you and your team and offering the leadership and chances to folks on our team like Megan to look at this more holistically and recognize that cleaning up on the back end and doing the traditional policing part of this industry, which is always going to be necessary, is much easier when you're involved in the preempting and the teaching, the coaching, and the training in the beginning. The foresight is awesome. The willingness to change the kind of the core competency of the department is recognized, and even more to the point that you're willing to go out and allow our folks to go out and spread this throughout the country. This is an awesome direction. Thank you very much, and you'll find I think you'll find our support for your next big, hairy, audacious idea. Thank you very much. Thank you.
BHAG.
Right?
I use it often. Thank you for the presentation. This is super helpful. Just quickly, because I know we're running against time. We had a great update from POPs, I think last month or the month before. It's just such a great, I'll echo everything that Councilmember Fig Sanders has said. Love the bigs with badges, love the idea of getting them into the department and rather than the opposite, right? Like let them see what we're doing. I just think that's phenomenal. And then last but not least, I know I touched on it earlier, but I'm just a massive fan of PAL and what they do and our involvement with that, your involvement with that. And, I think I spent 7 years on the board, and from 3 to 18, it's just a massive deal, whether it's a summer camp or an after school or a learning program or an open gym. It's just the full gamut. And to be able to play dodgeball with an officer is a big deal, right? Like all of a sudden they're no longer an officer, they're just somebody having fun and they're playing, and it just makes a massive difference, and you can see it in their faces. And so I'm very thankful for our partnership with PAL and Chief, your continued investment into PAL, along with our officers and all of our partners there. So just very, very, very thankful, and didn't want to go without saying it. Megan, thanks for all of your work throughout all of this as well. Okay. All right, we're going to go to Chief Watts, and we're going to try to run through Chief Watts, and then because there are committees right behind us, we're going to pause, and then we'll come back and finish the rest at a future YFS meeting. So I'm going to apologize because I think Amy's at the back end of this. So Amy, George and Amy, I think. And James. So we've got 3. So I don't feel as bad just siphoning one person off. And so we're going to go to Chief Watts, and then we're going to come back at the YFS and do the second half of this because I want to be respectful of the committees following. So I'm going to turn it over to Chief Watts. Welcome.
Hello and good morning. I am Fire Rescue Chief Keith Watts. I'm here today with Lana Stevanovich, who
Welcome, Lana.
is our training coordinator for the department and part of my special projects team. While many know St. Petersburg Fire Rescue for our exceptional emergency response, our commitment to the community extends far beyond the fire ground and emergency scenes. Our youth programs foster crucial life skills like teamwork, leadership, discipline, and community responsibility. The success stories are many, and the return on investment is immeasurable. So here we see a couple of 3 of our funded programs, which we'll go into details here shortly. But we have 3 funded programs, Camp Ignite, our Explorer program, and a high school recruiting initiative. Go ahead. And I'll turn it over to Lana, who will go over our youth programs and staff time.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you everyone for having us. And I just want to recognize Chief Holloway, Megan, and Rick and Mike for all your outstanding work. We partner with both departments often, and it's just so enlightening to hear what everyone is doing for the community, especially focusing on our youth. For our department, we go out to all the schools in the community where we teach fire safety and injury risk reduction. So you'll see us often, our fire trucks, not just responding to our fire and EMS calls, but we believe in prevention is key. Some of our great, there's so many, like everyone else said, just to put it in just a couple for time sensitivity. Here are a few that we want to highlight. We go to Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital twice a year. This is both on-duty and off-duty firefighters. So our firefighters, even off-duty, they're committed to our community and making sure that we're out there showing our faces and making sure that we're touching the lives of our youth. So oftentimes we have to respond to these brave children on their hardest days and their families, but we want to make sure that we see them on good days as well to let them know what we're thinking about them, and then also providing all the education that we're giving to the community in schools, bringing it to them, because unfortunately they're not in the schools at the time, so we want to make sure we're visiting them and bringing them the safety information as well. Our annual Shop with the Firefighter, this is going to be our 6th one that's scheduled in December. We're able to partner with foster children in our community through group homes and then also Family Resources, Pinellas Suncoast. And we're actually able to partner a firefighter and a child to have a great shopping experience. They receive a $100 gift card and they get to shop for themselves, and many times, which is, it's really touching, is they want to buy things for their foster mom, foster families. So they have their gift cards and they get to buy themselves something, but they're also sharing what they have with others as well. So it's just as a magical experience for them as it is for all of us. So that's a great one. We're excited. We're actually upping our numbers to 40 kids this year. And this is in partnership with our IFF Local 747 and then money raised through our haunted house every single year. And to follow up on that as well, we have our annual toy drive. Annually, we help over 600 children, and these children are right here in our city. And we partner with City of St. Petersburg Parks and Recs, and then all elementary and middle school liaisons. So we reach out to them and we say, give us 3 to 4 families this year. Thankfully for funding, it's up to 5 families that they're actually able to give us that are struggling this year or have had some in need of some kind. So we're really excited. We've already started shopping for that. And then also we take care of all the fire families we've had this year. So we keep track of it through an Excel spreadsheet and we keep in contact with them because even if they had a fire in January, they're still affected by it come this time of year. We provide them with Thanksgiving dinners, holiday dinners, and then all the kids are, we take care of them for the holidays. So we actually take Santa on a fire truck and we'll be delivering toys to them on December 20th. With that being said, our annual firefighter and lifeguard car wash, we partner with our great Parks and Rec departments. This year we're hosting our 6th annual firefighter and lifeguard car wash at Northwest Pool. And we came up with this idea many years ago. We knew that there was a need for kids to receive swim lessons. Drowning is the leading cause of death for children ages 0 to 4. So we wanted to make sure we made an impact. So together, lifeguards and our firefighters, we've raised over $10,000 to date, which is over 750 swim lessons, so we're really excited about that. Also with drownings, we've given out just alone this year over 1,200 life jackets, so we're really excited to share that information as well.
So I'll talk briefly about Camp Ignite. Camp Ignite was a pilot program which was launched in 2024. We just completed earlier this year our 2nd Camp Ignite with plans to have a 3rd one next year. And this one was in partnership with Pinellas County Urban League and IAF Local 747. We also, this year, partnered with Parks and Rec. So they provided the children for us. I believe there were about 20 kids this time. I can't remember what the ages were, but it's a 3-day program for the young ladies to come in and experience over the 3 days the life of a firefighter. And this was an empowerment type of initiative where we wanted to empower them. We wanted to let them see what the life of a firefighter was like. And they were taught by our own firefighters. And again, it was a 3-day experience for them with a graduation. And we deem it successful. And we're starting to measure how successful our programs are. One of the feedbacks that we got from the program was that we were asked to do a second one. So we're not quite there yet, but we're looking at providing a second Camp Ignite or providing 2 per year.
Okay, our Fire Explore program. This program has actually been around for nearly 40 years, and unfortunately, when the pandemic hit, it did stop in 2020. We're really excited to bring back our Explore program in 2026. This program is focused on teens ages 14 to 18 to give them firsthand experience on fire and EMS careers. We've actually had many of our current fire personnel, they were explorers themselves, many fire officers as well, including our very own Rescue Division Chief, Lindsay Judah. So this will, again, we're really excited for 2026. We're going to bring it back. The teens will meet twice a month at one of our local fire stations. And they'll have great hands-on experience, including becoming CPR certified, getting to use the tools such as Jaws of Life, doing ride-alongs. So we're looking forward to 2026.
So the 2 young ladies you see were part of Gibbs High School program where they entered an EMT program. They did dual educational processes. So they got their regular high school education while also being enrolled into the EMT program. They graduated basically as EMTs. They were enrolled into our cadet hiring process, and now they have 3 to 4 years of experience on the department and are doing extremely well. That program, by the way, is a collaboration between Pinellas County School Systems and the City of St. Petersburg. And lastly, we have our junior and high school recruitment initiative. This was an initiative over the past year that has seen an amount of success, and where we go into high schools and junior high schools, we take our recruiters and we meet them where they're at. This is part of getting outside of the 4 walls of the fire station and, just kind of interacting with them. We also do ride-alongs where their parents can sign waivers depending on their age, and they can come and ride with the department, get that experience, get the feedbacks, and then make a determination whether or not they want to proceed in this career. And that's really all I have, unless anybody
Okay.
has any questions.
Committee members, any questions? And just
Congratulations.
please be aware of time, and I know that's my fault, not yours. Vice Chair Givens.
Thank you. Just one question. Thank you, Chair. And thank you so much, Chief and Lana. I appreciate you both being here. Can we talk for a moment about Camp Ignite? I know you said you hope for a second program. Are we deciding that now? Do you know when that decision will be made?
We are looking at probably by the end of the year. The problem with the camp is it's a 3-day, so we have to get the kids when they're out of school during the summer, but we're looking at some other options, maybe during the holidays when we know that they're out of school and we can have it for 3 days. We're also looking at possibly extending it because that's also been a request.
I just want to recommend that you all consider visiting PACE Center for Girls. They have a great program there, awesome young ladies within that age group who I certainly think could benefit. So just a recommendation. Thank you all for all your hard work and all that you're doing. I appreciate you. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Fick Sanders.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for the presentation. Hi, Lana. I've been a big fan of Camp Ignite, and truly do want to support whatever it can to extend that program. But I just wanted to say, I looked at your junior high school recruitment slide, and I was in a selfie with one of your recruitments yesterday at Great American Teachers. So he made my selfie list, right? So I just want to let you know that they're out, they're engaged, and he was wearing that uniform well. And he was really, really mannerable. Very good material that you're actually recruiting that I saw. If he's the one example that you have, you're doing a fantastic job. A fantastic job.
Thank you, ma'am.
So thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Harding.
Chief, just a real quick congratulations for getting outside the comfort zone of a fire department, for getting to your point, or to your quote, outside the four walls of the fire department. What a very phenomenal position. I mean, you can, as you alluded to, you can already see the benefits to the fire department and engaging folks, or engaging youth early and getting them involved. And albeit that it's not the purpose of the program to benefit the fire department, it does in the end, and that's okay. But thank you for engaging this part of the population that is not traditional in the mandate of a fire department. Admirable, progressive, Chief, and thank you for bringing that. And we look forward to helping you grow these programs. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I'm going to praise on Lana. Anytime I go somewhere where there's kids or youth or community involved, I see Lana. And so I think there are 3 of her. Because I'm not sure how she's at everything. And so I'm so appreciative of you, and thanks for all the work that you do, and love seeing you out in the community and your smile, and just very thankful for all the work that you're doing. And Chief, thanks for continuing. I would echo everything Councilmember Harding said. Thanks for continuing to think outside of the 4 walls of the firehouse, and looking forward to seeing our fire rescue across the city for all of these community events, and thanks for everything you're doing with our youth. It's very appreciated. Okay, we're going to pause there. I apologize for going over time. So we'll bring this back into the first meeting into 2026. Just from my perspective, committee members, thank you for your engagement this year. I really enjoyed the topics we continue to talk about in YFS this year, and so just very thankful for all of you, and looking forward to continuing this conversation in 2026. To all the staff, thank you for being here. If we didn't get to you, it's on me, and I'll wear that for the rest of 2025. So thank you for all of that you're doing, and looking forward to continuing this conversation in Q1 of 2026. If there's nothing else for the good of the order, YFS on November 13th is adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. All right, so we'll probably start at 9:35.
Wonderful. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to today's Health, Energy, Resilience, and Sustainability Committee. Will the clerk please call roll?
Floyd,
Here.
Gabbard,
Here.
Driscoll,
Here.
Givens,
Here.
Hanowitz.
Great. Committee members, we have an agenda before us. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion passes. We also have the approval of the September 18th, 2025 minutes. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
Great, motion passes. On to our new business for today, which is a continuation of a discussion on municipally owned grocery stores and food deserts. This is Councilmember Gabbard's item. If you have any,
Yeah.
preface, go right ahead.
Yeah, I'll just kick us off by just recapping kind of where we landed. So this is a continuation of our August HERS meeting. There were 3 topics really and 3 requests by City Council to really come out of that meeting. One of them was to talk a little bit about some alternative locations if we were to look at a municipally owned grocer. Another was options for CRA use. And then finally, there was a conversation and a request that we look at a financial request that had come from one community grocery co-op for some capacity building. And when you look at the presentation on page 8, there is a mention of capacity building. And so, Chair, I was hoping at that point in time, maybe we could take a quick pause. There is a draft resolution of support based upon that conversation that has been provided in the backup. So I would love the opportunity to kind of touch on that at that point in time and discuss that for council consideration. So with that, I will go ahead and turn it over, and the team can share the presentation that we have.
Good morning. I'm Andrea Falvey, Economic and Workforce Development. I'm joined here at the table by Cassidy Mutnansky, an Economic Development Officer in the department as well. So again, thank you for the opportunity to bring this item back before you. Just a bit of a kind of lay of the land for this morning. So we're going to recap some of the municipally owned grocer examples that we brought back in August. We're also going to do a little bit of a deeper dive on some other support models that we found over the last couple of months. Cassidy will take us through some of the challenges associated with owning and operating a grocery store at the municipal level, some of the constraints and different guardrails we have up with our tax increment financing revenue. We'll also go through the programs that we currently have that support healthy food access, and then I'll close the program talking a little bit about some capacity building that we have for nonprofits at our greenhouse. So this next slide, we talked about these back in August, but just to reorientate everyone to them. So these are 4 examples of municipally owned and operated grocers that we were able to find in the country. It's important to note that all 4 of these examples are in very rural communities, so communities with populations under about 2,000 residents. The first one is here in Florida, Baldwin, Florida. So that was open from 2019 to 2024. It operated for about 5 years, but it did close due to some challenges with pricing, competition, and other financial issues. The next 3 are in, again, very small communities in Kansas. The one in Erie, Kansas, operated for 4 years, but after significant financial problems, the city chose to lease the store to a private LLC last year. The store in St. Paul, Kansas, has been open since 2008, and it has been municipally operated since 2013, and that store is still in existence. And then the last one in Caney, Kansas, is still in operation, but the city council continues to have discussions about it does operate at a loss and present significant financial challenges for their community. So these next 2 slides will walk through some examples that are not municipally owned, but municipally supported, so some tangential examples. The first, of course, are our friends up in Jacksonville, Florida. 2 examples I wanted to highlight. The first is the Corner at Deb's store. So this is a grocery store that was built in 1913 to serve the East Side community in Jacksonville. This historic African-American community is located directly east of downtown. The store closed in 2011 after the son of the store's founder passed away. And a community partnership was formed in 2021 between Joe Debs, who's the grandson of the store's founder, and Lift Jacks, which is a nonprofit focused on ending generational poverty throughout Jacksonville. To assist this community partnership in bringing the store to fruition, Jacksonville City Council approved providing a $650,000 food desert grant. The new corner at Deb's store is open, with Goodwill Incorporated operating the 2,000 square foot grocery store on the first floor, as well as offering employment services on the second. In addition, ViStar Credit Union offers on-site financial services, and the store is home to a new computer lab that was funded by the Jacksonville Jaguars. This project was also supported by Baptist Health, Florida Blue, as well as the Jacksonville Transportation Authority. Two other examples of support in the city of Jacksonville: they provided a cash grant incentive to Winn-Dixie to assist them in retrofitting a former public space in the Gateway area of Jacksonville. And in addition, in December of last year, the Downtown Investment Authority endorsed a $2.1 million incentive package aimed at incorporating a grocer into the larger Gateway Jacks project, which is a large mixed-use development happening just north of the river in downtown. The next city we'll go to is Madison, Wisconsin. So we have two initiatives we wanted to highlight there. The first is the Mowers Urban Market. This project is slated to begin construction in Madison and is a mixed-use building with a first floor 24,000 square feet grocery space and 150 units of income-restricted housing. The city issued an RFP for a developer for the full site, which required that the developer secure a grocery partner. After the initial grocer backed out during the development process, the city of Madison agreed to step in and purchase the grocery condo unit for $4.6 million. The city then issued another RFP for a grocery operator, with Mowers being selected as the operator for that space for at least the next 15 years. The City of Madison also has the HRAP, or Healthy Retail Access Program, which provides funding for new stores, store renovation, equipment, shuttles, and other non-traditional food distribution models. This next slide will swing across the country, so we'll start with our neighbors in Georgia and the City of Atlanta. So Invest Atlanta awarded $50,000 grants to 15 innovative grocery store owners and operators throughout the city to increase fresh food access in underserved communities. As a point of clarity, Invest Atlanta is the official economic development authority for the City of Atlanta. They are a quasi-governmental organization made up of the Urban Residential Finance Authority, Downtown Development Authority, and the Atlanta Economic Renaissance Corporation. They have the right to encumber and spend local tax revenue. They also have the ability to solicit donations from the private sector. In addition to the grants I just spoke about, the city also pledged up to $8 million to establish 2 new grocery stores in low food access neighborhoods. The first store, located in downtown Atlanta, opened in September of this year and is operated by Savi Provisions, which is a specialty grocer that operates 24 stores throughout the Atlanta area, as well as Nashville, Durham, and Charlotte. Savi Provisions operates the store under a sublease agreement with Invest Atlanta. Next, we'll move a little bit north to Charlotte, North Carolina, and their Three Sisters Market. This market is under the 501c3 umbrella of the West Boulevard Neighborhood Coalition. The grocery store cooperative is currently under construction. The store will be 12,000 square feet and will be the first functional grocery store in the area in over 30 years. The property is owned by Charlotte's Housing Authority, and funding for the grocery store development came from a variety of sources, including Mecklenburg County at $3.25 million, the City of Charlotte for $1.5 million, and the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development for $750,000. Our last stop is San Francisco, California, on the West Coast. They have 2 initiatives we wanted to highlight. The first is the SF Market, which is a 501c3 that opened in 1963 with a 50-year ground lease with the city, and it renewed its partnership with the city in 2013 with another 60-year ground lease. Approximately 20 independent produce merchants occupy almost 500,000 square feet of warehouse and distribution space in the Bayview Hunters Point neighborhood. Independent operators in the market, they do pay market rent, and the city reinvests rents paid back into future development projects at the market. The last is the District 10 market. So this is a 4,000 square foot food empowerment markets that are funded by San Francisco's Human Services Agency. This functions as a completely free market. It's limited to 3 zip codes in the Bayview Hunters Point neighborhood, and it received a $5.5 million grant from the city of San Francisco. I'll now turn it over to my colleague, Ms. Smetnansky, to take you through the rest of the program.
Hi, everyone. So I know some of this is a bit of a recap from the last session, so I might talk a little fast in respect for time. So there are several challenges faced by small, independent, and municipal grocery stores, and many of these challenges have to do essentially with procurement and market competition. Larger chains really benefit from their own nationwide distribution networks. They can have those networks that help reduce those costs and ensure consistent stock all the time. And they're also able to purchase bulk at levels that smaller independent grocery stores cannot purchase those same bulks. They're also allowed to negotiate better deals than a smaller scale grocery store can do. And so they can also do exclusive selling agreements, essentially saying, oh, I'm the only one that's going to be allowed to sell this particular product. And so they have a lot of benefits as it comes to procurement and market competition that sometimes can make it more difficult for these smaller independent or municipally owned grocery stores. So these smaller independent grocers and municipal grocers that can't benefit from the bulk buying or the same exclusive deals, they'll have to often look at alternative, even sometimes non-wholesale channels to source their products to try to achieve that better pricing in order to pass that on to their consumers and be able to compete. Beyond procurement barriers, small independent grocers also face challenges as it comes to consumer behaviors. So on pricing, we already just discussed that these large chains can offer those lower prices and frequent promotions. They can attract those price-sensitive shoppers who compare costs. I would also add that they also benefit from the marketing. So even if those deals aren't actually that good, the marketing of those deals convinces people that they're good, and people are more likely to continue to shop in the same place that they've always shopped because of the perception of price. I would also add that there's convenience and product variety. A lot of people do prefer that one-stop shop model over visiting multiple stores. This is especially true if you have transportation barriers where you don't have the ability to go to too many locations to get this product here, this product there, or if you have limited time to shop. We all don't really enjoy shopping right after 6 p.m. when we get off work. We want to get home to our families. So habit and familiarity, people say that humans are creatures of habit, and this applies to shopping habits as well. So my family has been shopping at a particular store I went there with my mother as a child, and then I go to shop as an adult. I'm used to that store. I know what to expect. I know the deals. I know the layout. I'm more likely to just autopilot to that store, even if the store, this happened to me, opened closer to my house. So that's something that smaller stores really have to overcome when trying to compete with these larger, well-established stores. There's also the brand recognition, and this goes back to marketing once again. When you walk into that Publix, Aldi's, Walmart, Target, Save-A-Lot, any store, you generally know what to expect. These newer independent stores have to work harder to build recognition and customer confidence. That includes their pricing, their variety and consistent stock of products, their customer service, the store's appearance inside and out, and all other aspects of a business that make you want to go there not only for the first time, but to continue to shop there, which very much leans into this capacity building for businesses that the greenhouse supports. I'll also mention another one not on this slide, and I know this was touched on during the August meeting. WIC is a challenge for small independent grocers. If you look at the approved vendor list on Florida Department of Health's website for WIC vendors, so vendors that accept WIC and sell WIC products, there's 24 in the city of St. Petersburg. 23 of those 24 are those large chains: Publix, Save-A-Lot, Winn-Dixie, Target, and Walmart. There's only one small independent grocery store in the entire county, which happens to be located in St. Petersburg, that accepts WIC. And so we know that there's challenges for compliance for these smaller independent grocery stores to be able to provide that service to people who accept WIC. I'm going to talk a little bit about other food access strategies. Many of these we're doing, especially through our Healthy St. Pete division of the Parks and Recreation Department. So I'm going to kind of go through these. I will say that we have slides that touch on some of these more in depth. So grant programs. We've seen that many cities offer competitive grant programs for healthy food retail or other food system nonprofits and businesses. We already mentioned Madison, Wisconsin, and Atlanta, Georgia. We also, as a city, have offered grants in the past. The ARPA-funded grants that were in the fall of 2024 with implementation throughout 2025, the city awarded a total of $300,000 to 9 subrecipients through that competitive grant process. And Healthy St. Pete, the Division of Parks and Recreation Department, has received an additional $100,000 in general funds for fiscal year 26, and they intend to release another competitive grant program again in around quarter 2, and anticipating projects will start in the spring or summer of 2026. Another grant program that we have is our Fresh Pace Healthy Neighborhood Stores programs. This is a combination of grants and technical assistance. We're supporting the infrastructure of these businesses while also offering them technical assistance. And then I would also mention that there's a lot of broader grant programs out there that nonprofits generally or small businesses can apply for that aren't specifically targeted at healthy food access, but they may apply for them. So for example, within our own South St. Petersburg CRA microfund program, One Community Grocery and Ray Jack's Food and Meat Market both participated in our microfund program and received grants. And there's probably more, but those are the 2 I know off the top of my head. Neighborhood retail, so we already mentioned healthy neighborhood stores programs. We also can look at non-traditional models of selling produce. So look at our produce vending in city-owned facilities, which we are already doing. We have farmers markets, there's mobile vending, push carts, grocery buses. These are different models that different cities and nonprofits have explored in the past to expand access through more non-traditional, non-grocery models. Municipally owned land, we've spoke to this already. You can do an RFP for lease and operations. You can have development agreements that require essentially to place a grocer in those locations. Madison, Wisconsin, and San Francisco, California are 2 examples of this. Regulatory changes. So I want to footnote this before I start by saying I'm not necessarily recommending these. We're just providing illustrative examples of what we've seen in other cities for tackling their contextual issues as it relates to food systems. So we've already done some options, I think back in 2021, related to urban agriculture, community gardening, and selling of produce on-site through regulatory changes. We've also seen some different municipalities do things like expedited permitting for healthy food retailers, or reduced parking requirements, or even overlay districts. Sometimes these are more of a stick than a carrot. Sometimes they're more of a carrot than a stick. Sometimes they're a mix of both. So like Tulsa, Oklahoma, for example, has a healthy neighborhood overlay district that requires small box discount stores to be located at least 1 mile from each other. And that's because they're very typically selling unhealthy food and creating that market competition with healthy food retailers. And that's with the goal of greater diversity of retail activity and purchasing options. Hartford, Connecticut has zoning laws requiring convenience stores to be dedicating at least 5% of their net floor area to 5 food categories, including fresh fruits and vegetables, whole grains, dairy products, excluding ice cream, eggs, and canned and dried goods without added fats, oils, meats, and seasonings. So that's a 5% requirement across all of their stores. And then other municipalities look at those incentives. So like Philadelphia has relaxed their zoning heights, floor area, density, and parking requirements for grocery stores that meet certain accessibility and siting requirements. And then Birmingham, Alabama has a mix of both of these carrot and stick zoning incentives for small box discount rate stores, along with reduced parking and larger floor area ratio. Transportation is another way to address barriers. So we know that we can look at the PSTA routes, we can look at shuttle services, we can look at ride shares. Actually, PSTA just the other day posted something on their Facebook page to promote the produce store on 49th Street. So that's raising awareness of how you can use the Sunrunner to get to these produce outlets. And that's something that we could continue to do, is to make sure people are aware, especially with the new community bus network, how to take the bus to get to a grocery store. We've looked at shuttle services in the past. Some people will have like a shuttle that goes from a community center or a recreation center, a place that's normally a community gathering space, and shuttle people to the nearest healthy food retailer. I've also seen other cities do things like ride share subsidies. So like there's a Lyft offer for discounted rides to grocery stores. I saw it in Washington, D.C. and a few other different markets. So that is something that can be explored. And then we also can look at delivery services. I think COVID especially made grocery delivery even greater. The key is to make sure that these grocery delivery services are accessible to everyone from a financial perspective of accepting SNAP, for example. Food distribution hubs. So food hubs bridge producers and consumers. They essentially are like an active manager of aggregation, distribution, and marketing of what they call source-identified food products, which is typically a local or regional producer to meet wholesale, retail, and institutional demand. So it kind of helps with that supply chain issue we discussed earlier. There's a few different models for this. There's the farm to business institutional model. There's a farm to consumer model. Probably everyone has heard of CSAs. And then there's also hybrid models where a food hub might serve both retailers and consumers. But essentially, they address supply chain logistic problems. Food co-ops, we've dug so deep into this in the past, but cooperatives are businesses which are owned and managed by their member owners. And then market analysis is something, it's not really a program, but something I wanted to note that a lot of cities prior to investing in especially infrastructure as it relates to promoting healthy food access. I've seen that they often hire a consultant, likely through their own procurement or RFP process, to conduct a market analysis to essentially better understand site selection for where it would be best to locate a new healthy food retailer. Essentially understanding what the competition is, what the market can support, particularly the square footage that the market can support. When you combine this with looking at like the USDA's low income, low access mapping, you can help identify that ideal location that is good from both a market perspective and that geographic demographic need perspective. Getting into CRAs. So I know this was covered a little bit during our August presentation as well. I want to note that I was actually recently at the Florida Redevelopment Association conference, which this is all CRA practitioners. And there was essentially a lot of conversations about how perception is out there that CRAs are just writing blank checks. That's not true. We don't just write blank checks. So there are so many regulations that surrounding community redevelopment areas. The first and most important being Chapter 163, Part 3, which outlines specifically what TIF can and can't be used for. So even if we have something in our plan, if the statute says we can't do it, especially since the statute has been updated since our plan was written, we can't do it because it trumps everything. So TIF can be used for, according to statute, capital expenditures and infrastructure improvements, administrative and overhead, redevelopment planning, surveys, and financial analysis, acquisition of real property in the CRA district, site preparation, incentives and grants, clearance, preparation, and relocation of occupants, all expenses related to bonds and other indebtedness, development, affordable housing, and community policing innovations. TIF cannot be used for projects or programs not included in the redevelopment plan. And we highlight this over and over again. If it's not in your plan, you can't do it. It also can't be used for general government expenses not related to the redevelopment plan, or projects or programs that go outside of the community redevelopment area. And also it cannot be used for construction or expansion of administrative, police, or fire buildings unless all the taxing authorities agree that we can do that. In addition to Florida statute, we also have the Pinellas County Interlocal Agreement that puts additional requirements, especially as it relates to what city TIF can be utilized for versus county TIF. So anytime we go to spend TIF money, we're always looking at this policy along with our program documents that interpret this policy to say what can city TIF be used for, what can county TIF be used for, and what is not permissible. And so according to our interlocal agreement, it adopted a policy called the 2014 Pinellas County Policy. That's just what we call it. And we're still beholden to that to this day. So that policy outlines these requirements: that county contributed TIF has specific eligible expenses, which mostly include capital projects and hard costs, some soft costs as it relates to affordable housing, planning, engineering, survey, site acquisition, and commercial facade grant programs. They also told us what they consider ineligible for county TIF, meaning we can possibly use city TIF as long as statute allows it and it's in the redevelopment plan. This is what they do not permit for ineligible expenditures. So marketing, events, government operating expenses, utilities, community policing, even though statute allows it, streetscape maintenance, revolving loans, residential facade grants, admin, police, fire buildings unless approved, enterprise-funded projects, and neighborhood improvements like sidewalks and off of commercial corridors. Our city contributed TIF can be used a little more broadly, along with, obviously within the CRA boundaries and part of the redevelopment plan. It includes everything that the county can fund along with neighborhood improvements. So a good chunk of our neighborhood planning program comes from city TIF dollars. Soft costs include affordable housing, planning, facade grants, CRA operations, revolving loans, incentives, undergrounding of utilities, and some level of communications. City contributed TIF ineligible expenses would be utility costs, maintenance, admin, police, and fire buildings, unless approved, non-redevelopment government operations, enterprise-funded projects, and the Economic Development Officer Program. All of our TIF expenditures for the South St. Petersburg CRA are spent through CRA programs, of which City Council has approved of those programs. So whenever we are spending money, we tie it to a specific program that has been gone through the process. That process is here. Whenever we develop a new program or we amend a new program, we first, as staff, work on that program, try to identify how we want to operationalize that program. We write out those program guidelines, then we go to the county. They get a 15-day review of those to give us comments. If they have comments, that 15 days can start over again. Then we also take it to our South St. Petersburg CRA Citizens Advisory Committee for their recommendation on approval or disapproval. Then we take it to the Community Redevelopment Agency for the recommendation. And finally, we do City Council final approval. So this is everything that we pass has to be the interpretation of that 2014 county policy. Grocery stores owning and or operating. So if the City of St. Petersburg, and this goes to other programs as well, other strategies as well, if the City of St. Petersburg wanted to move forward on any of these strategies, this is essentially from the CRA perspective what we would have to consider. We'd first have to look at our existing CRA programs and see, do we already have a program for this? And if we already have a program, is it okay in its current state, or do we need to amend that program, or do we need to develop a new program? If we need to develop a new program, then we need to look at our CRA plan to make sure that it's in the plan. Can we develop that program based upon the language in the plan? Did the plan call for a program like that? If it's not in the plan, we can't develop that program, so then we can look at doing a CRA plan amendment, which many of you are familiar is a much longer process than developing a program. In addition to looking at those logistics surrounding the use of CRA TIF dollars, we would also generally have to look at budget and finance. So looking at startup costs versus ongoing operations. Startup costs are generally easier for CRAs than ongoing operations because of statutory language. We would also have to see if we have the budget. A lot of our money is currently for fiscal year 26 committed to very specific programs and very specific projects. So we would have to identify where the funding would be. Along with looking at our finances in CRA, we would have to look at site selection and acquisition. So going back to that call for a market analysis, identifying from a food geography and then the traditional market analysis, what is the correct location? Is it available for purchase? Is the zoning appropriate for it? Is it the right size according to the market analysis? And then we would have to look at health and safety codes, WIC vendor compliance, as I mentioned, which can be a challenge, and then going into procurement, because this would be a very different realm for us to enter this procurement, so we would need that expertise and that staffing, new purchasing agreements, and looking at our own procurement code. I want to note, shout out to Healthy St. Pete, how many programs we already have supporting healthy food access. So we have the Fresh Paced Neighborhood Store program. These are the 6 stores that are promoted as healthy, Fresh Paced Neighborhood stores. We have the Community Food Grant program, which we already mentioned in 2025, funded 9 projects and will be launched again in 2026. We have the Healthy Food Action Plan, which includes a lot of the strategies that we have discussed. We have the Urban Agriculture Policy passed in 2021. We have the City's Food System Map. The City's Food System Map essentially takes that, everyone's familiar with the USDA Low Income, Low Access Map. This takes it to the next level where we used our business tax receipt data to identify what we believed were food retailers and classified them on a GIS map, which is available on Healthy St. Pete's website. We have the Fresh Rec Stop program, the Summer Food Service program. We have a food systems planner working under Healthy St. Pete. We have the St. Pete Youth Farm. And then I also want to note from a CRA perspective, we have the eligibility under the South St. Pete CRA programs, the Neighborhood Planning Program and the Commercial Corridor Planning Program for expanded urban agriculture on commercial corridors or within neighborhood plans to be implemented. That language is specific because the language in our redevelopment plan specifically talks about community gardens and farmers markets when it comes to food systems. I'm going to end with this capacity building slide to pass it off to Andrea again.
Thanks, Cassidy. So just to close this out, I just wanted to highlight some of the capacity building programs that we currently have at the city for our nonprofit partners. So the first, of course, is our signature greenhouse offering, the business navigation and mentorship. These are personalized business resources from a greenhouse staff member. There are mentors through SCORE, which is a service corps of retired executives with very specific nonprofit expertise. And then they also have subject matter experts that work with SCORE that can help, our nonprofits with such things as board development, fundraising, other nuanced components of running and growing a nonprofit. We also have a suite of hybrid workshops that folks can take in person or virtual. Our SEED program, and that's really tailored to support very small organizations in need of seed funding to strengthen infrastructure and fundraising capacity. Our Ignite program, which is an 8-week class for the actual nonprofit professionals or business professionals, to kind of increase their leadership acumen. And then, of course, our Entrepreneurial Academy, which we do in conjunction with the Chamber of Commerce. So that is the presentation that we have. Again, thank you all for your attention. We're happy to take any questions or comments that you all might have.
Great. You want to start, Councilmember Gabbard?
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation, ladies. Really appreciate all of the thorough research that you have done and kind of, a path forward if, City Council wanted to continue to move forward with this conversation, which I am hopeful that we do. But back to, kind of a recap and a next steps from our August meeting. You do have in the backup today a resolution supporting the One Community Grocery Co-op. This was a specific request from the presentation that we had that day. I do just want to mention we are joined today, not as presenters, but here, and that would be up to the chair, but if there's any questions, Erica Hardison and several member owners of the One Community Grocery Co-op are all here today, so wanted just to make sure I mentioned them and thank them for being here. But this would be for the request of partnership support in the amount of $50,000 to One Community Grocery Co-op to further the goals of the Healthy Food Action Plan. So this is a draft resolution in your backup. I wanted to bring that forward for conversation and potentially the opportunity to move that forward. So I'll leave that there, Chair.
Councilmember Givens?
Thank you very much. I appreciate you all so much for this thorough presentation. This is something that's very near and dear to my heart when I think about those folks who are asset limited and income constrained. Alice, these are folks who are working class individuals that are struggling to just keep their families afloat. This is not necessarily your unhoused population, but many people who probably are in this room who are looking for an economical option to healthy and nutritious food. And I really would like to see our council take that next step in continuing this conversation. I certainly would like to discuss some of those challenges that were brought up. For example, I want to talk for a moment about WIC vendors and the challenges with compliance there. How would the city, what does oversight look like? Are we allowed to tell this nonprofit that they have to accept WIC? What authority do we have in this conversation?
I'm not sure we have any authority. So I actually tried to reach out. I reached out a few years ago. I used to work for Healthy St. Pete to the Florida Department of Health to talk about WIC compliance. And one of the conversations I had at the time, which again was a few years ago, was that these smaller vendors really have a challenge with keeping that consistent stock and making sure that they have the stock. So they might enroll in the WIC vendor program, become a WIC vendor, and then they'll do like a quarterly check-in. It might have changed by now. And then someone will show up from FDOH notice that there's no black beans, you're off the list. And so it can be very much a challenge, again, because of that bulk purchasing, trying to keep things on the shelves, not having that back space to store extra WIC products consistently at the time. I tried to reach out to them again recently. I left a voicemail. I have not heard back from them. I will say when you look at the FDOH website right now to see how to become a WIC vendor, there's no option for Pinellas County, which is what I called about. It lists like several other counties saying if you want to become a WIC vendor in these counties, here's the application period. But it did not mention Pinellas County, and again, I did not get a response when I called Florida Department of Health, neither the state line nor the local line. So I will follow up on that again.
And how about SNAP benefits?
That I'm less familiar with.
So the city does not have any jurisdiction when it comes to SNAP benefits. I mean, SNAP benefits that's federal money that flows down. We don't distribute it. We don't control it. So we don't have really any authority to regulate who takes that, who doesn't take it, and what the requirements are to take it. But those are two programs that, when you're talking about our Alice community, it's critical. I mean, they need to shop at a place where those benefits are accepted and they're able to purchase the food using those programs. So, but unfortunately, we do not have any authority at the city level, and I don't believe Pinellas County has any authority either.
And that was my point, Andrea. I'm sorry.
I will note that I think it is easier for people to become SNAP. You see a lot more SNAP vendors, just generally in smaller food retail. I think it's less regulated, but I couldn't give you a precise answer to that. I do know there's other municipalities, and perhaps Healthy St. Pete can speak about it, where we do work with business owners to be able to accept SNAP. So you can kind of work on that capacity building of how to accept SNAP. Can be incorporated into a capacity building program.
Sure, and I'd love to give Healthy St. Pete that opportunity if they want to speak to that. Kim?
Hi, Kim Lado, Healthy St. Pete. With me is my colleague Sarah Weimer. Sarah actually worked with WIC as a WIC officer. As far as SNAP eligibility and capacity building through our Healthy Neighborhood Store program, our partner, the St. Petersburg Free Clinic, was able to onboard a new store. She has started and is offering SNAP benefits. It is easier. There is a process and there are regulations, but again, it is easier to start and maintain that credible offering for store owners. And so through the Healthy Neighborhood Store program, we are doing that. As far as WIC, I don't know, do you have anything to add, Sarah?
Yeah, so WIC is a really great program. It is different from SNAP in that it has clinical implications for nutrition. The foods that you specifically can buy have to have and meet certain nutrition requirements, and so the way that looks in practice for vendors is that they need to be certain sizes based off of the amount of the nutrients that's offered in the serving size. So it is more of a challenge also because it is not because you can't just buy anything, you have to buy very specific products, often very specific brands that meet those nutrition standards. There is not a lot of demand to use those benefits. So the challenge for vendors would be both meeting the purchasing requirements in the size of the product, but also customers typically don't use a lot of the benefits every month because they just don't eat the products that that the program requires you buy.
It's more a prescribed program.
Yes.
Well, thank you for that explanation. I appreciate it. And you said what I was going to say, which is so many people depend on these critical services, WIC and SNAP. And we see that this month currently. And I want to make sure that we are providing, again, economical options. So I said all that to say this. I support a free grocery store option. And whatever option we choose to implement, I certainly think that model should be a mixed-use model. I certainly think that the city should not be in the business of owning and operating, but in the business of providing the seed funds. I think it was the Invest Atlanta model that awards multiple grants. I don't think we should put all of our eggs in one basket. There are a number of organizations in the community that are doing the work to combat food insecurity, and I'd like to see what these organizations can do with the right support. I'm thinking specifically about Save-A-Lot grocery store on 49th Street and 22nd. That's my neighborhood store. And what that store's closing has done has widened the food insecurity gap, food access gap in South St. Petersburg, specifically Childs Park. The number of folks who live in that community that depend on that store, they are now without access to healthy and nutritious food. So when we talk about geographic locations in the USDA food map, have we identified 2, 3, 4 locations that might be prime if we were to say, hey, this is an opportunity we're worth pursuing?
So we have not done a market analysis at the city level. We do have, obviously, we're a densely populated county, very built out. So along all of our commercial corridors, the zoning would allow for a project with a grocery store. If we had a private sector partner come to us, there are certainly some availability out there. The city doesn't currently have any land that's earmarked for this. I will just, as an aside about the Save-A-Lot, we actually did reach out to them. Our colleagues at the county gave us a contact with Save-A-Lot, and they have a program really designed to increase food access. And so we do have a call into that gentleman to speak with them and see if, that's something that we can bring them back to our community and possibly if they have a different program that they could operate a store under. So I did want to share that with you.
Thank you for sharing that. And I'm thinking about, as I think about 49th Street, the 49th Street produce store, your neighborhood produce. That is an awesome concept. If we were to pursue something of this nature, I think we should start small. 2,000 to 4,000 square feet. If we go above that, we're going to be in the same boat that we're in now. We see these large grocery store retailers, many of the reasons why they close is they just simply could not stay afloat because of multiple things, including not having the financial viability there in the community to support the store, and also things like theft. So again, when we talk about a pay what you can option, that is going to work best in this community because many people cannot afford to go to a traditional grocery store. The non-traditional model seems to be what's working, and we saw in your presentation, 2 of those stores, 2 out of the 4, I think, that you showed as examples have failed. So I really think the hybrid model is the best way to go. I would like us to look to what Feeding Tampa Bay did over in Tampa. They combined nutrition and wellness classes with financial counseling, workforce and job training. I see this being a mixed-use site. So again, I don't want to put all of our eggs in one basket. I want to make sure that we are working with organizations that have a track record of partnership and collaboration, working with different entities to provide those wraparound services. It's more than just putting food on a shelf. We need to see organizations have existed and worked well in the community. They have measurable outcomes and credible results. I do want to ask one community a little bit about, I think it was a microfund program that they received funds from. I want to ask how those funds were expended, if they don't mind.
Hi.
You can come up to a mic, yeah.
Hello, good morning, everybody. My name is Erica Hardison, and I am the board chair and lead steward for One Community Grocery Co-op. And thank you, Councilman Givens, for your question. In terms of the microfund program, the funds were expended for mostly awareness and outreach and some marketing dollars, and help to push forward some of our produce pop-ups that we do around the community.
Can you speak a little bit, Erica, to your food distribution stats? How many people have you served? How often do you provide those distributions?
So in terms of how many people we served, I don't have those numbers readily available, but we do pop-ups. It really depends on the month. So in this past month, we've done at least 3 just in November so far, but we pop up at different community locations, so it really depends on the pulse of the community and the needs and the partners we're working with. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. It does. I appreciate that. And thank you for answering my questions. And I'm done. I just want to say, I support a public-private partnership, but I simply believe that putting, $50,000 towards one organization that, again, probably could not handle an operation of this magnitude full scale if we were to jump street tomorrow. But there are organizations present today, I'm looking at Positive Impact, that every Saturday they're providing groceries at a free food distribution event every week. And they've been doing it for the past 5 years, if not longer. So I would love to see a collaboration possibly with more than one organization, because I think to simply say that one organization can front this task by themselves, I think that's impossible. So again, I would like to see some collaboration. If you have collaborated, can you speak to that? But I just want to make sure that if we are considering a municipal-owned grocery store or considering planting seed funds, grant dollars, TIF dollars, whatever, I just want to make sure that we are doing so with an organization that has a track record of, again, providing food to the community on a weekly basis.
So it's very interesting because when I saw this slide, and thank you for your detailed research, one of our sibling co-ops in our ecosystem, Three Sisters Markets in Charlotte, North Carolina, although they are not open, we have been working closely with them since their inception. And so when we look at track record, when we look at framework and our capacity to build, we have several entities who are partnering with us. And it's very much so a difference between a charity organization and an organization that is bringing economic development, is bringing pride, is bringing not only food access. One of the things we say at One Community Grocery Co-op is that we are here not only for food access, food security, and sovereignty, but we're here for healthy nutrition, nutritious food, and we're also here to make sure that we are reinvesting and using dollars that stay within our community to promote the economic development. I'm not sure if you all looked into Detroit People's Food Co-op in Detroit, Michigan, but that is one that is very similar to Three Sisters Market and some of the others in the studies where it was a multitude of people who got together. That store presently employs, I think, over 24 community members, makes about $84,000 a week in revenue that is circulated within the community. So when we talk about how we're spending dollars, one of the things that co-ops do, they have a multiplier effect, and that effect recirculates the money within our community. So when we look at South St. Pete and we look at what's going on, how are we supporting what's there? How are we getting people from Alice, from low income, low access, to thriving in this community that they grew up in? Like when you say people go to a market and they go to the same market their mom went to, it's like, you know, St. Pete, I will say I'm not a native, but I love St. Pete and the way people really support community. When people are born at Bayfront and it changed to Orlando Health, people are like, oh my goodness, my child is not going to be born at Bayfront when other things. So these are points of pride and points of progress where we can still stay local and really help the people who need it the most and who are in our community. And I'll stop there.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I think the last time you spoke, you said you were at roughly 150 members and you needed to get to 300, I think, to take that next step. Where are we now?
Yeah, I think we might, I'm not sure what the number was in August, but now we are at around 167 members, so our membership has increased. We do anticipate it increasing steadily, and we have the support. So when we talk about capacity, we want to build the capacity within our communities, within people who live in South St. Pete and who are here for the long run.
Thank you. And my last point that I'll make is I really love the idea that was mentioned about the food, the community food hubs, and supporting local producers and consumers. I love the hybrid model. You're supporting retailers and also consumers at the same time. I believe Positive Impact had a plan called Reimagine St. Pete, and it was similar to where they were providing retail space for those small business owners. There was also space there where you could provide nutrition and wellness classes, where you could learn how to eat what you grow, and different things of that sort. So again, as we talk about next steps, I want to make sure that we're including everyone in this conversation. Thank you, Chair.
Great. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation and pulling everything together to show such a well-rounded picture of what we're offering, what we have right now, and what the possibilities could be as we move forward. I agree that we need to continue to look at a multi-pronged approach, but today, in light of the resolution that we have in the packet, I want to focus on the co-op. And first, thank you for all that you're doing, and congratulations on getting over 50% of the goal for membership. That is really something to celebrate. I'm so glad to hear it.
Yeah, no. I mean, and for us, we're over 50% and we're building. Like it really truly is a community-centered and a community-led project. And so when we think about it, when we think about our produce pop-ups, the produce comes from farmers and producers in St. Petersburg. And that's one of the things that we can say over everyone else. Like people say, where did this come from? Many of the farmers have participated in greenhouse programs and have gotten awards. A couple of them got awards for beautification for the neighborhood projects. So we are supporting one another. Like when we say St. Pete Strong, when we say these things, we're not buying what's left over from bulk distributors from, California or somewhere like that. We're investing in St. Pete.
Now, when we talked last time, and we were talking about a $50,000 contribution at that time, part of that was for a conference that was coming up that has now come and gone. Were you able to get anyone able to go to the conference?
Oh yeah, we still went, and we actually got an award at the conference, the W.E. Du Bois Award for Education. Last year we were nominated for 2 awards, and this year we were nominated for 1 and brought 1 home. But that's the key for us, is we follow, and we're founded on 7 cooperative principles. And one of those is education, training, and information. So when we talk about the co-op, we always say we are more than a grocery store. So if you look at models in our ecosystems and our sibling co-ops, they not only have a grocery store, there are health clinics, there are teaching kitchens, there are demonstration kitchens, there are banquet halls and space for community members to rent so that they can hold celebrations and things like that. It's really a hub model, and that's what we're looking towards, but we can't look towards that without having the input of our community. And so when people say, like, what do we do? Like, one community grocery co-op is a co-op, but we do a number of things in the community as well to build that awareness, to build that belonging and that closeness. And so we have drum circles, we do cooking demonstrations, we participate in a whole host of activities. Like if you go on our website, and I'm going to plug it right now, www.ocgc.coop, and that's COOP/events, you will see most of the events listed. It really is a wholeness project. Like when we talk about food, when you talk about food just in general, people eat and make friends, have family gatherings, everything has to do with food. So we are not just here to provide food, we're here to provide all the things that encompass food.
Thank you. So now the conference is done, but it's the same 50,000. Can you just tell us very briefly what that will be used for? I mean, in the resolution it says to invest in training and development and advance pre-development activities. What I'm wondering is how much of that, given the list of the programs and support offered by the greenhouse, how much of that can be done through the greenhouse, and where will the $50,000 be invested?
Okay, great question. And so in terms of availability, how will the money be used? There are other conferences throughout the year. We participate in other peer groups and things like that that will require travel and will require the same use of funds. In terms of the greenhouse, the cooperative model is very different from a traditional business model. So one of the things that we've kind of had a challenge with is helping people understand that model. In Florida, it's not as prevalent. And so that's why we usually have to go outside of the state. And that's why you will see cooperative models outside of Florida. Like, we are one of 3 co-ops in the state of Florida, and the other 2 have been around for a while, one over 30 years and one over 50 years, but traditionally co-ops receive their training in the Midwest and the Northeast, where those cooperative stores have been grounded for a long time.
Okay, okay. Another thing we talked about last time was the potential for the city to assist with site selection, getting a space for you. Tell us about your space needs right now.
So for right now, what we're looking at is at least 15,000 square foot. That's what we would see. But again, all these things, just like the presentation gave, we need to do market and feasibility studies and performance to make sure it works. We're not backing into a space, getting a space and saying, now let's make this work. We are looking at all of the options and choosing the best option.
Is the study in your budget right now? Is it funded?
It is not funded right now.
Do you have do you know how much that type of a study is going to cost?
It really depends on who does the study, and like I said, in this situation, especially for the target area for those zip codes, we would need a specialized. So we're looking to our sibling co-ops and co-ops in our ecosystem, the people who have done those. And I don't have an exact number,
Okay.
but
That's
I can
okay.
get back to you on that.
Yeah, I just didn't know if you had maybe gotten, looked into that, because that is something that maybe the city could help with, because we know how to pull together a study. You could help with the scope, and maybe we can help move that along more quickly, because that's information that's just really vital as you build capacity, as you further your plans. You got to know what things look like right now.
Yeah.
So I want to see that happen sooner than later. And so in addition to, I'm very supportive of what we have today. I would be supportive if it was more, and I would like to include, I'm not going to disrupt this, but what I want from the administration is to work with this organization to develop a scope of work to do this market analysis and get that moving as well. I think if you have that in your pocket, and this is where we can be a resource. I understand the greenhouse doesn't have the type of specialized support that you need. I hope you'll explore if there are other ways, because you can see we've got people here who want to help.
Oh, yes.
So I'm trying to figure out how we can be most helpful, and I think that analysis, that study is going to be one of the things that we can do, and then the next step would be for us to help with that site based on those results. So kind of putting a few steps after this one into place. So I would love for the committee to consider continuing this conversation, and when it comes back, to have that information from the administration on how we move forward with the study. There are also, do you have someone who works on grants?
We do have people who work on grants. Collectively, we work on the grants together.
Okay. because there are.
That would be helpful if we had someone who was dedicated.
Yeah, and we have such a strong grants team that I think we should offer that kind of help. So a municipally supported store might look a little bit different than what we originally thought, but I want to be very intentional and deliberate about the type of support that we provide. And so that's why I'm asking these questions, like, what do you need, and how can we be the connection that you need to get some things without just basically increasing this funding? There are things that we can do internally that would probably cost less than if you went outside and tried to do that. So that grant assistance and the study, I would like us to get more involved with.
Thank you.
Oh, and the, I'm a little confused about the CRA eligibility. It's, there's a lot in here, but then it sounds like maybe it's not, maybe this is not eligible. So I'm looking at legal.
It's really contingent on what.
Yeah, so, I mean, how is this any different from, another, and it might be on what the specific, it might depend on what the specific ask is, but how is this different from any other business assistance that's provided through the South St. Pete CRA programs?
Yeah, and that it is likely going to be very dependent on the ask. There are certain, there are definitely sort of open-ended categories that we could look into. I'm not, I haven't independently looked into it, but I don't know that we're like absolutely the only way to do it is for a CRA amendment. It does look like there might be a little bit of wiggle room with some of the current categories. So that's something, depending on the ask, we could definitely look into. I don't know that we're saying that there's definitely no way that CRA money can be expended except for that amendment.
Yeah, so we would have to look at, like, what is the specific ask? Like, from a capacity building standpoint, like, we have the microfund program, but it's broadly written. It's not saying specifically to this person. It's a competitive application process, it's, an application process where we took in a whole cohort. And so we don't necessarily have a program right now to just hand someone money directly. That's not something that we have a program for currently. But we can look at our existing programs. We can look at our redevelopment plan. Our redevelopment plan does not specifically reference grocery stores. They mentioned farmers markets,
and businesses.
And businesses. So there's a broader language. So we would have to have a further discussion based on the specific ask of the interpretation of the law.
Okay, so I want to look into that. And maybe before we look at an amendment, we look at how can we play with what we already have. Could be a lot easier. Once you select the site, there's the improvements that can be made. You're going to need help with that. I'm just looking down the road at how the resources we already have can be helpful to you. So I'm going to stop there because I know I'm
very
sorry.
low on time, yeah.
But yes, and thanks to all who are here for this important discussion. I'm excited. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and go get right down to it. First, sort of overall, the new business item is called municipally owned grocery stores and food deserts, and then the presentation is called municipally supported grocery stores. Why the change?
Well, because I think that came from our conversation last time where I did feel that, the committee wanted to hear about some different support models. So it wasn't just that we were focusing on municipally owned stores, which we had a lot of examples of, unfortunately, that they didn't succeed. So we just wanted to show to the committee that it's not necessarily that the city has to own and operate one, but there's a lot of different ways that the city or the county could support a grocery operation. And so that's just is the change, just so we could show the different kind of the wide swath of what the support models might be.
Yeah, and so you mentioned that the municipally stores didn't succeed. What was the main impediment? Was it that they weren't creating a profit, and so they found it not worth subsidizing anymore? Is that what the main thing was?
That's what we could find in our research. It's hard to find so these are very small communities.
Yeah.
So of course, at the heart of a grocery store is retail economics, right? It's how many people live in a certain radius and what's their income level. I mean, that's the basic of what retail economics are. And so when you have a very small population, do you have enough folks shopping at these stores to make it so that the city or the county aren't continually losing money into it, especially when these rural communities, a lot of them are, you know, if they're adjacent to a large metro area with a traditional grocer, you know, some folks maybe just buy things at the small grocery store, but then they'll go, you know, every month they'll drive in. You see that a lot in rural communities. Well, they'll go 2 hours out, kind of do the big Costco stock up, and then come back. So we weren't really able to find an example of a truly municipally owned and operated store in a community that's our size.
Okay, and then, so if the idea is that, you know, there's subsidy having to be provided in order to continue these services, and, you know, municipalities decide they no longer want to do that subsidy, did you see if they were providing resources to other organizations when those stores closed, or if they were just not continuing to invest in this kind of thing?
So we didn't, in those 4 examples that were up on the screen, we didn't see anything as like a follow-up, like the store closed and then they did this instead. I know that, you know, as you know, certainly in like the Baldwin area, as kind of the Jacksonville metro area expands, some of those retail options kind of expand out, you know, through Duval County.
It was only like 15 minutes away from the
Yeah.
nearest Walmart.
So I'm asking all of this to show that, like, the discussion we're having right now is about subsidizing things outside of city-owned. And the reason why those other ones closed was because they were required subsidy. And so the downside to that is literally what we're talking about jumping straight to. Like, we're talking about, okay, we're not even going to give ourselves an opportunity to see if we can create a sustainable store. We're just going to lose money right away. And maybe that's what we want to do. Maybe it is. Maybe we say, like, our goal is to be able to provide healthy food access to people, and that's not a moneymaker. But the new business items title, Municipally Owned Grocery Stores and Food Deserts, implies to me that we're trying to solve a problem that is the fact that you cannot go purchase groceries in specific areas of the city. And we can solve that problem, and it might create a subsidy. But if we're having a discussion about providing healthy food access to people of low income, that is a good discussion to have, but it's not the discussion that I think we were trying to solve with this new business item. It's a separate discussion. And so I guess that's where my confusion and frustration is with the presentation that we've gotten today and all the conversation. I thought we were trying to solve the fact that there is not grocery stores in particular areas of the city. If we want to have a separate discussion about the co-op, like, I want to support the co-op, but like, I have other questions that need to be answered and like things that need to be focused on before we can get there. And what I'm hearing from my colleagues was that we were going to have a further discussion, and so I'm happy to have that. But I don't think it's not related to this item in my mind. And so I think if we're going to move in a different direction, we should probably just table the municipal grocery stores thing. But I think I originally put this new business item, and I passed it to Councilmember Gabbard, and I'm grateful for all of her work on this. But it has drifted so far from what its original intent was that I think we need to reset the conversation. The reason why I put in the item was because we've had nonprofits and for-profits in the area fail. And, you know, it was brought up that a couple of the municipal grocery stores failed. Well, you presented a whole bunch of nonprofits as well that are recent, but there's probably countless out there examples that you could go find that took the money and didn't accomplish what they wanted to. It's a thing that happens with nonprofits just as much anyway. So I don't think that this has been presented and I'm not blaming you, like, this is how it's evolved, but this was not presented like on a level playing field. And some of the advantages of like doing municipal grocery stores were just never talked about. They were never discussed, how like we can control where the food goes. We can control, you know, how much subsidy we want to provide, what we want to provide. None of that was discussed. We're not looking for a profit motive. We can provide good jobs. None of that was discussed in this conversation. And so, and I actually want to speak to that for the co-op a little bit too, in that the co-op is getting brought into this conversation about charity and municipal grocery store, and they're neither of that. And I think their goal is to create an entity that's propped up by the community and supported by the community. And that's not really, we haven't really delved into that. Like, that's what I want to see that happen, but how the city interacts with that so that we can help them but not make them reliant, that's the conversation I think needs to happen before we can get to that resolution. So, you know, what I'm hearing from my colleagues is that our goal has changed and we're not just how do we get a grocery store in a specific area, then that's fine. But it leaves me frustrated and upset, but I'm happy to move on to a different conversation if that's the case, is what I'll say. Yeah, go ahead.
5 minutes?
Yeah, I think we started 10 minutes late, so
Okay.
maybe we can get 1 minute back for that.
Okay, yeah, and I don't think Blair is going to take an
Okay.
incredibly long time today, so we can push a little bit into that.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess maybe I will start with kind of where you ended, which was how the evolution of this conversation has taken place. And you're right, there was an original intention that I was happy to carry forward, and you know, negotiations and conversations behind the scenes to understand kind of that balance between a city council priority and which the priority is to solve the food insecurity issues in South St. Petersburg. I think that we can agree on. The administration, I think, also wants to solve those issues. However, there has to be a give and take. And quite frankly, from the evolution of the conversation and numerous reiterations of conversation behind the scenes, it became clear to me that us owning and operating a grocery store as a standalone enterprise, if you will, did not seem to be really the direction that administration felt comfortable with. And Rob, please chime in if I misinterpreted that somewhere along the way. But I never really felt as though that was quite the path that administration was prepared to move forward with. But the support of some sort of grocery store that is sustainable was really the path that I felt like through those conversations we were able to agree on. Whatever we do in South St. Petersburg has to be sustainable, and it has to be supported by the community, and we can't just drop it somewhere and say, here it is, and subsidize it 100% if we don't have the community buy-in, and we don't have really the stewardship of the community behind it. And so that is where I reinvigorated this conversation into this with the co-op. Because if you go back into new business items from when I first started on council in 2018, I brought co-op forward then. I believe in co-op as a mechanism for sustainability because it is rooted in the community. And I believe in that in housing, I believe in that in business, and right here in grocery, which translates also into business. And so that is kind of how we got to where we are, with this being more of a proposal for a supported grocery versus an owned and operated grocery. I don't necessarily disagree that I wouldn't have loved to have seen us moving full boat with, okay, we're just like we did with the Manhattan, right? I keep talking about that. We're doing it for an event space. I just don't know that the bandwidth or desire is there at this point in time in our community and in our government or with our budget to be able to do that with a grocery store. So that is why we have evolved to where we are. Now, with that being said, I just fundamentally believe that we need to, first of all, separate the conversation between what our nonprofit community is currently doing as if we want to say charity work, I heard that word, to give food out. That is incredibly important. We need to continue to prop that up. We have to continue to support those initiatives. But this is a separate conversation. So I don't want to kind of cross those over because I think it pits one against the other, and I don't care for that. I really want us to stay very focused on this idea of creating empowerment within the community through access to food that not only is part of a owned and member-owned and driven initiative, but also something not everyone is going to either qualify or want to go and get free food every weekend. They want the dignity of being able to shop in a grocery store, but shopping in a grocery store that provides healthy options, provides it in their neighborhood. I have the map from USDA pulled up right here in front of me. The situation continues to persist in the exact same area. I don't know that we need a huge expensive market study to figure out where we need to put this grocery store. It shows very clearly. So I just kind of wanted to level set that a little bit. And then when it comes to this $50,000, I know that it was mentioned that it was, going to be used, part of it to go to a conference. Well, we certainly want the individuals who are doing this work, if we support this work, to be well trained. And yes, going to a conference is important. But the other piece of that is advanced pre-development activities. Those are going to run the gamut. And I would imagine that those pre-development activities are the same things that we are seeing that has taken the group not only to its 50% goal, but since August, I mean, that's a pretty substantial increase, even since we were here. So there are other things that the co-op can do that is going to get them prepared for this partnership that I believe is the most sustainable path forward. If my colleagues don't agree that this is the most sustainable path forward, then so be it. But this is what, through that evolution, has been brought forward. I would like to continue the conversation with other ways that we can help with that capacity building. Grants, I think, is a great idea. I had written down one of them had used HUD funding. Okay, well, we need to be helping look for HUD funding if that is available. But I don't want this opportunity to pass itself by to start doing some capacity building now with the organization. So I'm going to make a motion that we support a resolution supporting the One Community Grocery Co-op, requesting that administration provide partnership funding in the amount of $50,000. And with that, I so move.
All right. I have a question for legal. If this were to be voted down, could it come back in some other iteration in the future relatively quickly?
Yeah, of course, depending on what the meeting dates are, or if it even wanted, if it was brought forth at a council meeting. I don't know that it would necessarily have to come up in a HERS meeting. I could look into that, but certainly if that were to be the case, I could look into the fastest way to bring it back and ensure that that happens.
Okay, yeah, I asked because I want to have a further discussion on it. I don't want to do this today. The contents of the conversation have been tangentially related to this. So I need to be able to understand more before I can support it today. So I just want to, make sure that that's the case. So we have a motion. Can we get a roll call vote, please?
Floyd?
No.
Gabbard?
Yes.
Driscoll?
Yes.
Givens?
No.
All right, great. I'm sorry about that. I want to say I do support the co-op, but I'm going to need to have more conversations about it first. I want to wrap up because we're out of time, just with 2 quick points. Just that, our conversation has shifted towards subsidizing something there outside of the city's control. There is no difference in subsidy for something outside of the city's control versus something inside of the city's control, other than one we control and one we don't. And the one we control, there's an opportunity in the future for there not to necessarily need to be a subsidy. And there is no opportunity for that outside of our control. And so, and just that administration wasn't willing to do like a more enterprise oriented facility frustrates me, because we do enterprise facilities for event spaces and golf courses and airports, but you know, something as simple as providing a food option in someone's neighborhood that could potentially break even or require a small subsidy wouldn't be considered. I don't agree with that sentiment at all. I don't understand it.
So if I could,
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
was going to not comment previously, but since
I assumed that you would.
brought it up again, you know, I would say that first of all, we agree with what Councilmember Gabbard said about food security. And it's an important, high priority issue for the administration and for City Council, obviously. We stated earlier that we were actually open to this concept of a municipally owned grocery store. We've done a lot of research. We've been, I think, open to considering it seriously. We've had discussions here at committee. The research seems to indicate to us, and we can certainly talk about it more at committee if you'd like to, that the cost and risk is concerning for us, and that maybe there is a way to do this where we're supporting another entity where it's more likely to occur, as opposed to us running our own grocery store at this point. So that's where we're at right now. We're happy to continue the discussion, but you know, it's not a matter of, we didn't tell anyone, look, we're never going to do this, we're not going to. This is what we see as the most likely path forward, is to cooperate with an outside entity at this time.
Okay, I don't agree, but you know, y'all are the ones who make these decisions. I think we're gonna have to subsidize something in some way. But I respect what y'all are saying. Okay, we're gonna leave this item on the referral list to
Yes.
discuss it again. If that's what you were gonna say, like I want, especially if you want to bring back the co-op and have a more in-depth discussion about the co-op, I would like that.
May I?
Yeah, well, Councilmember Driscoll's been trying to get
Thank
something.
you. I just wanted to let you know, I do want to continue a discussion on municipally owned.
Okay.
It's an interesting topic, and as I said earlier, we need a multi-pronged approach. I love the idea of supporting what's already in the works, as well as discussing what we could add to that and use the power of the municipality to do it. So I want to just level set.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So can I just ask, because we had a very thorough, I felt, presentation at our August meeting from Co-op. What more would you like to see?
I'm trying to get an understanding of like how this funding can have some metrics that come back to us, as well as just a keen understanding on what exactly it would take to get them stood up.
Okay.
And I just didn't feel like we were able to get into that discussion.
Okay.
But yeah, those two things, and I'd feel really comfortable.
And is that clear? Because, I mean, you'll be the one that has to bring the conversation, so.
Yeah, no, that's clear. I have some other questions, but
Well,
we
we're-
can take
yeah, we're-
those.
I know, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, and I'd be happy to sit down with y'all soon as well.
Yeah. All right.
All right. Thank you very much, everyone. I'm assuming we have Layer next, and it was supposed to start at, does anybody know the time?
Yeah, it was supposed to start at 10:50, so let's start Lair at 10:10.
11:10.
Or 11:10, sorry. 11:10.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Hers is adjourned.
Thank you.
Move it, body, move it, baby. Move it, body.
November 13th, 2025 to order. Clerk, can we start with a roll call, please?
Gabbard?
Here.
Hanowitz?
Here.
Driscoll? Big Sanders?
Here.
Floyd?
All right. And before you, you have an agenda. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And we have our October 16th, 2025 minutes. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
Getting right into our new business, and I'm actually really happy that we have this top of the agenda for today, considering the fact the announcement made last night. So we are joined by Robert Dineman from Capitol Council with our current status in Washington, D.C. And he has a smile on his face today. So, Rob, we'll go ahead and turn it over to you.
First time in 44 days.
Yeah, right?
Good morning, council members. Great to be with you again. And I'll talk a little bit about the update. But yeah, we obviously the most important news last night, the president signed the continuing resolution to reopen the federal government after the longest extended federal shutdown in history, 44 days. A couple of details about that bill that are relevant, and then I'll talk about sort of what comes next, and then we can dive into the legislative agenda. This is an extension of the continuing resolution, so we are still operating under essentially FY24 dollars. This will fund the government out through January 31st. Giving the Congress about 2.5 more months to continue its appropriations process. The good news, as part of this bill that was signed last night, it did include 3 full appropriations bills for FY26, funding the legislative branch, the agriculture appropriations bill, and what's called MILCON VA, which is Military Construction and Veterans Affairs. That's significant in the sense that we haven't had any actual regular order appropriations bills in almost 2 years now. So that is a good sign. I will point out that ag bill fully funds SNAP through the end of fiscal year 26. So any of the drama around nutrition assistance would be off the table were we to see another situation at the end of January in terms of a shutdown or a stalemate. The bill also contained provisions to rehire any of the federal workers that were subjected to reductions in force during the shutdown. And notably, it did not include any agreement on extension of the healthcare subsidies, which were arguably at the core of the political battle. It did include a statutory promise on that the Senate would hold a vote on those subsidies sometime in the next month. We expect that to likely be in early December, but it included nothing on the House side, and so very much up in the air as to how the House Representatives will proceed with the healthcare debate in the next 30 days or so. Congress will, I think, as a whole, turn its attention towards those remaining spending bills. I think you have 4 appropriations leaders in the chair and ranking, both in the Senate and the House, who want to see that bipartisan process move forward. It is likely we will see another, what we call minibus, which is kind of a tranche of 2 or 3 or 4 of the remaining 9. Likely the defense, labor, HHS, and transportation HUD bills would move sometime in December as the next tranche. That's good news for us. A lot of our stuff are in those bills, not all of it, but a lot of it. So it's likely that we'll see a pivot towards those appropriations. The National Defense Authorization Act is another kind of must-pass by year-end. We have 2 versions of that bill already out of the Senate and the House. We just need to conference that bill together. and then not relevant to the city per se, but there is a large national forest firefighting reform bill that's going to move through on the floor of both chambers. So fingers crossed we can get this regular appropriations work complete, avoid any more drama at the end of January 31st, get our projects funded, which will be in all of those appropriations bills, and get through the end of the year. With that, I'll maybe turn it back to you for any questions, or we can turn it over to David to jump into the legislative agenda.
All right, great. Thank you for that update. Any questions for Mr. Diamond before we move on to our draft priorities agenda? No? All right. Well, then we'll go ahead and turn it over to David Thompson, our Government Affairs Director, to walk us through the draft that's in front of us for the federal legislative priorities.
Thank you, Chair. And just quickly, I want to give a quick update on the federal community project funding as it relates to this. So Rob mentioned that the transportation, housing, urban development is likely to be in the next package. That is where the $850,000 that PSTA were partnering for the ferry dock, that is where that appropriations would come in. And then if they do the Department of Justice in that tranche as well, the $480,000 for the police take-home vehicles would be in that. The outstanding two projects, the storm drainage on 88th Avenue North and the storm drainage Salt Creek to 32nd Avenue South, unfortunately, those are FEMA projects, which means they're in Homeland Security. And with everything around immigration, that is probably one of the most contentious appropriations bills. So I would not expect that in the first tranche. That's probably going to be much closer to January that we would see that. But that's just a status update on where we are as it relates to those bills.
And David, as you know, that Commerce Justice bill is also a controversial one due to the fight over the FBI headquarters, which was supposed to be moving to Maryland. The Trump administration is looking to reverse that, and that's going to be a big fight and could likely delay that one a bit. So yep.
Yeah. So, but ferry dock, we can be excited about that one. So I'll just go ahead in the agenda. I first just want to give a little context on this. Understanding that we're still in the same Congress, it's the same people, the legislative agenda is largely the same. The items that have been removed, which I'll go over, are either reflective of the administration's stance on these items or legislation that has already been addressed. So previously, in the Environment, Infrastructure, and Resilience section, we did have extreme heat and offshore drilling. With the Homeland Security Secretary's real focus on immigration, they're not really looking at expanding the role of FEMA, so we've removed the extreme heat, and the administration has not really made any steps forward towards offshore drilling, so we're moving that from the agenda for the coming year. The low-income housing tax credits under Housing Opportunities for All, that was addressed in the reconciliation package where they were expanded. Let me just make sure. I think there's one other. Apologies. Let me just make sure I'm lining that up. Yes. Okay. Those ones are the same. And opportunity zones. Excuse me. That was the last one in the equitable development, arts and business opportunities. That was also expanded through the reconciliation package earlier this year, and so considered those addressed. The items that were added, you'll see those in the draft that's there. Looking towards 2026, Congress will be reauthorizing the Water Resources Development Act and surface transportation. I know when Rob and I met with most of you all earlier this year, we flagged that as two major areas of opportunity for the city. And so we'll be advocating on those two items and some information. We can talk a little bit more if you'd like on those. Homeless services, Councilmember Fix Sanders, I know we did not find the exact thing that we wanted at the state level for homeless services, but at the federal level, we do see some opportunities. And speaking with Administrator Foster, there are several concerns that she identified related to the continuum of care and the permanent supportive housing programs that folks in the community are concerned about potential cuts or changes to those programs. And so we want to identify those and be supportive. Okay. And then under neighborhood health and safety, we already had first responder support, but understanding council priorities and hearing from our PD and fire, addressing the escalating costs of public safety equipment. And Senator Josh Hawley has been somebody who's held hearings on this, and so I think that is something that we will likely see some level of movement on in consideration moving forward. So those are the changes, and I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, committee members. Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you, Chair. And first of all, thank you, Rob, for your report. It's wonderful news for everyone that the government is now actually in Washington working. They're doing some business. So I think that's wonderful news. And David, thank you so much for your work on the federal legislative agenda. It's all great. So I'm just curious, and you said you could elaborate a little on the Water Resources Development Act. This deals with ports and navigability of channels.
Yep.
What do they consider hurricanes and everything that's happening? Is that something that we should highlight, the importance of ports basically because of hurricanes and what we went through last year? So I just want to see where we're at with that.
Yeah, so we'll, as they start, and this is part of one of the issues with the House not having met for almost 60
Right.
days, is they're behind on some of the preliminary hearings they should have had. That would have given us a little bit more eye into what the scope of they're going to be looking at. But absolutely, infrastructure is a really important part of that. And this is, the water resources is what governs the Army Corps of Engineers.
Right.
So that's beach renourishment, but there have been instances following Hurricane Sandy where the Army Corps actually did home elevations. And that's something that we've spoken with Congresswoman Castro and our delegation about for a while, trying to figure out, as you all have probably heard, the Army Corps is not an easy group to deal with, but trying to see if there are ways that we can support our residents, non-traditional methods through the water resources. So we'll continue to do that, but absolutely infrastructure will be a part of it as we're looking towards the port master plan and what that area looks like for the city of St. Pete. That'll also be relevant. And there's just, any number of different waterfront portions of the city that are relevant. I think particularly for Chair Gabbard's district, there's been conversations about dredging and what the federal government might do to support dredging and navigability at smaller, maybe not traditionally considered navigable waterways, but still of regional significance. So a lot that could potentially come out of that section.
And Councilmember, if I may,
Yes.
I'd encourage you. As to David's point, this will now be the perfect time to send in, really in written form, in the form of a letter or some sort of a memo of where you and we can help you with this on concerns or ideas about what the bill needs to include, to transmit those to the committees of jurisdiction and the staffs there on behalf of the council. Between now and the start of the new year is the perfect window to do something like that, because to David's point, they are way behind. This is a very compressed legislative session right now, as you can imagine, with the Thanksgiving holidays into the December holidays, and really this committee work will not pick up in earnest until January. So something like WRDA, which is kind of I hate to call anything a must pass anymore in Washington D.C. because they don't seem to exist, but that's going to be an important one for next year, and certainly something that I would encourage you guys to lean into.
I think that's a wonderful idea. I mean, there are lots of items that they discuss that are highly politicized, let's just say. I can't imagine this should be one of those. So if there's an area where we can get some traction, I'd be happy to support and write letters and all that. So whatever direction you could give us out, my office will reach out, and then we'll work with administration in terms of what we can do. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Just to that point, we don't have another meeting scheduled until January 29th, and I know that's a little later than the guidance that was just given. Could always be a resolution brought to City Council for all of us to support whatever you work on collectively together, because this is obviously an issue of shared importance for all of us, and I would certainly support seeing something like that upstairs, so that we could just move it a little bit faster.
Yeah, if the other committee members, if they feel comfortable with that, I'd be happy to help with that, and I know that it's important to all the communities. I mean, we're a peninsula on a peninsula. And there's flooding throughout the city. There are projects, obviously, that are going to help us all, especially if this act is something that they're going to be focusing on. If we can do something to encourage it and help our Congress person, get it through the line, then I'd be happy to do that. So. Yeah.
And to David's point, I'd love to see some language, if you do go that path, that does speak specifically to working with the Army Corps, because they are historically difficult, and I think it's just bogged down in their process more than anything. So if there could be any support, in any sort of legislation that could speed them along a little bit, that would be helpful too.
That'll be great. Yeah, and any other suggestions the committee members have, we can definitely do that, and then hopefully work with Rob and come up with something that I think is good in administration. Perfect. Thank you. That's
Great work. Thank you.
Suggestion.
Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. On the surface transportation reauthorization, in the draft agenda, it mentions Vision Zero, which looks like it aligns perfectly with Secretary Duffy's priorities on safety, but I haven't heard it talked about a lot. So are we sure that that is a specific initiative that the US DOT is supportive of? And Rob, this could be for you.
Yeah, let me report back to you. I don't have anything in front of me that tells me either direction about Vision Zero specifically. So those are local projects that fall under, broader DOT safety grant programs. But I don't have anything that would tell me not, but let me confirm that for you.
Okay, I'm just wondering why we chose to point that one out.
From my perspective, and maybe Vision Zero is not the word that I want to use, but fundamentally about safety for all users. And so if there's more comfort with using that more language and specifically the branding around Vision Zero, I'm happy to make that change.
I think maybe it's just sometimes things that we think they would be completely supportive of and are aligned, like complete streets.
Yeah.
Suddenly that's a horrible phrase to use.
Right.
But everything that it's about is aligned with the greater values. Yeah. So I'm hoping that this isn't another one of those, and that we don't actually accidentally have something stand out that is not looked at favorably.
Absolutely.
Even if the work itself is totally supported.
So Rob and I will look into that. Thank you.
Okay. The rest of it looks really good, and I really appreciate all the work that has gone into this. I think it really shows that, what is pointed out here is aligned with what the administration says that they prioritize. And so it's interesting, I think. And then, we take it a step further and ask for more and say why it's aligned. It's just really spelled out so well. And I feel like it's one of our strongest that we've done to date. So thank you for that. Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember Fix Sanders.
Thank you. Okay, David, thank you for the update on the COC. And actually, when it says cuts to critical programs like continuum of care, we're just the MOU facilitator for the Homeless Leadership Alliance, which is the one that actually provide the majority of the service. COC is just comprised of a lot of different organizations impacted in the homeless community. So I'm wondering, and I know you said that there's funding on a federal level, fantastic, let's continue to move that. But would we, when we were looking at the funding, when you say continuum of care, that's a whole lot of organizations.
Yes.
Right? So if we picked one particular organization, like the Homeless Leadership Alliance, do you think that we would have a better chance of assistance at the state level? Because the continuum of care is a whole lot of people.
Right.
it's a whole lot that would focus, that would benefit from that versus singling out the one organization that really, I really can't say that they do the primary of the work, because everybody in COC is valuable.
Right.
And they provide something, but would we do better by singling out one organization at the state level versus a whole lot?
Right. Let me check in with Administrator Foster on that,
Okay.
because I know the concerns about those two organizations were, or those two structures or streams were concerns that she had identified. So let me just make sure that this is this is
Okay, and
reflected.
can I be a part of that conversation to see what those were?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. And going to the affordable home ownership, we talked about what some of those would look like. Support affordable home ownership, including down payment assistance, flexible financing, and restrictions on institutional investors. When I hear that word restriction, although I would love that, I don't know if we could promote, and I know we do it locally, incentives for affordable housing developers. Because I know that we've tried to do that, you know, with lot purchasing and the whole things. I know we want to restrict that, but when I hear the word restrictions, someone may also hear that word and think that we're trying to keep, you know, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we
without
can
saying it.
frame it in a positive light.
Please.
Yep.
Please, because I don't want us to jeopardize any opportunities for affordable home ownership at all. But I do know that affordable home developers struggle with the cost because the materials are still the same, whether they're, you know, selling market rate or affordable. So if we can include maybe the incentives for affordable housing, that would be great. And that's all I had. Thank you, Chair.
Right, thank you. So I had a question about the resolution that City Council passed supporting the ACA tax credits. And I had heard that there's supposed to be a separate Senate vote sometime in December on that. Rob, can you speak a little bit to that?
Yes, so the language that was signed into law last night to reopen the government included a promise from Senate Republicans to hold a vote on the healthcare tax subsidy extensions sometime within the next month. Expected that would be early December. However, as I noted earlier, there is no linked promise to bring any vote to the floor in the House. And Speaker Johnson in the House has indicated, or has provided no indication that the House will move something forward. Democratic Minority Leader Jeffries in the House yesterday discussed introducing what's called a discharge petition, which would require a majority of 218 votes to force a healthcare subsidy package onto the floor of the House. That could happen. There might be some moderate swing district Republicans around the country, thinking specifically California, New York members who are up for re-election next year, who would be interested in seeing that package move. So I by no means is this a dead issue in the House of Representatives. I think there are some mechanisms where it could get there. The trick here, though, is that, or not the trick, the major question, though, is we've seen no language from anybody about what the substance of this extension would be. Is it a 1 year? Is it a 3 year? Who does it apply to? How does it apply? Will it be retroactive? Because some of these rates are going to start to go into effect pretty quickly. The White House and the president have sort of indicated no direction they want to go from a policy perspective. So while yes, we have an assurance of a vote in at least the Senate, we are lacking a lot of detail, from my opinion.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that update. So to the draft agenda, I would love to see, and apologize if I'm missing it, I scanned it several times, looking for some verbiage or where it might fall under one of these categories for us to continue to support. the Affordable Health Care Act and those tax credits. I imagine it'd probably be best suited under neighborhood health and safety. So I would just ask that administration add that as another bullet point, because I just think, City Council has already voted in support of that resolution, so we have obviously given our support there, and I just want to make sure that that kind of continued conversation, and that we show Rob that we support that, and we want to make sure that he's doing his best on that issue.
Absolutely.
When Kathy Castor, when we had our update from our federal delegation, the representative from Kathy Castor's office was talking about the Coastal Protection Act. Do you have any updates on that, kind of where that stands right now?
No, unfortunately, the House has not met in 6 weeks, so there's been no committee meetings, no progress on anything. That bill was introduced to committee level and has not moved since. That's not to say there will not soon to be hearings, but unfortunately, I can't provide you any. There's been no movement on it since we last talked about it.
Okay, but that bill was filed, correct? That is a filed bill. Okay. And I'm kind of crossing between the draft and the bill tracker, so apologies if I'm kind of intersecting those two things, but I think it kind of all goes hand in hand. I'd like to see a little bit more verbiage under our environment bullet points regarding coastal protection. Rob, does that also correlate to, I had read an article about some, I guess, bipartisan work around wanting to try to file some bills that would prohibit any sort of offshore drilling in the Gulf, and that had been a bipartisan between Congresswoman Castor's office, Senator Rick Scott, and Senator Moody. Can you speak a little bit about that? Is that in addition to this Coastal Protection Act, or is that the same or similar?
I don't know I've not seen any of the legislation that would outright prohibit it. There is a tension here, though, that we're seeing. You have an administration that is very forward-leaning on continuing to loosen up restrictions on offshore leasing for oil and gas. We're seeing it in Alaska. We're seeing it all along the West Coast and Gulf of Mexico. So the question is, will that come around to the southeast coast? So it is an issue that the delegation and folks concerned about this need to be fighting on, because the administration is in real time opening up leasing in all other areas of offshore waters around the country. So this isn't a hypothetical. But I will have to report back to you on sort of the link up of those between the Coastal Protection Act and some of the other sort of opposition specifically to the drilling.
Okay, and if we could include that as well in any sort of environmental bullet that we can put around coastal protection. Certainly understanding tourism is very important to our overall economy here in Pinellas County and St. Petersburg, and that could have a chilling effect if they expand the way they would like to. So I'd like to make sure that we're looking at that.
And I'll put both the coastal protection and the American Shores Protection, that's the Scott bill, on the federal bill tracker.
Okay, perfect. And then the only other thing I have for the bill tracker, we talked about the ACA tax credits. I don't think there's necessarily a bill, for instance, but would certainly like to see that on here. The Coastal Protection Act, as we discussed. And then Council also passed a resolution in support of the Flood Insurance Relief Act. There has been a companion bill, as I understand, that's been filed. So want to make sure that we have that on our bill tracker as well. Council members, since I kind of put the two together and talked a little bit about the bill tracker as part of the agenda, anything on the bill tracker that you all have questions on or want to see on the federal one, the one pager? No? Oh, Councilmember Fig Sanders.
Thank you. The only thing that we'll not really see, but I want to continue to monitor, and I know Ron talked about on the SNAP program through the end of January 2026. But I can only imagine that there's already conversation about extending and how and what that looks like. Because I know it was signed last night, but a lot of people still were not happy with the version that we had. Has there been any future conversation, or no, current conversation? Because I know the end of January did not suffice with a lot of people in response. Is there any conversation or other plans that we can do to continue to monitor this? I know we're tracking this, but I would love to continue to have a very active verbal conversation on this SNAP program, because I love the fact how many people rallied around in preparation to try to fill that gap. But I can only imagine that there are other bills and things that are getting ready to be filed. So I know it's on here, it's going to stay on here, and I don't know how often we're going to get an update on it, but that's one I really want to monitor over the next.
Yeah. So I'm happy to.
Councilmember.
Rob?
No, I'm sorry. Ma'am, I just wanted to correct you respectfully. The bill that was signed into law last night takes SNAP benefits all the way through September of 26. So it is fully funded for FY 26, and it will not be. Yep, it will not be an issue in January. So that is current funding.
Okay.
But to your broader issue about SNAP reform and SNAP expansion, which is a separate issue, certainly that is an area where I think you would continue to see some activity in Congress. However, I don't think that's an area that the administration is very focused on. So it would encourage you to push on that, but realizing I think the issue is less on the congressional side, frankly, and much more with the Secretary of Agriculture and the administration.
And thank you. No, I'd rather for you to respectfully correct me than to think it wrong, because I wrote down January. So yeah, no, thank you for that. I appreciate that. But that's all.
Okay,
Sorry,
perfect.
Chair, if I just
Yes.
add to that. So the city, through the mayor, whatever structure under, is a part of the Mayor's Alliance to End Hunger. They sent out an update following last week, and I'm happy to share their most recent update and moving forward if all of council would like to get their updates. But they're doing a lot on the staff advocacy. Mayor Welch has signed on to some of their letters. We stay engaged with them as well. And I'll just quickly give you some of the updates that they shared, but I will share this email with you. Anyone who got partial November benefits, or the states, excuse me, that only sent out partial November benefits will need to, as soon as possible, send out the remainder of those benefits. That's really the immediate point. And then states that provided state-funded benefits this month will also send out the federal benefits. So we're going to continue to monitor that. The December benefits should go out without any interruption, and then we'll continue to stay engaged with them. They're also one of the big partners that when we talk about our advocacy at the state level for the summer meals program, they support us with information to stay engaged on that. So happy to share future updates from them with council.
Yeah, I just want to be current on that with what I'm understanding.
Yes, absolutely.
That's fine. Okay, thank you, Chair.
All right. So there is a draft here. We are at the point where we could ask for some final revisions to come back at our January 29th meeting. Could approve it as is. I don't know for myself with what I had brought up and asked to have added. I don't know that I'm ready to necessarily vote on moving it forward today, but if there was a motion, I just wanted to provide that opportunity. Yes.
Chair,
Vice
I mean,
Chair
I don't know if there is a need to do it quickly. If there isn't, that I wouldn't rush it
Yeah.
and just do the work.
Yeah.
So I think there's been some feedback, and if there, unless there is a need, there's.
No.
Yeah.
I think from our perspective, it would also be the timing of the next layer meeting lines up with when the government is supposed to be funded. So I think that interim period will give us some guidance of when we come back next time, if there's anything that needs to change on this.
Perfect.
Based on where we are. So I think there's
Okay,
any rush from our
perfect.
perspective.
Okay, good. All right. Everybody feel comfortable with that then?
Yeah.
January 29th?
Yep.
I didn't know if Tina had her hand
All right, anything else?
Okay.
All right, well, thank you, Rob and David, for the
Thank you.
federal update. Thank you for continuing to do the good work in DC and continuing to smile through it all. We appreciate you. So thank you so much. So we're going to move on now to our more time sensitive, which is our current status in Tallahassee. So we are joined by Laura Beamer from the Southern Group. Laura, I'll go ahead and turn it over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to start off by saying happy birthday to Doyle, because today's his birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. David's going to sing in a little bit. So current status in Tallahassee, you know, the appropriations deadline in the House is approaching. It's next Friday. So meetings last week were dominated by budget talks. You know, there are, the messaging that I'm getting from the House and Senate is to temper expectations. There was a tax implication with the big beautiful bill. That's roughly $3 billion. If they adopt the code in its entirety, it'd be a $3 billion hit. If they adopt parts of it, it's about it'd be half, right? About $1.5 billion. So they're dealing with that on top of trying to also make cuts to make sure that the next 2 years, and actually the next 4 years, are intact based on revenue expectations. So that being said, you know, we're still, you know, going forward with our appropriation request. There still will be member projects, but I would expect to see some major cuts in, you know, especially healthcare and education because they're the two biggest budgets. The other thing that's dominating the talks in Tallahassee, obviously, is property tax reform. As you know, the House began meeting their select committee on property tax reform in the summer. They have released 8 proposals so far. And the Senate, to this point, has released none. They're going through the normal process. Their Finance and Tax Committee will be contemplating any type of property tax reform. I've been told the only 2 scenarios that the Senate is currently looking at are an additional $50,000 to the homestead or an additional $100,000 to the homestead. They have not contemplated any of the House's proposals, and as we know, the governor at this point has not released a proposal as well. So TBD on all of that, but expect that to dominate the rest of the committee weeks, then also going into session. I will say something's going to pass. We don't know what that's going to look like, but you know, the House and Senate are very far apart on what they see as the end game here. So obviously we'll, you know, keep you updated as things progress. And then I would say the only bill that has really moved so far last week was sovereign immunity. It passed its first committee of reference. We still don't have a Senate companion filed, but that bill would increase the limits to 500 and $1 million versus 200, 300 now, right? Is that right, Jane? 200, 300 what is it now? So other than that, we're still having bills filed. The filing deadline has not passed yet, so we're still seeing bills pop every day. Still have no Senate Bill 180 fix filed yet, so obviously we're tracking that as well. And session starts the second week of January, so we have another committee week next week, and then we have 2 committee weeks in December, and then we start on the second Tuesday in January. So.
All right, great, thank you. Anything to add, David, before we turn it over to committee members?
I think that's pretty much it. If there's any specific questions on the track, we'll have that time. So.
Okay, Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you. And thank you for the update, Laura. I know you said SB 180 fix not filed yet, but is there anything else about SB 180?
I mean, we haven't seen language yet.
I can give you a quick update.
That would be great.
So I had a call with Senator Nick DeSigley this morning, and actually he shared with me that the 180 glitch bill, if we just want to call it that, is in drafting. Okay. And so that is moving forward. He is actively working on it. Some great stuff that he shared, but I don't want to, until it comes out of drafting, I don't want to, you know, you never know what's actually going to come out of drafting. But yeah, some really great ideas that he has, and his commitment to making sure that those fixes are made. He is very strong in that. So I think we'll probably be seeing something maybe in the next week or so. When is bill filing deadline?
I think the bill filing is the first day of session, isn't it? Like the final bills in the House?
Because I think the House and Senate have different.
They stagger them.
Yeah. So.
Okay. Well, that's good to know. And
Yes.
maybe administration, I'm sure you've probably been having conversations, but you know, obviously those in our planning department and experts in their fields that can probably help what the issues are having with some of the language to actually be able to do the work that they need to do in land regulation and everything else. Maybe they can also chime in before it goes out. So,
Yes, yeah.
That
And
would
with
be
the
great.
Florida League of Cities as well, collecting all of that feedback from the cities we're locked in.
good, good. That's good to hear. And then in terms of the other thing, which is property taxes, you said that the Senate's contemplating $5,000 or $100,000 addition. Oh, I mean, 500,000. 50,000 or 100,000 additional in homestead exemption.
Correct.
Now, is that just across the board or
Across the board.
across the board? Okay.
That's the only thing they're studying right now.
Okay, and are they, when you say they're studying, are there going to be any studies in terms of what the impact is going to be?
That's what they're studying. So
Okay.
they've told me that they want to know what is the impact to, to our counties, to our rural communities. What are the real numbers when we
Okay.
put something like this forward?
Okay.
Yep.
Just because, and I know we've talked about it before, I believe based on the 2026 budget that we just recently passed, we were at 95.7 in terms of public safety spending for our tax dollars, and that is higher. It's at 97 point something at this point. So when I hear additional exemptions, that still hits us, and I'd be curious what those numbers look like for the city if they did something across the board, whether it's at 50 or 100, and what those numbers may be, so that way you have that information to give to them. Because my understanding is if they, at one point, eliminated property taxes on homesteaded properties, and if my memory serves me correct, Tom had said that would be a hit to the city of $82 million. If it was just homesteaded, yes. I don't know. And look at Tom comes from
Disappears.
and he just appeared. Hi, Tom.
Good morning. Councilmember Hanowitz, you hit it almost right on the head. I think it's about 83 million. If the entirety of the homesteaded properties were exempted from taxes, it would be about 83 million. Forecasting based on our tax year 25, which funds FY 26. So that number would grow depending on when it was implemented, but that's the number we're
Okay. And for those that are watching, that would not include properties that are second homes that are not homesteaded. So we still maintain that. And the total amount, by the way, that we receive for real estate taxes is about 223 million.
228.
228. Look, I'm almost in the range. $228 million that we get from real estate taxes. So 83 million is if they got rid of homesteaded properties, and now we're looking at a difference. Now the Senate's thinking 50,000 to 100,000, and you could probably come up with those numbers.
And Ann and Erica and I have been looking at this, obviously, and so at 100,000, it's right at just a touch under $30 million impact at 29.9 million. So then at 50, it'd be half of that.
Okay, so it could be so even the Senate, considering the House proposals are probably a lot worse. Well, maybe not. I don't know. Maybe they're not a lot worse, but even at 50,000 across the board, we're looking at $15 million hit, and that goes to our public safety.
Correct.
A lot of it. 97 point something percent of it.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted to put those numbers out there so for those that are listening and also are curious as to what the effect is on our government. I mean, we've just talked about the big, beautiful bill and the effects to the state, right? And how they're it's a, what is it, $3 billion hit?
Mm-hmm.
And now we're talking about another hit at the local level, and specifically to public safety. So, okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anything else for Tallahassee? No?
All right. Well, we will not have another meeting before session starts, but I anticipate that we will be up there with you and we will see you. And we just really want to thank you in advance because I'm sure it's going to be another incredible session one way or another. And all of your work that you do in Tallahassee for us, we just so appreciate. It's great to know that we have such a effective champion for the city of St. Petersburg. So thank you for everything you do, Laura.
Yes, thank you.
All right, administration,
Can
anything
I give,
else?
Can I give a quick good news
Certainly
update?
can.
So, as you all know, we've been exploring all funding options. We'll give you a comprehensive update after this, but hot off the presses into the great work of Claude's team, Angela Miller, these two in Tallahassee. We got word that through the State Revolving Loan Fund, we were awarded $35 million for the drinking water program. So that's the Water Resources Potable Water Program. 17.5 million of that is in principal forgiveness. So that's essentially a grant. Additionally, in the Clean Water Program, Water Resources Wastewater Program has been awarded 19.2 million in loans with approximately 9.6 million in principal forgiveness. So that equals 27.1 million in forgivable, essentially grant money. Now there is an extensive application process. Those are due in March. We'll send you an update, but thank you to you all for your leadership, and then especially Claude and that team, and then these people back here, Erica and Ann and Tom, and then these two in Tallahassee. So wanted to end on that good news item, and there's been a lot of work that's gone into that over the last couple of months. So
And 0% interest.
And
on the other
0%
part of the
interest.
Even
loans.
better.
Yeah.
Love it. Love it, love it. Great. Thank you for sharing the success. Very much appreciated. All right. Anything else? Legal, do you have anything? Nope. All right. Well, thank you all so much. Started a little late, but we are ending a little early. So
Good.
we'll take it. All right. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Meeting adjourned, Katie.
But the most recent one we did was a Drains to Bay project, where we put the signs that say Drains to Bay on the storm drains. We did every one in St. Pete Heights.
We had a day where we put signs that say drains to the bay on all of our storm drains, so people know that any water that go into the storm drains will wind up in the bay. So they're more careful about that.
When we do these care days, we're walking around the streets. Like, how often do you just walk around the streets of your neighborhood doing something like cleaning up? Or people notice that. Neighbors notice that and want to know, like, what are you guys doing? And then we get to talk about the neighborhood association. We even had one guy join in.
I would say it's very worth it. We've met so many incredible people in our neighborhood that we didn't even know live just doors down from us. Had it not been for the neighborhood association, had it not been for this initiative that we had, none of that would have been possible. And to me, those human connections are really what it's all about.
The American Rescue Plan Act provides relief funds to governments negatively affected by COVID-19. The City of St. Petersburg has received about $45 million in the ARPA funds for investment and have identified key projects that will directly impact St. Pete residents, focusing 75% of funds on affordable housing and support, and 25% of funds on health and social equity efforts. These projects also fall within Mayor Ken Welch's 5 pillars of progress: housing opportunities for all, neighborhood health and safety, equitable development, arts and business opportunities, education and youth opportunities, environment, infrastructure, and resilience. So, what happens next? We plan to spend ARPA funds in the following categories: $34 million for housing affordability and support, and $11 million for health and social equity. Here's a closer look at the plan. To address the affordable housing crisis in the city, 75% of the ARPA funds will be allocated to affordable housing and support. The city received the Housing Champion Award from the Florida Housing Coalition, which recognizes the city for dedicating the highest percentage of COVID-19 state and local fiscal recovery funds from the ARPA to affordable housing. What might that housing assistance look like? Financial assistance toward things like new housing units, shelters for families in need, and additional supportive services. With the rest of the funds, the plan addresses mental health challenges and food insecurity. 25% of the ARPA funds will be used to develop projects that treat root causes of these conditions and situations. Things like food security programs, mental health counseling, youth development and nonprofit funding, and other neighborhood services. For more information about the city's use of ARPA funds, visit stpete.org/ARPA.
My name is Chan Srinivasa, and I'm the first African American city clerk for the city of St. Petersburg, Florida. To me, a trailblazer is someone who sets out on a journey to accomplish something. An individual who sees a path or has a path, and even though obstacles may be in their way, they find ways to get beyond those to reach their goal. To me, that's a trailblazer. I began my career 24 years ago on January 26, 1998. It was a cold, rainy day. I started in the Parks and Recreation Department as a temporary employee on the waterfront, cutting grass and maintaining our parks. Throughout there, I developed as an individual, as a person, but also as an employee of the city of St. Petersburg. And from there, in 2014, I was appointed as the city clerk for the city of St. Petersburg. The city clerk is a very responsible role. Not only are we responsible for the legislative issues of city council, but also our city elections. If you look at the history of how elections are, and being the first African American to hold the role of city clerk in conducting our elections in the city of St. Petersburg, it's a significant role because that within itself is literally setting some type of trail for others to follow as well. It dawned on me the day that I got appointed that I'm the first. And being the first, you always want to be the best at what it is that you do. Failure is never an option for me. If obstacles come, you strategize and you adapt and you go beyond them. Personally, my grandfather, a gentleman by the name of Josh Stanford, the greatest influence in my life. Professionally, there were two individuals, Thomas Jet Jackson and Clarence Scott. Jet taught me the importance of community and showing compassion towards people and always making your presence known. Clarence taught me the significance of being not necessarily a perfectionist, but doing your best and also reaching back, helping others, and never forgetting where you came from. St. Pete is progressing, and we're becoming a more diverse and inclusive community. And it says a lot about the character of the people of the city of St. Petersburg, that we look beyond someone's skin color, but we look at the content of their character. To me, that's what it says.
We're here at the Shell Dash Townhomes ribbon cutting, where 10 homeowners were given the keys to their homes, and it's the first project like this for Habitat in St. Petersburg. And 10 lives now are going to move forward into home ownership. It's a great day.
Our families go through a lot to get to a day like today. After being accepted into our program, these families take 38 homebuyer education classes, teaching them everything they need to know to be a successful homeowner. We cover topics from budgeting to home maintenance and even how to be a good neighbor. They also put in between 350 and 450 sweat equity hours on our construction sites, including their own home.
It represents all the hard work and dedication that I've endured over this past year. I am greatly proud of myself going through this journey. At times I thought I could not, but I am here.
Through a partnership, the city put in more than $1 million from the South St. Pete CRA, donated the land, and Habitat is providing an interest-free mortgage. So it's an intentional effort to have affordable housing right here, just south of Tropicana Field, for folks who make our city work, and that's why it's important.
The average median price of a townhome in the city of St. Petersburg is over $650,000 right now. So to have a home made affordable to these families at $279,000 with a zero interest mortgage, it'll keep these homes forever affordable for these families as they move in.
We have 50 more just south of here on the 18th Avenue corridor that we're working with Habitat on, and those will come to fruition. So folks need to understand that the process takes time, but we're dedicated to making sure it moves forward.
$2 million visitors, 26 acres of waterfront. The St. Pete Pier, a district alive with activity. Outdoor spaces, Spa Beach Park, Family Park, the Glazer Playground, the Splash Pad, Coastal Thicket Boardwalk, Fishing Deck. 6 buildings, 7 restaurants, retail, a museum, a marine education center, 25 boat slips, public art everywhere you look. More than 100 events each year, concerts, festivals, pop-ups, fitness classes, and holiday celebrations. And behind it all, thoughtful design. Accessible, sustainable, resilient. Protecting our seagrass, recycling oyster shells, planning for sea level rise. The pier is more than a landmark. It's our waterfront gathering place, where St. Pete comes together.
What do you know about the Coliseum? That was a boom time development, wasn't it?
It was pretty much the place where people went.
Sure.
For entertainment. I mean, you hear some of the stories of the bands that played there, and it was amazing.
Most of the big white swing bands, I think, played there. And because it was in the segregation area, the counterpart in the black community was on 22nd Street South with the Manhattan Casino.
Correct.
And of course, they had all the big name bands come there and play as well.
The Coliseum in the 20s and 30s was kind of like the Amalie Arena of today, where everybody who was anybody musically performed there. But didn't some of the acts perform at the Coliseum and then that same night leave and go play at the
Absolutely,
Manhattan?
they sure did. And sometimes they would gather for impromptu jam sessions in people's houses, I'm told.
That's very cool.
Yes, it is.
District 1 is located west of 49th Street North, from 7th Avenue South to 40th Avenue North. It's where the city meets Bogosiega Bay. I'm Councilmember Copley Gertis, your representative for District 1. Standing here by the baseball fields at Northwest Park has a special meaning to me. This is the park where I spent my childhood racing in the pool, playing youth baseball growing up, and where countless residents have enjoyed all kinds of outdoor activities. Northwest Park is also the home to the J.W. Cate Rec Center. District 1 is filled with an abundance of beautiful large parks. Residents can enjoy a run around Walter Fuller Park, the boardwalks, water views from Abercrombie Park, or a round of frisbee golf at Azalea Park. Swimming pools, dog parks, walking trails, outdoor gym facilities, and more serve whatever you seek this side of town. I love that the neighborhoods surrounding the parks, such as Jungle Prada and Jungle Terrace, inherit the lush landscape and wildlife we love within the park system. As if these parks aren't enough to keep you in touch with nature, some of the best beaches in the world are a quick drive or a bike ride away. The proximity between the Gulf beaches and downtown St. Pete make this part of St. Pete one of a kind. This side of St. Petersburg has become a mecca for local shops and restaurants like Alessia, Two Graces, the Wheelhouse, and the Nosh Pit. With long-standing institutions like St. Pete College, St. Pete Catholic High School, and Admiral Farragut all help support the diverse culture throughout District 1. There's no denying the vibrant display of energy, nature, neighborhoods, and great local businesses when you spend a little time in District 1.
Food has always been a passion of mine. My passion from food comes from my grandfather. It was really just born out of the fact that I believe that he wanted to show us the world, and he did that through everyone's different cuisines. So like we would have really elaborate holiday parties, and we would have like Thanksgivings would be all designated towards like a different country, and he wanted to introduce us to that country, and it was through their food. So one of the things, we had a Japanese spread. I was not vegan at that point, but just the art of the cuisine, I was able to like eat with my eyes, and it just made me fall in love with sushi. When I went vegan, I realized I couldn't have sushi anymore. So it kind of started with a cookbook, and I did a pop-up, and then we were sold out, and then I kind of just went from there. I just did pop-ups, markets, and festivals, and I started delivering sushi to people's houses, and it kind of just caught on. I thought to myself, it would be nice to have a place, like a home base, where everyone can come to me, and then also, again, give vegans the experience of what sushi is. Being in St. Pete, I feel like everything is happening on Central. I feel like Central is where a lot of businesses want to be. On a normal day, we would like we would go through 4 pots of rice, and that was like a great day. And now coming to the new space, like we're going through like 8, 9, 10 pots of rice in one night, which is like, for us, is crazy.
We're here for the ribbon cutting for the reopening of our Florida Holocaust Museum. It's been a long-awaited upgrade, and the exhibits really speak to the atrocities that happened during World War II and that actually are happening now after October 7th. It's great to have that shining light of truth right here in St. Pete. I really was touched by the Thor exhibit, which was a Danish boat that was used to move folks into safety, and the whole story behind that. That is something that really sticks in my mind about in the midst of a war when millions of folks were losing their lives, individuals made a choice to do what they could do.
Today, we thank the courageous people of Denmark who saved our parents' lives and the lives of over 7,200 Jews by ferrying them to safety in Sweden. This history and having Thor in our midst reminds us that doing the right thing begins with ordinary people like you and me, one person at a time.
What we really hope this experience lends for all the people who come visit us is to learn the lessons of the Holocaust and to realize that forms of bigotry and hatred are very terrible for all of us in our society, no matter who they're directed toward.
When I was a 5th grader, I came to this museum as we were reading Anne Frank, and I think about that experience and how important it was to understand that my life was relatively sheltered, but you get to see outside of it. You experience the history of not only the good things, but the bad. And it really forms who you're gonna be early, what kind of person you wanna be. Places like the Florida Holocaust Museum, I think, help form the person I am today. I hope it does it for generations on. That's what history does.
I started this company almost 20 years ago out of my parents' garage. Growing year after year after year, you eventually, can grow out of a garage space really quickly. Scooter Cardoza with Trinity Graphics. I'm the owner here, and we do screen printing, embroidery, and promotional products. One of my long-term goals was to have a brick and mortar space. It took us a little over 12 years, but we got this space. Talk about a, kind of like a life-changing moment. We print lots and lots and lots of t-shirts. And then as far as like on the embroidery side, anything you can think of, we can accomplish with putting a logo or a brand on. One of the aspects of screen printing is reclaiming the screens, so you can basically reuse the screen over and over and over and over again. We had about 150 of the wood frames, and thought it would be really cool to do a screen wall. So each screen has some sort of sentimental, meaning behind it. We love what we do, so we're just going to continue to put out, a great product that we stand behind. It's really cool to have a team that believes and has the same passion and will, go the extra mile to do whatever it takes to get the job done. There's been a big push for keeping St. Pete local. It's been amazing to feel that love from the community and local businesses that will allow us to thrive in the community for another 20 years.
Today was a ribbon cutting for the Barack Obama Main Library in the city of St. Petersburg. I think it's a fitting tribute to President Obama and his commitment to education and knowledge, and it was really well received. I'm told over 1,000 folks came out here today, and just the joy and the energy from folks really reflected what St. Pete is about.
I could not be more excited. This is not just my district, this is my neighborhood. A big reason we chose this area was because we're so close to the library. My wife and I are avid readers. I'm really excited to be able to walk to such an amazing resource. It'll be full of programming.
I want the community, both our residents and our visitors, to wear the hinges out in this facility. This facility is so much more than just books. We've got 3D printers, we have engravers, we really have something for everyone at this facility.
You can tell there was a lot of attention paid to the small details, and that's what really makes a big difference. From the artwork that's on the wall to the flooring, just little things that when they all come together create magic, and I think that's what you see here.
After 5 years of having the facility closed, it is so exciting to be able to open this facility. I've had the privilege of walking through it numerous times, and to know that everybody that was in front of me was going to get to see it for the first time this morning, Christmas morning is the only way I can describe it.
The same moment I looked at the lake and the back doors of this library, a smile came over to my face and a calmness came over my soul. And I imagined generations to come finding a safe, unbelievably beautiful place to learn, to explore, and to grow. And in that moment, I felt the weight and joy of what this library represents to all of us here in the city of St. Petersburg, and a place of hope for our future. Thank you, and congratulations.
This is the municipal gateway to education. You can come here to learn to read, you can learn to socialize, you can get on a computer if you don't have something like that at home. It's really just an asset that shows high quality public goods can be delivered by your local government, and that's what we're doing here.
This library clearly has been designed not only for the way people are using libraries today, which is very different, but you can tell there was a lot of thought into planning for the future and how libraries will continue to evolve.
We're going to have the next leaders of our city and nation for generations start here at the main library, just like I did and many others did. So this is one of the best investments we can make in our city. Come down, get your library card, and build your journey to success right here.
I look at Woodlawn as probably the most neighbor-friendly, kid-friendly neighborhood that I've ever lived in. It's a wonderful neighborhood to grow up in. I wish I was a kid growing up in this neighborhood.
It's a real family-oriented community, super close to downtown, and it's just kind of one of those picturesque, nice, quaint little neighborhoods.
I think what was really cool about the neighborhood is it's different compared to a lot of the other neighborhoods where part of it is on the circles. So as soon as we drove in on the neighborhood looking for a house, I just knew that this neighborhood had kind of some extra character to it.
Woodlawn has got a circular style to it, design to it, and you can see from some of these old pictures that there really is a circle or an oval to Woodlawn neighborhood.
My favorite part of the day is driving home. You turn onto our street from MLK, and there's beautiful oak trees, blooming crepe myrtles, and then there's a park. We have a park just at the end of our street. So here in Woodlawn, we have 3 public parks within our community.
We use those parks a lot for our garage sale in the fall. There's cookouts that go on in those neighborhood parks, and they become very handy.
And that's where we have all of the holiday events, all of our neighborhood events, potlucks, things like that. But then on the weekends, you could just kind of go out there and hang out. So I worked out in the park, take my dog to the park. There's a basketball hoop for the neighborhood kids to hang out.
As the fall and into the winter and into the holiday season, every one of those little pocket parks gets used for certain events.
Christmas caroling going on during Christmas. There's an Easter egg hunt through the neighborhood. Halloween is huge in this neighborhood.
And then Halloween, you forget about it. It is crazy around here.
Woodlawn likes to party.
So, like everything, trees come and go, and a lot of the trees in this neighborhood are laurel oaks, and they've got a time period of about 70 years in their lifespan. And we realized early on that the trees in this neighborhood were going to go away. What we did several years ago as part of a grant is got additional oak trees planted in several of those quadrant parks, just to give a little shade so it's not as hot during the summer. And I would guarantee that 50 years from now, 100 years from now, the folks that are living here in these houses will be looking at those trees, wondering who planted them, and gosh darn it, they got to be getting old. Maybe we need to think about putting some new ones in.
There's so many generations of families here, old houses, new houses, young families, families that have been here for 20 years. But amidst all that, it's just a really cool community feel.
When we saw this house, as scary as it was, we knew it was the house just based on coming into the neighborhood and feeling so welcomed.
And the other interesting thing is about the folks that live in Woodlawn, the majority of them are very passionate about living here.
It's just a very outgoing and nice community.
Hi, I'm Sarah De La Torre. I'm a firefighter paramedic with St. Petersburg Fire Rescue, and I'm here to talk to you today about being wise with your lithium-ion batteries before, during, and after the storm. So first of all, you want to make sure before the storm that your batteries are fully charged just in case we lose power. You want to make sure that you have good quality batteries, and you want to make sure that they're not damaged, that they're not swollen, leaking, or cracked. You want to make sure that anything with a lithium-ion battery, such as e-bikes, cars, even your power tools, that they're moved up and to higher ground, and preferably that they're out of your home and away from your property. A lot of times when the salt water mixes with these batteries, that's how fires begin, even up to 2 weeks after exposure to the water. Well, during a storm, this could result in a structure fire, and the fire department may not be able to get to you to put that fire out. So it's important to always get that to higher ground and away from your property. Have a plan for your electric operated devices or vehicles. In the event of a battery fire, water will not help, so don't use water. Make sure that you use either a Class B extinguisher or an ABC dry chem extinguisher. As a pro tip, make sure to follow @StPFL for all your up-to-date information before, during, and after a storm.
It's hard to imagine a time before sunken gardens existed in St. Petersburg. You would have to go back more than a century to see the land as it once was, a sinkhole. In 1911, George Turner Sr. and his wife Eula purchased 4.1 acres of land 1 mile north of the emerging city center. Due to the sinkhole on site, the land sat 15 feet below street level. But George, a plumber by trade, had an idea. He devised his own terracotta tile system, effectively draining the sinkhole, leaving behind a rich, mucky soil. Perfect conditions for his favorite hobby, gardening. Living a good life with lots of luck in the Florida real estate world, the Turners were doing well. However, after a series of hurricanes and freezes in the area and the downturn of the real estate business in 1926, the Turners were soon left with just the garden. And to make ends meet, they opened a fruit and vegetable stand. Soon, neighbors began to stroll through George's tropical garden, enjoying an array of plants from around the world. In 1934, Mr. Turner began charging 15 cents to enter his subtropical paradise of royal palms, banana trees, coffee plants, and more. It's hard to imagine the old sinkhole site would become a natural paradise. For 3 generations, the Turners ran Sunken Gardens for almost a century, building a world-renowned attraction complete with beauty contests, celebrities, models, flamingos, and other exotic animals. A lot can happen in 100 years. Freezes, economic downturns, and a breed of new amusement parks opening close by. So, in 1989, the Turner grandsons put Sunken Gardens up for sale. And 10 years later, the residents of St. Petersburg voted for a one-time tax increase so the city itself could purchase the gardens. This tropical oasis still stands as one of Florida's oldest and last remaining roadside attractions. Thanks to generations of the Turner family's dedication, a community grassroots effort, and a bit of luck.
Fire Tech Echo, Engine 5, District 10, District 5, Engine 4, structure fire.
If you truly want to be part of the best, then St. Pete Fire Rescue is for you.
I love this job. We have no idea what's gonna happen every shift. We just go to work. We don't know when the wind's gonna come.
When the public calls on us, it's normally their darkest times and their darkest moments, and they depend on us.
We have to trust each other. In a fire, all we have is the team.
You know, we go into some very dangerous situations sometimes, so we need that feeling like there's someone there right along with you.
The spectrum of how we positively impact every person in our community is huge.
St. Petersburg Fire Rescue responds to over 60,000 calls per year. Of those 60,000 calls per year, over 70% are medically related.
We are fire and EMS. We are one team together, but we also have a lot of other avenues that a firefighter or firefighter paramedic can progress in their career.
St. Petersburg has specialty teams, technical rescue team, a dive team, and the hazardous materials team. So it's above and beyond the normal fire training that you get.
It takes a hardworking, selfless person with some good moral character. There's a lot of pride in this job and a lot of tradition that comes with it as well.
We're called to keep the citizens safe, but also keep each other safe. And you have to have that passion, that want to, that drive to not only do better, but be better.
I joined the military. I became a firefighter in the Air Force. It was a natural progression from the military service to a paramilitary organization such as St. Pete Fire Rescue.
The fire department is a semi-military organization, so we take direction through a chain of command. We train to an exhaustive level. We feel that the more you train, the better prepared you are to go.
I went through the cadet program. It was an awesome opportunity. Not only do they take you under their wing, they pay for your education, fire academy and EMT school.
We depend on each other. We live in an intimate setting. We live like in a house, and we're very much like a nuclear family.
It's brothers and sisters. We have our fun times. We like to play with each other. Best parts are always lunch and dinner, because when everyone sits at the table, we go over how our 2 days were when we got off. see what everyone's doing.
It's where you grow as a person. You kind of learn life lessons. Camaraderie is very important. It makes the job easier, not so much of a job.
You know, we're here every third day, so we treat this just like we treat our house. We have to clean the bathrooms just like we clean the bathrooms. Take out the trash, make sure it looks good. Clean the trucks, inventory the trucks. You take care of it just like you take care of your home.
Every station has gym with full equipment.
The department's training division is very involved in health and fitness initiative.
We have an extensive behavioral health program. We assess risk within the fire department in 3 main areas. One is behavioral health, physical fitness, and on-the-job duties that we do, and then in training.
In St. Petersburg Fire Rescue, it's important to us to have a fire response service that reflects the community that we serve.
St. Petersburg is a very diverse city, and we can all work to reach a common goal together.
We've had folks that come to us and reach out to us, and that's the kind of trust we're looking for with our public.
One of our biggest programs is our Home Safe program, which provides free smoke alarm installations to City of St. Petersburg homeowners. Another big component is public education and community outreach. We provide public education on fire safety and injury prevention to citizens of all ages.
To me, being on the front lines as a first responder, I'm blessed every single day. There's no better feeling when you lay your head down at night and you're like, wow, I really had a hand in helping.
It's hard work, but it's hard work towards doing something great.
I know for a fact that I work for a really good fire department. It's an extreme honor.
You want to do something you love, this is the place. If you want to be the best, this is the place. You can't get any better place to work.
I'm Dan Gulick. Join our team.
Hola, me llamo Teresa Bieber Rishi. Únete a nosotros.
제 이름은 김희경입니다. 세인트 피터스버그 소방관에 가입하세요.
I am Aaron Walton. Join our team.
Hey guys, Ken Wells here again on our Sunrunner tour. Today I'm with Catherine Woods, who was the artist that did so much of the work that you'll see at the stops. Thank you for joining us, Catherine.
Oh, my pleasure.
Tell us a little bit about what the art means.
Absolutely. Since St. Pete is such a mural city, if you took all the glasses out of all the shelters and put them together, it kind of looks like a mural, a continuous mural. If you take the glasses and where they are at all the 16 stops, they all relate to the neighborhood. It's like the welcoming front porch to the community and the neighborhood that it's in.
What's the message you want to convey to folks who might be from out of town that see that?
I just want them to feel the joy of St. Petersburg. The colors are joyful, the way the sun comes through it's a very happy thing, and I just want them to feel that.
And what drew you to this project in the first place? How'd you become
Oh my gosh,
involved?
how could you say no to that big canvas? There's 2 glasses per station, and each one is 5 foot by 7 foot, 16 stations, so that's a lot of glass, and that's a lot of chance to get a message across and do a lot of beautiful color.
Well, thank you. It's beautiful art.
My pleasure.
And it tells the story of St. Petersburg.
It does.
Thank you, Catherine.
My pleasure.
District 8 is located from the interstate to Tyrone Boulevard and runs north to south from Central Avenue to 40th Avenue North. I'm Richie Floyd, your council member for District 8. I'm standing along the shores of Jorgensen Lake Park, located directly behind our main public library, a place where students and residents throughout our city have visited and utilized over the decades and still frequent to this day. The newly renovated President Barack Obama Main Library will be an impressive, well-known asset to all in our community. Another major landmark in District 8 is St. Pete High. This highly rated school, built back in 1926, has served as a campus for generations of Green Devils in the Sunshine City. You haven't experienced all of St. Pete if you haven't stopped by Mazzaro's Italian Market. This true Italian market serves as a destination for lunch, fresh roasted coffee and beverages, and homemade pasta. District 8 is also home to one of our best business districts, Grand Central, with plenty of places to eat and shop. Grand Central was also the birthplace of St. Pete Pride and the Pride Parade, and still plays a role in our city's annual Pride events. If you're looking to escape the grind of the city, this district also features several city parks, including Gladden Park and Booker Creek Park, which includes new pickleball courts. District 8 has the right mix of people, neighborhoods, parks, shopping, and culture. In a lot of ways, it's the best representation of what St. Pete is all about.
District 3 spans parts of eastern and northeastern St. Pete. Bordered to the east by Tampa Bay, it's a slice of everything that makes St. Pete special. Vibrant neighborhoods, convenient city amenities, and abundant access to nature. Hi, I'm Mike Harding, your City Council member for District 3. Here in District 3, we have 18 parks, including Shore Acres Mini Park, where I'm standing today. From intimate neighborhood spaces, like this one, to larger destinations like Fossil Park, there's something for everyone. Want to visit Willis S. Johns Rec Center? Got it. Pickleball courts? Absolutely. Skate park? Check. And yes, there's a pool too. We're also home to the newest rec center in the city, Shore Acres Rec Center, with 6 swimming pool lanes, 2 diving boards, and spaces for community gatherings. It's become a central hub for the neighborhood. Looking for golf lessons or just a place to hit a bucket of balls? Visit Mangrove Bay Golf Course, where you'll find a full pro shop and the Cypress Links Par 3 course right next door. But what I love most about District 3 are the neighborhoods. I grew up right here in Shore Acres, spending my grass cutting money at an arcade and pizza joint where LCC's middle school campus now stands. Shore Acres is a tranquil waterfront community. Like its neighbor Snell Isle, it's just 5 minutes from the buzz of downtown, but feels worlds apart. Drive 5 minutes west and you'll wind through the hilly, tree-lined streets of Allendale. Hard to believe you're still in St. Pete. District 3 is also packed with amenities. We've got a boat ramp, 2 fire stations, a library, a water plant, a brush site, and 25 bridges. Sports organizations like Northeast Little League and the St. Pete Raiders Soccer Club are woven into our community. And yes, you'll find me refereeing youth soccer on the weekends. That's what District 3 is all about. Family-friendly neighborhoods, plenty of outdoor space, and top-notch city services. It's where I grew up, and it's where my wife and I raise our daughters today.
So Bobby, I have heard the origin story of your relationship with Jamie and how that kept you here, but I don't think I've ever heard why you wanted to start the studio.
Well, you know, that's a very good question, but I think it stemmed more from, somebody told me this years later, that Jamie was just trying to find something for me to do. Because Dave Ellis and myself, we had not fully formed what the studio would be. And Jim was out looking for a building, found this place, and we were calling it a theater, but not necessarily. And I had never run a nonprofit before. I've worked for dozens of them, but I'd never run one. And so I think it was a convergence of several things, and we just grew into it being what we now understand to be the studio, which is something David Ellis and myself never did an elevator speech or the one sound bite. It's many things. Lately, people have been calling it St. Petersburg's living room, which sounds nice. It's a home for the visual and performing arts, but it's evolved. But we never had a specific defining, we're gonna do this. It just evolved.
Hey guys, Ken Welch, Mayor of St. Petersburg. Now I'm with Dex Fabian, the publisher of I Love the Burg. Thank you for being here with us on our Sunrunner tour. Tell us how this changes life in St. Petersburg.
Coming from New York, it's one of the things I missed was mass transit. And I think having something like the Sunrunner now actually happening in St. Pete after so long, it's a game changer. Riding it today got us from point A to point B so much faster. Don't have to worry about parking. It just makes life so much easier for locals and even tourists.
And I think it helps us to change the culture. We really don't have a transit culture here.
Yeah, so I think this is a good starting point for more developments in our mass transit system.
Thank you for being with us, Dex. We'll talk to you next time on our Sunrunner Tour. Vice Chair Lisette Hanowitz. Thank you all for being here. Any other council members? Don't want to miss any. And certainly thanks to our St. Pete team who are here today. It is really hard to believe that 1 year ago today, we were facing the impacts of Hurricane Helene. And just 2 weeks after that, we would be gearing up again to respond to Hurricane Milton. I remember sitting in the Emergency Operations Center with our city staff, working through every single contingency from evacuations to sheltering and recovery, and thinking about what our city would look like after these storms passed. I remember the sound of the winds outside our EOC through the night as Hurricane Helene made its way through our city and through our state. I recall our teams moving out for first push as soon as the storm passed. And I recall surveying the damage with our team very early the next morning after Helene passed and seeing debris and flooding and impact like I have never seen. We met with our residents and saw the stress and devastation in their faces as they began the monumental task of rebuilding their lives. I even remember getting a briefing from our emergency management team that despite all of that, we were going to see another hurricane in just 13 days. At that time, I wasn't sure what the future of our city would look like, but I knew that we would be committed to the long road to recovery for our community. These hurricanes changed our community forever. In those 2 weeks, we experienced record levels of storm surge, damage, and debris. Our community hasn't faced anything like this before. However, it's in the immediate aftermath of these hurricanes that we saw the true spirit of St. Pete. Our neighbors moved into action and began helping people haul debris off their property. Organizations were hosting food and supply drives for anyone impacted by storms. It was truly incredible watching the community band together after back-to-back storms. We're here at Tropicana Field today to reflect on the last year since Hurricanes Helene and Milton. As you can see behind me, we've made great progress on Tropicana Field repairs in the last year, and I want to thank our staff for their hard work. I'll provide a brief update on those repairs later in my remarks. Also, later in the press conference, we will recognize some of the remarkable individuals and organizations that displayed true community spirit and innovation in their recovery efforts. These individuals and organizations identified a need in the community during the initial aftermath of the storms, and in the last year have since developed that idea into a larger effort or program to better serve the community for future disasters. The people we are recognizing today demonstrate the true spirit of what We Are St. Pete truly means. In addition to our one-year recognition, we'll also provide an update on our long-term recovery efforts to date and highlight Fire Rescue's new high water rescue vehicles. In terms of long-term recovery, we know it will take years to fully recover from the back-to-back storms of 2024. Long-term recovery is a massive and complex undertaking that will take some time. In the initial aftermath of the storms, our focus was on immediate short-term recovery. This work included things like finding short-term housing for impacted residents, removing debris throughout the city, and facilitating recovery funding for our community. We took extraordinary efforts in our initial response, including establishing the We Are St. Pete Fund and establishing a hometown recovery haulers program. I'm proud of those efforts and the work our city team did in the initial aftermath of the storms. However, in the last year, we've also made incredible strides in our long-term recovery efforts. Long-term recovery will require perseverance. Our city team has made this their priority in the last year, and I'm proud to discuss just some of the work that they've accomplished today. To date, we've secured approximately $40 million in reimbursements from FEMA. We've received reimbursements for projects that included debris removal, emergency protective services, and other actions taken from the hurricanes. In addition to our FEMA reimbursements, we've received approximately $13.9 million in insurance payments to date. To date, that's a total of approximately $54 million secured to help our city recover. We continue to work with the Florida Division of Emergency Management and FEMA to secure additional reimbursements for our remaining projects. We also successfully launched the Sunrise St. Pete program with $159.8 million in funding from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. And we are one of only 2 Florida cities to receive direct funding. The Sunrise St. Pete program will support housing, infrastructure, and community recovery. This program was developed with input from the community to ensure it accurately reflects the recovery needs of St. Pete. In August, our draft action plan was approved by HUD, and we are now working to finalize our grant agreement. We plan to bring that agreement to City Council on October 2nd for acceptance and appropriation. Following approval, the grant agreement will then be sent to HUD. Once our grant agreement is finalized, we will expect the initial Sunrise St. Pete programs to launch in early 2026. The programs expected to launch are residential recovery and elevation programs and our disaster relief reimbursement program. In compliance with federal requirements, Sunrise St. Pete prioritizes income-eligible homeowners, ensuring that 70% of the funds benefit low to moderate income households. More information on Sunrise St. Pete is available at sunrisestpete.org. In the last year, we've also been focused on increasing our infrastructure strength and resiliency against future disasters. The impacts from last year's hurricanes made it painfully evident that the impacts of climate change have exceeded prior projections and that we needed to adapt our plan. This time last year, we were concerned about our city facilities' ability to handle the record-predicted storm surge and how seriously our facilities would be damaged or even made inoperable. We do not want to be in that position again. So in response, we launched the St. Pete Agile Resilience Plan, or SPAR, to accelerate resiliency projects designed to harden the city's infrastructure. We've already made significant progress on some of these projects, and I'd like to highlight a few. The aqua fence at Lift Station 85, installing flood panels at the Northeast Water Treatment Facility, installing mobile pumps and trailers at lift stations throughout the city, launching our private lateral rebate program, and elevating critical equipment at our water reclamation facilities. These accomplishments barely scratch the surface of what Public Works has been working on and has accomplished. And I encourage you to view the full list of SPAR projects on our website at stpete.org/SPAR, S-P-A-R, and learn more about how the city is working to increase our resiliency against future disasters. I also want to provide a quick update on our post-disaster emergency permits. As one of the last municipalities to waive permit fees for post-disaster emergency permits, we've waived $2.9 million in permit fees to date. We've issued more than 14,500 post-disaster emergency permits. The total construction value from our post-disaster emergency permits is approximately $299 million. We anticipate that we'll be back to normal blue sky review times by the end of this month. And finally, let's talk about Tropicana Field repairs. We all remember that picture of the roofless Tropicana Field Stadium after the storms. That image really captures the violence of the storms and the significance of the impact. However, a year later, we have made significant progress on our repairs and anticipate the stadium will be ready for the 2026 season. I've been able to get a behind-the-scenes look at the repairs, and I truly admire the workers who you probably see working now, who are fearlessly repairing this roof and very skillfully. 6 roof panels have been successfully installed. I thought I counted 7 on the way in. I know they're working on 2. Are we up to 8? Up to 8. In terms of non-roof repairs, we've submitted permit drawings for interior repairs, and those are currently under review. We anticipate that the roof installation will be completed by the end of the year, and will start on turf installation and other major interior work at that time. And again, we anticipate the entire project will be completed by April 2026. And kudos to our team and our contractors. In closing, overall, you'll see it's been a busy year since Hurricanes Helene and Milton impacted our community. I want to thank our city staff for their dedication, tenacity, and perseverance. They've worked to rebuild our community as many were rebuilding their own lives and homes. They've accomplished this monumental feat while also balancing their other everyday responsibilities in the city. We will never forget the lasting impacts these storms had on St. Pete, and I'm honored to be here with you today as we reflect on the last year. I'll now turn it over to Fire Rescue Chief Watts, who has some exciting things to share regarding our brand new high-water rescue vehicles. And after Chief Watts, we'll hear from our Chair Copley Gertis to highlight some of the community innovators that I mentioned earlier. It's been a long year. It's been a productive year. I couldn't be more proud of our St. Pete team. We are St. Pete. Chief Watts.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning. Good morning. 1 year after Hurricane Helene challenged our community, St. Petersburg Fire Rescue is proud to announce a significant upgrade in our ability to serve our community during future storms. Helene brought unprecedented high water rescues, which highlighted the need for enhanced capabilities. That experience drove change, leading to the acquisition of these specialized high water rescue vehicles. These vehicles are true game changers, designed specifically to meet the unique needs of our community in high water conditions. Equipped with lift gates, they provide a safe and stable way to transfer our citizens, especially those with mobility challenges, and they also ensure a safer working environment for our responders. These multifaceted vehicles dramatically improve our service. They can move through flooded neighborhoods, establish critical water supplies in areas cut off from traditional resources, and safely transport residents and responders. We're strategically deploying these vehicles based on historical data and can reposition them rapidly as conditions evolve. This investment directly addresses the lessons of Hurricane Helene, ensuring that when our city faces rising waters again, your St. Petersburg Fire Rescue is more capable, more flexible, and more resilient. For you, our residents, this means faster and safer rescues and greater peace of mind, knowing that your St. Petersburg Fire Rescue is prepared to better serve your needs in any emergency. St. Petersburg Fire Rescue stands ready, stronger, safer, and more capable than ever before. I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to everyone involved who played a role in securing these essential vehicles for our community. And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Council Chair Gertis.
Good morning, everybody. So before I start my comments, I want you to do me a favor. I want you to close your eyes. And I want you to think about a year ago this morning. And I want you to imagine, maybe you were lucky enough to wake up in your own bed that morning. But there were some people who woke up in their bed and water was on their floor. They were on their kitchen counters. Maybe they were miles away at a friend's house or a VRBO or a hotel because they evacuated. Some of the staff here today woke up in EOC. Our emergency management department were out in the streets inspecting to make sure that it was safe for our residents to use those roads, to get to a hospital, to get to food, to get to gas. That's what that morning looked like. Now fast forward to this morning. The sun's out. It's a beautiful day, right? but we still have people not in their homes. We still have people in campers in their front yards and VRBOs on friends' couches. Let us not forget that. Let us not forget that. It's hard to believe that it's already been a year since Hurricane Helene. And while we're still finding our footing from that storm, Hurricane Milton struck soon after. For many of us, it feels just like yesterday. And in truth, the impacts of both Helene and Milton are still being felt across our community, just like I said a second ago. Even today, many are still recovering, rebuilding, and working to put their lives back together. First, I want to begin by recognizing my colleagues at City Council who have demonstrated time and time again their ability to come together, focus on the issues at hand, and ensure our city recovers stronger than before. And these trucks, Tropicana Field behind you, are just a few examples, and I'll talk about a few more in a minute. That spirit of unity has been essential in guiding our community through some of its most difficult days. I remember driving around the city the day after Helene, and specifically in District 1, I saw firsthand the damage these storms did to the hearts and souls of our community, not just their homes and their property. It was astounding. And in that moment, it became very clear to me just how much work lay ahead of us. But in that immense uncertainty, I saw something truly remarkable. Neighbors helping neighbors clean up their yards. Strangers checking in on one another. Acts of kindness and generosity beyond compare. In a moment that could have felt dark and overwhelming, the best of humanity shined through in the city of St. Petersburg, like the sunshine did the next morning after the storm. And Mayor, I have to say, Sunrise St. Pete is the perfect name for our disaster recovery dollars because the sun will continue to rise in St. Petersburg. Fast forward a year. I couldn't be more proud of staff. I will double down on this. I could not be more proud of staff. The departments across the city, there are too many to name, that went day after day, hour after hour, minute after minute to make sure that our community was safe, is one of the most remarkable things I have ever seen in my life. I want to give one shout out, like I did a couple of weeks ago, to our codes department. Our codes department in a normal year sees about 35,000 codes violations. This year to date, they are dealing with 55,000 because of continued investment in the storms from a year ago. That means over the last year, they have not been able to do the regular work of their department. They continue to invest on storms that happened a year ago. I could not be more proud of that department. Together, we've removed 2.1 million cubic yards of debris. You've heard me describe that. I won't do it again. We've installed an aqua fence at Lift Station 85. Greenlit high water vehicles. Vice Chair Hanowitz, thank you for your leadership on that. And hardened the Northeast Water Reclamation Facility. You've heard me say it before. It's not how hard you get hit. It's how hard you can take the hit. But our recovery has not been led by government alone. The back-to-back hurricanes demonstrated the strength and resilience of the St. Petersburg community itself. Over the last year, many local organizations have stepped up, finding innovative ways to support families, rebuild neighborhoods, and reimagine what recovery looks like for all of us. Today, I want to highlight some of those recovery innovators who have joined us today, and if you would please stand. Radio St. Pete, Sarah Hips, Show Up Relief Alliance, I Care, Disha Marshall with Kenwood Neighborhood Association, Matt Thorne with Shore Acres Neighborhood Association. Personally, from me, all of you, we could not have done it without you. Frankly, I would not have wanted to do it without you. Thank you for your partnership and your continued investment into the resiliency of this community. The work is not done, but as I look around, I can see the sun rising. I can see things moving forward. And as we carry the lessons we've leaned into today, into the future, we continue to shape the decisions that make our city safer, stronger, and more resilient. Thank you.
That concludes our press conference. We'd be happy to take any questions you might have. Hi. You know what? I guess the logistics. Can you say that again, like louder? So we think we've got a handle. It's the high water bills is what you're asking. So we've got a handle on that. It was a combination of metering, the impact where some of the houses were unreadable, old technology that was used for estimating. So that combination really caused that spike. With 95,000 accounts, you're going to have always some high water bills. In fact, we have a bill commission that reviews those. So we think we've got a handle on the causes. In between new meters, the new system, the Tyler system that will replace Naviline, which is a legacy system, we think we've got a handle going forward. And also the changes that we made in the code with City Council's support give us a much more flexibility in dealing on those one-off cases that seem, illogical. Why can't you deal with a $1,000 bill? Well, the code restricted us in some cases. All those things have been in place. So we think we've got a handle on it. There will still be high water bills when you've got almost 100,000 accounts, and we think we've got a way to deal with those on an individual basis. Well, like I said, it's a case-by-case basis. We've done all the things that I just outlined. If someone has an issue, contact my office if you can't get a hold of anyone else, and we'll take a look at it. But each case is really different. We are looking at that as a priority. We've been committed to that, and we'll continue to be committed to it. Yeah. You want to? Okay. Assistant Administrator Tom Green has some comments on that.
Good morning. To the mayor's point, we track and monitor a couple of different metrics with respect to bills. And one of them, or a combination of them, is 2 times and 4 times the 3-month prior average. And so the numbers that we're seeing show that we have normalized to pre-storm readings from, let's take July of 24. The numbers in July of 25 are very similar with respect to 2 times and 4 times the 3 months prior consumption. So we believe that it's normalized. There are certainly cases, individual cases that we're working with customers on, but the 2 times and 4 times has normalized to pre-storm. And we're working through all those individual cases on a case-by-case basis. It's really difficult to answer all of those at one time, but we are working with our customers to address those issues.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Chief?
So I will bring up Deputy Chief Brett Siskowski, who can answer in detail more about the high water vehicles and the number of rescues that we had last year.
Thank you. I'm sorry, from standing over there, I didn't hear your question. If you could just repeat it.
How deep of water can they travel through?
Sure, absolutely. So during Hurricane Helene itself, we had 430 citizens that we rescued using our one high water vehicle that we had at the time, and then we were borrowing from other departments within the city, dump trucks. These vehicles themselves can go into 4 feet of water. As you can see, the exhaust is snorkeled out. So that's the highest safe distance that we can bring these vehicles into. So we have 3 new, and we had 1 existing, and with City Council's assistance, we were able to acquire the 3 new ones for approximately $300,000 2 of the 3 will have fire pumps on them, with the capability of taking that pump off at a moment's notice if we need additional citizen transport units. Yeah, so we did have areas of the city that were inaccessible to our normal fire vehicles, normal fire engines. So adding these to our fleet is going to make us be able to respond to those areas that are flooded out. They do have fire pumps, they do have water tanks, fire hose, and then the ability to draft from a static water supply. So if we're in an area that has standing water, we can drop that drafting strainer in and use that as our hydrant. So the capabilities to attack a fire in those situations, that's something that we've added that we didn't have the capability of before. Milton was a different storm, and we had the unprecedented rain with Milton, but the rescues for Milton was between 75 and 100. Helene, in that 3-hour period, we had 430. We were just inundated.
Mayor, hi. Wanted to ask, I think you mentioned $40 million in FEMA reimbursement. Is any of that for Tropicana Field?
Let me ask Tom to come up and give you the answer on that.
No, none of those are zero of that is for Tropicana Field. We're still in the process of, as you can see, it's under construction. And when this project is completed, then we will have all the information that we can submit to FEMA for reimbursement. But we have been in long time communication with FEMA and the state of Florida, FDEM, to ensure that we're in the right position so that when we are concluded with the project, to submit that for reimbursement.
Okay, so that would be submitted next year.
When the project is completed, yes.
Okay, and is there a limit on, you'd have to get a response within a year or a calendar year, or what's kind of the time frame for reimbursement?
That is a very good question, and it really varies. It is so hard to forecast how quickly projects move through the process. Mayor mentioned in his opening remarks that some of the reimbursements we got were for things that we did prior to the storm. So sometimes those projects move very quickly. On big projects like this, it'll probably take longer just because of all the moving parts and all the different pieces of analysis that needs to go into it.
Okay, thank you. What is the backup plan just in case Tropicana Field is not ready by opening day?
I'm not sure there is one. We're going to do everything we can to make sure it's ready. If it's not, if there's some act of God, then we'll have to adjust to that. But we plan to be ready for, I don't know if it's opening day per se. I think they open at home. Right.
Yeah, home opening.
Right. But everything is on schedule. Don't jinx it, Colleen. But, you know, the plan is to have it ready. If there's an act of God, we'll deal with it.
Okay. And do you have have you met with the new prospective buyers yet, or do you have a meeting scheduled?
As soon as it's appropriate for us to do so, after the sale is finalized, we will.
Are there any other questions?
I think it's a positive development. I know they have a future here through at least 2028. I think they'll probably have a future here beyond that, just given logistics, even if they do want to move. So we're looking forward to having a conversation with them about what their priorities are, what ours are. But this other 60 acres to the east of Brooker Creek, due to our staff's work and the termination agreements, we want to start moving on that and turning this pavement into jobs and housing has been the promise. So I think it's a positive development. We look forward to the conversation. Absolutely.
Mayor, do you have a running list of the repairs done at Tropicana Field? Like what?
I'm sure Beth has all kinds of spreadsheets on that. Absolutely. Any other questions? Yeah. We've done a heck of a lot even before the storms in our permitting office. We had a business process improvement project that, for example, created the ombuds person, had created some online access. That was before the storms. And certainly after that, we've augmented staff. We've done everything we could possibly do, as you know, those examiners and inspectors were in wide demand across the Southeast. So yeah, our team has done a lot to try to meet really an unprecedented need in permitting. Any other questions? I know y'all are hot, but All right, thank you all for being here, and we're moving forward as a city. Thank you. When you look at the top concern for residents in an urban city or even our rural communities, a growing number of Americans list affordable housing at the top of the list. Here in St. Pete, it's no different. I'm standing here at the Shores in South St. Pete with 51 new affordable units made possible by a county-wide collaboration. Understanding the relationship between our quality of life and housing is critical. That's why I'm launching the Housing Opportunities for All plan, an intentional expansion to our existing housing plan that addresses the current state of our city. The plan aims to produce new affordable housing units, preserve existing affordable housing, and protect tenants. Housing Opportunities for All is more than a priority in our administration. It's a foundational part of our mission, a pillar for progress. This year, we've designated more than $40 million to build new affordable housing units and plan to help thousands of residents preserve their current homes over the next several years. We've also implemented powerful protections for renters with our Tenants' Bill of Rights. There is nothing more important to me and our City Council than improving the quality of life for the people of St. Petersburg. And these are just a few examples of the impactful work that's underway right now. I will continue to keep you updated on progress made as we help more families settle into their new homes and stay in their current homes. So working together and listening to each other with our eyes on inclusive progress, we will continue to move the needle on affordable housing. To learn more about the Housing Opportunities for All plan, visit www.stpete.org/affordable housing. We are St. Pete.
It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness. Oh, hi, I didn't see you there. Just brushing up on some of my favorite literary classics. Even if a page turner like this isn't up your alley, did you know our libraries offer so much more than classic books? There's also things like passes to local museums. You can download ebooks onto your Kindle device. And super cool things like a teen gaming program. Visit your local library and see all it has to offer.
Water is an issue in the state of Florida. Do you know where our original water source was?
Back in the day, I believe it came from what we call Mirror Lake today. And back then, because it served as the city's reservoir, they imaginatively called it Reservoir Lake. And it supplied the city water for quite some time. And during the Spanish-American War, there would be troop deployments come over from Tampa to get water from the lake so that they could take back to the troops who were waiting to embark to Cuba.
They did. I remember seeing a newspaper article from the day the ships were leaving Tampa, and it almost became chaotic because a number of the ships that left Tampa had to come to St. Petersburg, take on water, go back to Tampa. The speedier ships wanted to leave Tampa and hurry and invade Cuba, and it became just some craziness in the middle of Tampa Bay there.
It would have been chaotic.
Very chaotic.
Hey, that's my house, and this is my ASMR video about water conservation. I use water wisely. Ever have a drippy sink? You should fix it to not waste water, and also not to go crazy with that dripping noise. Look there, that's my automatic shut-off hose attachment. Super water conservative. Even when nature calls, I call nature and I say, "Hi, I'm conserving water with my high-efficiency tank." Okay, bye. Oh, hey, that's me. Just using my high efficiency washer. Just listen to the sounds of water being conserved. Go to this website to learn more, St. Pete, and do what you can for water conservation.
Welcome to the City of St. Petersburg City Council meeting. Your elected officials are Mayor Ken Welch, District 1 and Council Chair Copley Gertis, District 2 Brandy Gabbard, District 3 Mike Harding, District 4 and Council Vice Chair Lisette Hanowitz, District 5 Deborah Fig Sanders, District 6 Gina Driscoll, District 7 Corey Givens Jr., and District 8 Richie Floyd.
Good afternoon. We're going to call to order the November 13th, 2025 City Council meeting. Could we do a roll call, please?
Harding.
Here.
Hanowitz.
Here.
Sanders.
Here.
Driscoll.
Here.
Givens.
Here.
Floyd. Gertis.
Here.
Here.
Okay, thank you. Today we will have our invocation given by Reverend J.C. Pritchett from the Interdenominational Ministerial Alliance of Florida, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. If everybody would join me in standing.
Let's pray. We approach you, Creator of all, with a spirit of gratefulness. We are grateful that your hand of protection has kept us safe this season from the rains, winds, and power of the hurricane. It could have been another way, but you have kept us. We are grateful for a city government and organizations and individuals who stepped in with food, resources, and kindness during the federal shutdown, layoff, delayed benefits, and paychecks. Thank you for keeping us. It could have been another way. As we approach this season of Thanksgiving, Hanukkah, and Christmas, remind us afresh of how blessed we are, so that we may remain in the spirit of appreciation and gratefulness. Be with those who lead and serve in public service. Be with their families and loved ones. With grateful hearts and minds we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. Rev, thank you for that invocation. Thank you for joining us. Okay, council members, we have an agenda in front of us with the addition of D6B and D8. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on the agenda. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve the agenda passes unanimously.
Okay, council members, we have a consent agenda. Clerk, do we have any cards?
Cards, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we have a consent agenda in front of us. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval. Second.
We have a motion and a second on the consent agenda. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve the consent agenda passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to move into open forum. Clerk, could you please read the rules?
If you wish to address City Council on subjects other than public hearing or quasi-judicial items listed on the agenda, please sign up with the clerk. Only the individual wishing to speak may sign the open forum sheet. Only city residents, owners of property, business owners in the city, or their employees may speak. All issues discussed under open forum must be limited to issues related to the City of St. Petersburg government. If you are speaking to an item on the agenda, you may only speak once during the open forum or when the item comes up on the agenda. In order to provide an opportunity for all citizens to address council, each individual will be given 3 minutes to speak, and after which the microphone will be muted. If you wish to address City Council through the Zoom meeting, you must use the raise hand feature button in the Zoom app or enter *9 on your phone at the time the agenda item is addressed. When it's your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted and asked to state your name and address. And at the conclusion of your comments or when you reach the 3-minute time limit, you will be muted. All raised hands will be lowered after each agenda item. Regardless of the method of participation used, normal rules apply, including the 3-minute time limit on comments, the requirement that any presentation materials must be submitted in advance of the meeting, and the rules of decorum. If live public comment is disrupted by violations of the rules of decorum, the chair is authorized to accept public comment by alternate means, including by email only, and we do have some speakers, Mr. Chair.
Okay, let's call 2 at a time, please.
First two speakers, Professor Perry G. Washington, Ron Diner. Please approach either podium, state your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Are you staying seated, Dr. Washington? We can provide that if you're staying seated with the stand.
ADA over there says that
Dr. Washington, please state your name and your address.
Perry G. Washington. I'm working right here as a human rights, civil rights activist for what I've been doing over 40 years.
Please state your address, Dr. Washington.
5th and 2nd
5th and 2nd what?
Street North.
Thank you.
I want the mic. I had the mic last week. It's necessary for me. Are you going to give it to me or not? I had it last week. This is what is wrong with this city.
Hold on a second, Dr. Washington. Pause the clock, please.
My time is...
I asked them to pause it, Dr. Washington.
Pause
Please
it.
give me a second.
It's been looking away the entire time. Would you like to see the email from ADA? Give me my 3 minutes. Whatever you did last week, do it today.
Dr. Washington, I'd ask that you please be respectful to our employees, okay? We're trying to give you the respect.
First of all, I'm speaking. I'm a man, not a boy.
And I didn't speak to you like one.
No. First of all, you work for me. I don't work for you. I asked what I should already have. Last week I had it. I have to beg for it this week. I'm a man.
Your time has started again, Dr. Washington.
Not at 3 minutes.
I gave you an extra 34 seconds. Please go ahead.
All right. First of all, I was arrested on my own property by the city police because I refused to let a neighbor put a fence in my yard. The city police watched him in his cars destroy my corn fence. I came on the 22nd of March and reported it to you all. I told you 8 months later, before, they would drop it, and they dropped it. One of you, so much concerned about procedure, gonna order they have an investigation behind this tragedy. I'm a United States veteran. I can defend the earth for your name, but cannot defend my property. You crazy. White men do not exist on this earth. The oldest individual on this earth was a black woman 11.5 million years ago. Evidently, there had to be a black man because men make women. Women make men. Telling me my property is not mine, like telling David Fix, Sanders, that we she bought is not hers. I defend your right to be gay. the real racist. You salute that flag, but it is not properly displayed in this room.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Diner. Thanks for pausing
Hello.
so we get the clock right. Thank you.
I'm Ron Diner, and I live on Snell Isle. I'm here to address the mayor's proposed 30-day process to solicit gas plant proposals and his plan to extend it, and to explain why this is not legal, why the responsibility in your capacity as the commissioners of the CRA lies, and this responsibility relies with you. And beyond legality, this is simply how smart cities handle major public land. Let me start with the core fact. The mayor cannot legally initiate this 30-day process without you, and he absolutely cannot extend it. You control the process, and what is being proposed is not legal. And proceeding this way opens up the real possibility of a lawsuit triggered in the best interest of the citizens of St. Pete. Under Statute 163-380, the 30-day notice applies only after the city, meaning you, have already received a determination of fair value, a specific contract the city is prepared to accept, and a redevelopment plan for the 86 acres. You cannot begin the process, you cannot even consider the 30-day notice without having the actual contract in front of you. You must see the price, the public benefits, the developer's obligations, infrastructure responsibilities, et cetera, et cetera. Without that, the process cannot begin legally or practically, and here's the unavoidable truth. You cannot determine fair value without knowing what the land is worth. It is a formal public act by this council, one that requires an appraisal or professional valuation. No CRA in Florida makes a fair value determination without appraisal. No auditor would accept otherwise. No court would uphold otherwise. Yet today there's no contract, no terms, no valuation, no appraisal, and no public interest analysis, so you cannot legally make the determination the statute requires. And without that determination, you cannot legally start the statutory 30-day notice, and you certainly can't extend it. The 30 days are fixed by law. And what about how smart cities do this? Cities that successfully develop major parcels of land plan first, define the public framework, then solicit proposals, then negotiate from strength. And the best CRAs in Florida follow that model. Council, you're the safeguard. You make fair valuation determination. You approve the contract. You adopt the development plan, and you protect the public interest. And you, not the mayor, decides when the process begins. The mayor cannot start the statutory 30-day notice without you. He can't extend it, and you cannot approve a contract that does not exist, especially when none of the information required to determine fair value exists. I urge you to take time to read the statute. Your authority, your responsibility, and the future of the city depends on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next two speakers, please.
Next two speakers, Robin Davido, Ben Winder. Please approach either podium, state your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Hi, thank you. My name is Robin Davido, 4830 Osprey Drive South. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Robin Davido, and I'm here on behalf of the 450 members of the League of Women Voters of the St. Petersburg area. I'm speaking today about the procurement of a private developer for the historic gas plant property. Our request is simple. Go forward, not back, and plan first. As the governing body for the community redevelopment area, the City Council serves as trustee, both for the land and for the financial resources. With that authority comes a legal and fiduciary duty to ensure redevelopment follows the adopted CRA plan. Issuing an RFP before a community-based master plan is complete would, in effect, delegate or diminish that core responsibility. Let's look at the requirements. Under the in-town redevelopment plan, no parcel in the CRA can be sold or leased unless it is consistent with the adopted plan, reflects fair market value, and complies with all zoning, design, and public benefit requirements. The current plan identifies a new baseball stadium, commits $500 million in public funds to a stadium, and leaves an empty outline for everything else. Clearly, it is not compliant. Appraisals must be based on the property's highest and best use. How are we going to determine that without a real master plan? An 80-acre site also requires specific zoning, design standards, and public benefits before any sale or lease can occur. None of those are in place. Many other cities in Florida and elsewhere have taken a smarter path. They hire expert master planners to work with residents, defining street grids, housing types, open spaces, and sustainability standards, as well as financing strategies. Only after that planning is done do they invite developers to submit proposals. The League, along with other community partners, would like to sponsor a City Council workshop to learn from award-winning master planners how other cities have successfully redeveloped public land while protecting taxpayers and earning community trust. Finally, a May 2024 Mason-Dixon poll found that 86% of St. Petersburg voters believe the city should obtain an independent, updated appraisal before selling or leasing this land. The result shows a deep concern about whether taxpayers are getting their full and fair value. Council members, the public is asking you to plan first. Let's move forward, not back. Thank you.
Hello, I am Ben Winder. I live at 765 85th Avenue North, and I'm the pastor of First Baptist Church at 1900 Gandy Boulevard North. I'm coming today to highlight once again for Council the importance that we continue to invest our public dollars in affordable housing for those who make 80% of the area median income or less. I bring this up today because I know there is a new business item that is coming to be suggested to the Housing, Land Use, and Transportation Committee that some of you are aware of, that we would work together to set a goal as our city over the next 5 years to average at least 500 units for those making 80% AMI or less. And I hope that when it comes to the committee and then when it makes it here back to the full council, that each of you will support that. I also want to highlight that much of the conversation has been about whether we do workforce housing. That is subsidizing housing for those making even more than the area median income, up to 120%. And let me encourage you that that is not the same as affordable housing. Research shows from the Schimberg Center and others that the one area of housing that we have a glut of supply of is for those making 100 to 120% of the area median income. We should not be spending public dollars on building more of that. What we need to support is building housing for those making 80% of the area median income or less, because that is where the need is. Thank you for your support of this, and I hope that it will pass quickly so we can continue to build housing for all here in St. Petersburg. Thank you.
Thank you. Next two speakers, please.
Next two speakers, Mr. Chair, Oscar Banks, Luis Ortiz. Please approach either podium, state your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Oscar Banks, 2437 15th Avenue South, and pastor of Palm Lake Christian Church at 5401 22nd Avenue North. As an active member of this community, one who has recently moved, I say recently, we started pastoring here at the start of the pandemic. I have fallen in love with St. Petersburg and hope to retire here in St. Petersburg. But one thing that I do not enjoy is to see our city not putting the most vulnerable among us as its priority. When we look at a city, if we look at a country, if we look at a nation, we recognize that a nation, a country, a city is only as strong as it cares for its most vulnerable. I love what Isaiah says. He actually says this in Isaiah 1, 16 through 17 in the NIV. He says, "Wash and make yourselves clean. Take your evil deeds out of my sight. Stop doing wrong. Learn to do right. Seek justice. Defend the oppressed. Take up the cause of the fatherless and plead the case of the widow." As members of FAST, as a member of the FAST organization, we recognize that if we're not standing for justice, if we're not doing justice, then what are we doing? People of faith, which majority of you are people of faith, what are we doing if we're only using our public dollars to provide housing for those that don't need public dollars to provide housing for themselves? It is on the task of the city to make housing affordable for those who are making 80% of the area median income or less. Those are the most vulnerable among us right now. So why are we dragging our feet? Why are we not wanting to commit to numbers when we're seeing mayors and city governments all across this nation that are making clear commitments So I hope that when this next resolution is lifted up that causes our city to make a commitment to the people of this city, I pray that each and every one of you makes a commitment to fall in line and to support your citizens, your people, the people who voted you in, the people who really love this city, but who can no longer afford to live here. And I'm not just saying that as an old loud pastor. I'm saying that as somebody who is actually putting our land in the face of this, who's putting our land on the line, who's putting our church on the line with so many other members of the community saying, no, don't build housing for that community. But why not? It's our people. It's the people we live with. It's the people we work with. It's the people who teach our children. That's who we're fighting for. We're not fighting for the filthy rich. They can fight for themselves. But we do have to stand up for those who are most vulnerable in our community. I ask that you stand up with us as we stand for them. Amen.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Luis Ortiz. I am also a member of FACT. I go to King of Peace Church, and I am also a tenant of affordable income housing. Okay, so I want to talk to you firsthand about what's going on.
Could you please give us your address?
My address is 3155 Burlington Avenue North.
Thank you very much.
So I would like to speak with you as a tenant who lives in affordable income housing. When I first moved there, my rent was $350 less than what it is today. I've been living there 3.5 years. I decided to work so that I can afford to furnish my apartment and live comfortably the way everyone should. So I did that, and I've been working ever since. My rent has gone up, and now I'm worried that I may not be able to stop working if I have to live there. I'm 72 years old. I'll be 73 years old this year. And I have seen other tenants in my building whose furniture has been put out because they have to leave because they can't afford to pay the rent anymore. Who knows where they had to live? And I am concerned that my initial ability to work, I happen to be very, very healthy, and I can work, but there are many people my age who cannot work and cannot afford the increases that are happening in affordable income housing. So I'm here to fight, or to ask you to fight on our behalf, because it is very necessary, the housing issue for our community. We need I need my neighbors to stay where they are, not be forced to move or leave the community or the city because the rents have been increasing to the point where they can no longer afford to pay them. The median income keeps going up. All around me, you have developments in spare land where townhouses, condos are going up. Right around me, there's townhouses that are going for $700,000 and $900,000, and what that in turn means that the people that can afford to live there make a lot more money than the general population, and that increases the median income level, and that increases the rents. So affordable income housing is something that's very important to me, to my neighbors, to the community, the people who live here, and the people who vote for you as well. So please support affordable income housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next two speakers, please.
Next two speakers, Phyllis Young, Peter Kent. Please approach either podium. You have 3 minutes to address City Council.
My name is Phyllis Young. I live at 2446 Lynn Lake Circle South, Apartment B, 33712. I'm here on behalf of FAST to speak on the affordability crisis that we in the city of St. Pete are experiencing. Personal story, my sister, who is 2 years older than me, sold her house that she'd lived in for 35 years because she couldn't afford the upkeep. Her son was actually paying her insurance, And then he notified her that he was no longer going to be able to do that because he has a college-age student, and he just didn't have that much money because her insurance was going up also. In the meantime, she sold the house, looking for some place to live, an apartment, not able to find something affordable. And the places that were affordable had waiting lists 2-3 years. She ended up moving to Tampa to live with her son. The problem here in St. Petersburg is too many of our citizens are having to leave because they cannot afford to live here. You know the statistics. I don't need to tell you. All I can tell you is that something has to be done. And we look to you, our elected officials, to help your community build affordable housing. Build it for us. Our motto is affordable for who? And as Mr. Ortiz said, in the area where he lives, and I pass by that way a lot, I noticed that on the corner of 31st, right across from the post office, those houses are going for, they're townhouses, they're going for $900,000. Who can afford that? Something has to be done. We look to you as our elected officials to do the best that you can do so that people don't have to leave this area. It's really a sad thing. Thank you for hearing me.
Good afternoon. I'm Peter Kent, 8 Academy Way, St. Petersburg. I'm a retired Commissioner of Public Works and Principal Engineer who designed and obtained permits in a 6,000-acre new city. Like most of you, I strongly support Councilman Floyd's Resolution G3, which calls for a more deliberate and transparent process in developing the historic gas plant. I'm sure the Council wants to comply with the following 5 requirements in Florida Statute 163.380, disposal of property in a community development area. Subsection 1 states sales, quote, may be made only after the approval of the Community Redevelopment Plan, or CRP. This CRP must include, quote, the contracts with respect to the, therefore, of the residential, recreational, commercial, industrial, educational, and other uses. None of these requirements have yet been met. Subsection 2 states, quote, in the event that the value of the real property being disposed of is less than the fair value, such disposition shall be required an approval by the governing body followed by a public hearing. This means the city must first obtain a current appraisals based on the approved CRP, which I believe will be in the $600 to $1 billion range. Then the public hearing must show a detailed list of the amount the city is contributing to subsidize each of the proposed improvements, such as affordable workforce and senior housing, new stadium and removal of the old one, roads and utilities, museum, convention, education center, community amenities, in order to prove that the property is, quote, being disposed of, not being disposed of for less than fair value. Subsection 3 requires the city to, quote, make all pertinent information available to private developers and give them at least 30 days to respond, and to consider the legal and financial ability of the persons making the proposals to carry on them out, end quote. After the city chooses a winning proposal, quote, a notification of the intent to accept such a proposal must be filed not less than 30 days prior to such acceptance, end quote. This legally required process protects the taxpayer, encourages fair competition, and encourages the final redevelopment, honors both the historic gas plant community and the city's long-term economic goals. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next 2 speakers.
No more speakers, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and close open forum, and we're going to move into awards and presentations.
Please.
You gonna allow it?
Yeah. Sorry, Vice Chair, we're going to have one more speaker.
Is it Zendel?
Yes.
Zandel Flanoy, please go to either podium, state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
5271 77th Street North, College Park, Florida.
I'm sorry, you have to be a resident or work in the city.
Well, I'm at 2300 33rd Street South as well, 33712.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, did you state your name?
Zandel.
Thank you.
Yes, I've been coming here for the last 2 months and was stating on about this housing. And I complained, like the gentleman said, Saratoga Apartments, over $20-some thousand of a lot of stuff, set it out on the curve. And I came from Georgia to pick it up on time. U-Haul's there. Nothing's never been done about it. But the thing about the homeless here, we all ride down these streets. It's an epidemic here of drugs, and it needs to be stopped. If people could pay $1,600 a month with 2 or 3 kids in a motel room, that's rent for a house. We need affordable housing. They're not getting educated. They don't have sleep at night. Everybody's in one cramped up space. It's not fair. And this city has always been a good city of taking care of its people. But it starts from the church, thank you, Pastor, and it starts right here and it goes up. It don't come from the top and goes down, or we're all left behind. And it's not fair. And this city need to do something about it. You got people road raging, 100 miles an hour, charge $200 for a ticket with big trucks running you up. Everybody front end of the cars, dented, on cell phones, charge $150 tickets. Revenue comes from everywhere, just not from the poor and the vulnerable. And that's how this city needs to see it to me. All these medians in the street, red lights holding up, that's a waste. You tearing down the palm trees. Years ago, before I left to go to Atlanta and New York, you put all those palm trees on the highway, Hurricane City. Why? Now you're tearing them down, not keeping it up. Give tickets going down there and clean it up. Insurance companies don't want to insure people's houses that's in low end ground. Put new pipes in. Money could go elsewhere. Then all these high-rises apartments that we can't afford to live in.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, now we're going to close the open forum, and we're going to move into awards and presentations. And we're going to start with D1, a Distinguished Citizen Award. And this is given to us by Vice Chair Hanowitz. Vice Chair, welcome.
Thank you, Chair. If I can ask Mr. Jim Bays to come over here and join me. You're welcome. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm honored to take this moment during today's council meeting to recognize a truly extraordinary member of our community, Jim Bays. Jim Bays is a professional lake and wetland scientist with more than 45 years of experience using natural treatment systems to improve stormwater and wastewater. He earned his bachelor's in environmental biology from Ohio University in 1976 and a master's in environmental engineering sciences from the University of Florida in 1983. Recently retired from CH2M Hill and Jacobs Engineering, Jim has led lake and wetland restoration projects across the globe. A Tampa Bay resident since 1988 and a Crescent Heights resident since 2005, Jim has provided guidance on Crescent Lake management since 2007. Today, he continues his passion for community-based restoration as president of Stewards of Our Urban Lakes, which is SOUL, a 501c3 nonprofit. Jim's career began as a field ecologist specializing in plant and animal identification. Over time, he advanced to senior principal and fellow technologist and ultimately served as global technology leader in natural treatment systems. While his work took him around the globe, he remained closely connected to St. Petersburg. He led the Lake Maggiore restoration project from 1989 to 1993 and supported the city's water use permitting from 1995 to 1998. In recent years, his organization, SOUL, has received multiple awards for community-based restoration projects, including 2 Golden Mangrove Awards from the Tampa Bay Estuary Program and 2 environmental awards from the City Beautification Commission. In 2024, Jim was especially honored to receive the Outstanding Volunteer Award from the Florida Lake Management Society. Jim informed me he has been fortunate enough to work alongside many dedicated city employees. Among those who have been especially instrumental to SOUL's success are Claude Tankersley, Michael Perry, Barbara Stahlberg, Maven Rogers, Adol Yates, and Kathy Markowitz. He is also grateful for the significant support of City Council. Jim, we're so lucky to have you in our city. Thank you for your dedication in preserving the ecological health of our urban lakes, improving water quality, restoring our wildlife habitat, and empowering and educating our community. On behalf of the City of St. Petersburg, I am proud to present you with the Distinguished Citizen Award, which I will now read. Whereas a great city is only as great as those persons who give exemplary service to their communities, whether through participation in volunteer programs, through unique personal achievement in their profession or other endeavors, or simply through a lifetime of good citizenry. And whereas such service that is truly the lifeblood of the community and the city so often goes unrecognized and unrewarded. Now, therefore, as a duly elected member of the St. Petersburg City Council, I hereby recognize that in Jim Bays, we have an outstanding citizen, one who is worthy of the esteem of both the community and the great city of St. Petersburg, Florida. Thank you, Jim, so much for your... Yes, of course.
Well, thank you. That's quite a introduction. Good thing that in these kind of events, it's very, it's a very unexpected and gratifying experience for me, and so it's hard to remember the words that you want to say. Good for you that I wrote them down here. So thank you so much. This is a real honor. I'm deeply, deeply touched. First, my thanks to all the members of the City Council for this recognition, for your confidence and appreciation. Special thanks to Councilwoman Lisette Hanowitz, Gina Driscoll, and Copley Gerdes for all their support and continuing support for all things SOUL. Also want to gladly acknowledge the support, interest, and what I like to call the benefit of the doubt that the City Administration has shown as we've moved our projects forward. My gratitude goes to Claude Tankersley, Maven Rogers, Michael Perry, Barbara Stahlberg, Adul Yates, Kathy Markowitz, each of whom has shown patient, helpful, and have been willing to work with me as we've learned together how to make our lakes better. Of course, I couldn't do any of this without my many friends and teammates, the sole member of the Board of Directors, many of whom are here today, our amazing lake champions, and all my neighbors on 24th Avenue North who keep cheering us on and occasionally reminding me to take a day off. Finally, the biggest thanks of all go to my lovely wife, Connie, my daughter, Lindy, for their extended and unconditional support. They've endured a lot of lake talk at dinner. I may be just one guy with an idea, but that our urban lakes are an opportunity and not a burden. But thanks to the encouragement and effort of so many people, these ideas are becoming a reality. I couldn't be more appreciative. Thank you very much.
And Chair, I think the Public Works Administrator, Claude Tankersley, wants to say a couple of words.
Thank you. It is with great pleasure that we recognize Jim here today. And I want those of you who might not be aware of the program that he runs, of how important it is to the city. It is so extremely important. From the administration point of view, we have the responsibility to manage all 80 plus lakes that we have in the city. And that's a big lift. And there's no way we could do it without Jim and his volunteers and the work that they do. And oftentimes, Jim, I'll have somebody come up to me and say, hey, I noticed this lake is looking really, really good. What are y'all doing? And I'm like, well, that's Jim and SOUL and the volunteers, and it wouldn't look that way without you and your board and your volunteers. And so thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Claude. That's fantastic.
I don't know, does he have to stay here or there? Okay, thank you so much, Jim.
Well, Jim, just from District 1, a big thank you. I know you spend a bunch of time in Walter Fuller, and so just so thankful for all you do over there to help my district and Jungle Terrace neighborhood, and frankly all the neighborhoods that surround that wonderful park. And I know you're doing it across the city, but I'm going to be selfish and just talk about that one for a second, and just the work that you've done and the projects that you've created there. It doesn't go unnoticed, just like Claude said, and we're just so thankful to have you not only in District 1, but throughout the city, helping us with our lakes, and very well-deserved award. Congratulations. Vice Chair Hanowitz, yeah.
And I just want to say a shout out for those of you that are here are interested in volunteering.
Yeah.
You can look up Soul.
Get your waders on.
Put your waders on. That's absolutely true. They do work all around the city, and really not just with the community, but with students and schools. And it's just really great work that's being done. So reach out to Jim, or you can look him up at Stewards of our Urban Lakes. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, one more time. All right, so now we're going to move on to D2, which is our community-oriented policing program of the year. And so we've got our St. Pete PD District 2 Community Service Unit, and I think is the mayor? Vice Chair Hanowitz, you want to lead us off, and then we'll go to the mayor.
Yes, I'll lead you all off. First of all, I just wanted to acknowledge, and you could stand there, our District 2 community service officers, and you could see them very beautifully dressed in their tuxedos and outfits in the picture. Our community-oriented policing program in District 2 won Program of the Year through the Tampa Bay Area Chiefs of Police Foundation. So please give them a round of applause. So the team is led by Sergeant Deary, and I believe they have most of the team here. Some are not here anymore because they are still working with the police department, but they're in some other departments. Thank you for joining us. We're thrilled to recognize that your unit, the District 2 Community Service Unit, comprised of a powerhouse team. I'm going to name everyone: Officer Patrick McGovern, Officer Van, Officer Reeder, Officer Landis, Officer Schweiger, Officer Exantis, Officer Fuchs, and Officer Martinez. They were honored with the Community-Oriented Policing Program of the Year Award by the Tampa Bay Area Chiefs of Police Station. And by the way, here's the one thing I want to add, and I have to add this. There was a council member that was awarded, and he's not looking at me, but he was awarded at the same event as the Business Partner of the Year Award, and that's our councilman, Mike Harding, for his work with Three Daughters Brewing. So I want to acknowledge that also. So let's give him a round of applause. So I want to say, as a former state and federal prosecutor, I've had the privilege of working with law enforcement for many years. And what the community typically doesn't see is the work that they do day in and day out there with our community. And the best police work is some of the work that you never see. And this is the type of award that they received for this type of work. This award acknowledges that. So that's why I'm so proud to stand here and recognize our District 2 community service officers on this award. They listen, they care, they commit themselves. They solve problems that sometimes seem overwhelming. They did that in a specific area in District 2 that had a lot of issues for a very long time. There was an area that had problems that did not just take the police department to work on those problems, but it also took many city departments, including social services, codes compliance, and the fire marshal's office, and the legal department to work together to solve the issue. And they found a solution to make sure that folks in the area had the resources that they needed. That balance of accountability and compassion is what makes you exceptional. And clearly, I'm not the only one that thought so, because you were given this award, and it came from an organization that represents not just Pinellas, but I believe, and the chief can correct me if I'm wrong, 8 counties in the Tampa Bay area. Imagine all the departments in those counties, and this group got the award. What does that tell you about the people that serve you? So thank you for the work that you do. Your leaders, not just because of this, but because of every day how you help the community. I've seen it firsthand. I've seen it at the neighborhood meetings. I know our fellow council members have seen it too. And I just wanted to make sure it didn't go unrecognized. So that's why you're here today. So thank you from the bottom of my heart, and from City Council. We really appreciate you.
Chief, did you want to say anything?
Yes. First, I'd like to thank the Vice Chair Hanowich for recognizing the work that these men and women do each and every day. You know, like I said, we're very proud for 8 counties for these men and women to be selected for what they've done. And like I said earlier, we can't do what we do thanks to the mayor, thanks to the city council, because other police departments, sheriffs ask us, how do we do what we do? And we do what we do because we have support from you. So I just want to say thank you very much. And again, these men and women, they do things that all times of night, all time in the morning. They flex their hours just to take care of the community. So thank you.
Thank you. Don't go anywhere yet. Councilmember Harding.
Thank you, Chair. Chief, we have had the opportunity to celebrate some progressive things the department has done with the call program and the PATH team. In this case, we're talking about a program that's already in existence. The difference is that your team just does it better than everyone else. And that is, for those of you that don't know, community policing is a program that works its way out. The folks that you're looking at don't just answer calls. They answer calls and get to know people and try and find the root of the problem or the issue, and continue to work the problem so that it isn't a problem. It's an ongoing process, and they are very good at it. And Chief, you're going to work yourself out of a job. This will be the 3rd time I've told you. But couldn't be
working.
Right. Couldn't be any more proud of Sergeant Thierry and his team. And thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to D3, which is the recognition of the St. Pete Yacht Club Junior Sailing Team. And we're going to go to Vice Chair Hanowich and the Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. You know, I'm always thrilled to see a group of young people come together and remind us what teamwork really looks like. And that's exactly what Thomas Widener, Dalton Selamere, Tucker Goins, and I'm butchering these names, I'm sure, Constantino Conrad, and Bennett Lamb of the St. Pete Yacht Club Thunder Youth Racing Team did when they won first place in the 37th Trofeo Marco Rizzotti in Italy back in May. So please congratulate them. We're so happy that you and your families are here to celebrate with us today. We have permission from Fox 13 to play a feature that really shows how exciting this win was. So clerk, if you could please play the video.
All right, now it's time for some good stuff with some smooth sailing overseas.
Yeah, and fast as well. Team St. Pete Yacht Club for the big win in Italy.
Woohoo! Way to go, boys!
And there they go. That is St. Pete Yacht Club's youth sailing team representing the United States recently. This is just 2 weeks ago in Italy. In the Trofeo Marco Rizzotti International Optimist Team Race in Venice. There they are. Look at that. They won. Special congrats to all of them. You got Thomas Widener, Dalton Selamari, Tucker Gowans, Constantino Conrad, and Bennett Lamb. What a win for them, and the St. Pete Yacht Club as well. They have many national and international wins, and now this one, but look at those faces. I know their parents are proud. St. Pete's proud. The Yacht Club is proud. It's a big win.
And it's Italy.
It is indeed. What a great trip in the meantime, for sure.
Time now for the Fox 13, 11 o'clock news.
So I would love... So I would love Tucker, Thomas, and Bennett. Please join me up here. Come here. Come on. With your trophies.
Bring the hardware. Bring the hardware.
Everything. Come here. Everybody give a round of applause. Come on. Woo! So, and just so everyone understands what an accomplishment this is. The Trofeo Marco Risotti is one of the most prestigious youth sailing competitions in the world, specifically for young sailors under the age of 15. This regatta is elite. This year, it brought together 16 teams from 11 different countries around the globe to compete in fast-paced, high-skills team racing, which emphasizes not only individual talent, but also strategy and seamless coordination as part of a team. Thomas, Dalton, Tucker, Constantino, and Bennett, these young men didn't just show up to the race, they showed up to win. But even more importantly, you showed up for each other. And it's very easy for all of us to get caught up in our own little world, so thank you for reminding us what success is about, and it depends on our commitment to work together. Of course, none of this happens without the people behind the scenes. Coach Matias Puma Rengifo, your guidance, leadership, and belief in these sailors made all the difference. I'm sure your lessons are going to stick with these young men for the rest of their lives. And to the families, the teachers, the mentors at the St. Pete Yacht Club, and in all the activities these young men do, we see you. As a mom, I know that it's not all smooth sailing. The pun is intended. The early mornings, the long drives, and long flights, those are all sacrifices, so the victory also belongs to you all. So congratulations to Thomas, Dalton, Tucker, Constantino, Bennett, Coach Puma, and believe we have Coach Todd Fedison here also, who was also part of it. And to all the supporters, thank you for representing St. Petersburg and the U.S. in the international stage with such skill, teamwork, and determination. You're setting a powerful example, not just for your peers, but for all of us here in St. Petersburg, and we can't wait to see what comes next. So on behalf of the city of St. Petersburg, I'm proud to present each of you with a Distinguished Citizen Award, and I will read it to each of you. Whereas a great city is only as great as those persons who give exemplary service through their communities, whether through participation in voluntary programs, through unique personal achievement in their profession or other endeavors, or simply through a lifetime of good citizenry. I can never say that word right. And whereas such service that is truly the lifeblood of the community and the city so often goes unrecognized and unrewarded, now therefore as a duly elected member of the St. Petersburg City Council, I hereby recognize that Thomas Widener, Dalton Salamare, Tucker Goins, Constantino Conrad, and Bennett Lamb, we have outstanding citizens who are worthy of the esteem of both the community and the great city of St. Petersburg, Florida. And we have Todd Fedison, head coach of the St. Pete Yacht Club, who will make some remarks. So let's give him a big hand.
On behalf of the St. Petersburg Yacht Club, I'd like to thank you all for having us here today. This is quite an accomplishment by these five young sailors. I've had the pleasure of knowing all 5 sailors since they were 5 to 7-year-olds when they started in our harbor mice sailing programs on the waterfront here in St. Petersburg, Florida. And it's been nothing but a pleasure to watch them develop as young sailors and to see the hard work that they have put into their sport and their passion to become the young sailors that they are today. I think it's important to note that this event in Italy is not an open event that they could just sign up and just attend. They had to beat 31 other teams here domestically in the United States to qualify to represent the USA in Venice, Italy. We were fortunate enough to host the US ODA team race midwinter championships here, which were the qualifier for the Marco Risotti team race last January. So we had the pleasure of watching our gang win here on home waters to earn their berth to go sail in Italy last May. By winning last year's championship, they also earned themselves a berth to defend their championship this next May in 2026, back at the Marco Rizzotti team race next year. So keep an eye on the social media feeds, keep an eye on the local news, and hopefully these guys are going to be representing us again well next year and for years to come. Representing the St. Pete Yacht Club, their high schools here in St. Petersburg, Florida, and eventually off to college sailing at some of the top schools here in the United States of America. So thank you guys very much, and congratulations, guys.
And it's my honor to present the Mayor of St. Petersburg, Mayor Welch.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So St. Pete is a city of champions. We know that. And we're always happy to celebrate our world champions. Are these some fine young men? Let's give them a hand. Let's look at them. So on behalf of the city, I'd like to present each of them. We have an extra one for the young man who's not here. A lapel pin key to the city. We are so proud of the way you've represented St. Pete, and we look forward to your next endeavor and your next win. So congratulations. Your hands are full.
Yeah, that trophy looks heavy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
I just want to thank the family and everyone that was involved. Thank you for being here. And boys, thank you so much for continue winning and continue winning as a team. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I know all of us up here are cheering for back-to-back championships, boys. So congratulations. What a cool thing. I had some friends that when I was a kid, they went to Italy and sailed in that race and did not come home with the trophy. So congratulations. What an awesome feat. And we'll have you back next year when you you're going to have to split it because I'm not sure you can carry two of those. And so, but I expect you to bring them all back next year. Deal? All right. Congratulations, guys. Okay, we're going to move into D4, and we've got our American Public Works Association accreditation recognition, and we've got we've got the mayor. Excuse me, Mayor Welch.
I don't get confused. Claude, I'm not that well.
It was the tie.
Looking good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we begin today's recognitions, I want to take a moment to express how proud and grateful we all are for our incredible city team. St. Pete's greatest strength is our people, and that's especially true of the talented, dedicated public servants who make this city work every single day. From maintaining our parks and protecting our infrastructure to telling the story of St. Pete and keeping our community informed, our employees are experts, innovators, and strategic problem solvers. They're the reason our city continues to grow stronger, more sustainable, and more connected. Today's recognitions are a reflection of that excellence, and you started today, Mr. Chairman, he stepped out for a second, at 8 o'clock. With YFS talking about the incredible things that our team does. I want to make it clear today, though, that these awards aren't distributed by the city. They come from respected organizations and third-party entities that see what we already know. Our team here in St. Petersburg is doing outstanding work. So to our marketing team, our Parks and Rec Department, our Public Works Administration, and to our employee, Victor Gillis. Is Victor in the room? Victor Gillis, who literally saved a life and will be recognized. Thank you for finding a missing child. I want to say congratulations to all of these employees. You represent the very best of who we are and what we strive to be as a city. And on behalf of the City Council, and the residents of St. Pete, we want to say thank you for your dedication, your professionalism, and the love that you have for this city. And you are the reason we all are very proud to say we are St. Pete. And now let's begin our recognitions and recognize our city's rock stars. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Mr. Chair, Council, I'd like to ask my directors and our staff to come up and join me. And I do have a very brief presentation. I will attempt to make it as brief as possible. So I'd like to ask our staff that are holding the plaques if you can stand over, like maybe right over here so the council can see you. Thank you very much. So I cannot begin this without recognizing my peer and colleague and good friend and brother, Mike Jeffries.
Oh, God.
Because you guys have often heard that it starts in parks, but I'm grateful to say that at least for today's presentation, we're starting in public works.
Yes.
Thank you, Mike.
That is a picture of a park.
What can we say? What can we say? Thank you, Mike. So the Public Works Administration and our departments have just been reaccredited through the American Public Works Association. We were first accredited in 2021, so this was our first re-accreditation. There are many benefits to being an accredited agency, as our Parks Department understands, as our Police Department understands, as our Fire Department understands. One of them, and key to it, is that accreditation will establish an agency-wide culture of continuous improvement. And out of this culture of continuous improvement grows these other bullets that you see listed here: improvements in performance and staff development, in retention, in standard operating procedures, in efficiencies, communication. It allows us to justify when we bring to you budget requests, and it increases and improves safety and training opportunities. This last 4-year period, so we're accredited every 4 years, reaccredited every 4 years, and during this last 4-year period, we added some new programs to the Public Works Administration. One of them was our Public Works Administration ethics training, where we had each and every Public Works employee, and we have around 870, I believe, had to go through this ethics training, and it included opportunities to practice and to face situations that they might face out into the field. We also have improved our safety manuals, our training manuals. Through our fleet department and through your graciousness, we've improved our ability to purchase, bulk purchase of our vehicles. And we have improved our discharge permit, notifications, our permitting information, and we've improved our coordination among the different departments, because the Public Works Administration covers 5 different departments and an office, and so there's a lot of us across the administration. So for this reaccreditation, we did recognize 4 different departments within the administration, as well as the administration itself, which means that we have 4 agencies within the city that are accredited through APWA. And I'll point out why that's important in just a few minutes. We had a 3-day site visit from APWA National. We reviewed during that process 27 different chapters, 350 different subchapters. Many of those subchapters are collaborative across the administration as a whole. We were very pleased to have 100% compliance with all of our subchapters, and we were approved in 1 full day. We had set aside 3 days, but we were approved in 1 full day. Our 4 agencies, our 4 departments, are one of the 223 accredited public works agencies in the United States. And so of the 223, we have 4. Those 4 combined make us the 2nd largest organization in the United States after Houston, and we are the largest of the 40 agencies in the state of Florida. We were also very pleased and honored for APWA to ask us to use some of our chapters as model chapters for other agencies in the United States. And I've listed those chapters here on this slide. I wanted to show you this because we had a celebration the night that we learned that we were reaccredited, and I want to point out the smiles on people's faces there. This was a very happy day. We have a very close-knit group that worked hard on this, and we were very happy to achieve it that day. Before I turn it over to our representative from the APWA Association, I want to give an opportunity for my directors to introduce some of the folks that you see standing here in front of you, because these are the key people within our organization that helped shepherd us forward. It wasn't me, it wasn't our directors, it was these people, and they need to be recognized. So I'd like to ask our directors if they would come forward and recognize the person from their staff. So Marshall, if you'd start.
Yes, sir. Marshall Hampton, Stormwater Pavement Traffic Operations Director. Samantha Glendenning, Special Projects Manager.
John Palanchar, Water Resources Director, City of St. Petersburg, and I'd like to recognize Melanie Niles, Mel for short, daughter of Frank Niles. A dear family member of our Water Resources staff who led us through this and really kept us on ship shape and moving forward. Thank you, Melanie.
Good day, Council. I'd like to thank Brittany Capon. She is an instrumental part of the engineering department. One of the newer members who joined the team. However, she did step forward as far as learning all the complex processes and working through multiple divisions within our department to get us through. So thank you, Brittany.
Good afternoon, Randall Johnston, Fleet Department. Ours was a group effort. We're a small team, but it was very interesting for us because we're not always part of APWA. We have worked really hard. Jessa Klima is the gentleman that was in charge of putting all of our team effort together. I just want to recognize the team that stood behind Jesse and made us successful. So thank you very much.
And finally, for the Public Works Administration, Whitney Blair. So Whitney is part of the administration. She's not one of the departments. And Whitney herded all the different cats that each of the other members herded. And so we're grateful to you for your leadership on this. And finally, in absentia, she's not here, but Angela Miller. You all know and love Angela as much as we do. And Angela was the one who led us through the first accreditation 4 years ago, and then she mentored Whitney to help lead us through this accreditation. So we're grateful to Angela for her service. So I'd now like to turn it over to Larry Ingram. Larry is from the Region 4 of the American Public Works Association. Florida is one of the states within Region 4, and Larry would like to share with you some more information about APWA. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, residents of St. Petersburg. As Mr. Tankersley said, my name is Larry Ingram. I have the privilege of serving as the Region 4 Director for APWA. As a Region 4 Director, I sit on the National Board of Directors. Region 4 encompasses the states of Alabama, Georgia, Florida, Mississippi, Louisiana, and Arkansas. So I get to travel around a good bit these days. APWA as a whole represents over 32,000 public works professionals across the U.S. and Canada. And today is special because not only is this an accreditation, it's a reaccreditation. And as Claude touched on earlier, it's a very elite group, and to have 4 agencies within your city is a huge deal. And for anybody unfamiliar with what these departments take care of with their roughly 870 personnel, is they handle all of the administrative services of the department and the agencies, compliance with all state and federal permits that affect the city's infrastructure, planning, design, inspection of infrastructure construction projects, maintenance of 2,150 miles of roadway and associated right-of-way, management of water, wastewater, and stormwater systems, including 3,500 miles of water, wastewater, reclaimed water, and stormwater lines, almost 46,000 manholes and catch basins, 3 wastewater plants, and 1 water treatment plant. And the fleet department takes care of over 2,000 pieces of rolling stock and probably countless pieces of small equipment. And most importantly, these are the departments that help return your lives to normalcy after a disaster. And knowing we're coming to the end of hurricane season, and it's been very favorable for most everybody, But after a natural disaster, the Public Works is typically, they're the first ones to respond, to keep things safe, to clear roadways, to provide access. And after everybody's gone, they're still there, putting everything back to normal. Public Works professionals are first responders, first to arrive, last to leave. And quite often this gets overlooked. I would also like to thank the members of the council for your continued support of this reaccreditation process. It demonstrates your commitment to the city staff, your commitment to the residents, and to provide the highest levels of service. Now a little more about accreditation. The achievement recognizes the commitment of the city and the Public Works Administration to provide continuous improvements in delivery of services to the community. As Claude had said, it recognizes the policies and the procedures that the department follows and their compliance with international norms. He walked through the process a little bit, but initially it involves a self-evaluation of what you do as a department, even in the reaccreditation process. And so, as probably all these staff members would agree, it's not an easy process, but it's definitely worth it. And finally, it involves a third-party review by the APWA evaluation team. And following all of these evaluations, I said they were reaccredited with 100% compliance on all the subchapters. And this milestone places the city in a very distinguished group. And Claude touched on it a little bit. There are over 23,000 municipalities in the United States, and 223 of them have accredited agencies. This puts the city in the top 99th percentile of all municipalities in the U.S. And as he hinted, it's of the 40 agencies in the state of Florida, you guys are 4 of them. And I believe in Region 4, there might be 50 total agencies. So in Region 4, you're a great piece of the puzzle. And on behalf of the National Board of Directors, congratulations, and a special thank you to Claude, his staff, and all of their hard work.
Councilmember Gibbons.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to thank you so much, Claude, for being here. You know, we don't realize how much we value, you know, our water resources department, our stormwater department, those folks who are responding to traffic operation signals that are down, potholes that form depressions. We really don't value our public works department until we have a natural disaster like what we had last year. And I thank you all so much. For being the department that is oftentimes overlooked and underappreciated, but never, 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 never in my book. You all are a valued resource, and I want to thank each and every one of you for your hard work, and congratulations to you, Claude, aka Boss Man, on the reaccreditation. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hanowitz.
I just want to say something quick. You all know how much I appreciate you every time you go to the neighborhood meetings. Now, for those of you that have not seen our team at a neighborhood meeting explain how a city works, you should definitely see it, because it is truly remarkable the amount of information that is held in those brains. It is mind-boggling, not kidding, what they do every day. And I just want everyone to understand, this is an accreditation, but every day they're out there solving issues in the city. They are like the doctors of the city, okay? If you think of like the body and your doctor examines your body, they are the doctors of the city that are figuring out where all the pipes and all the issues and where the water's going and what's happening here. They're doing that. So sometimes it's not exciting work, but they do have the heaviest lift. So I want to make sure that I acknowledge all the work that you do. I extremely appreciate every one of you. And I am always learning day in and day out from you all. And I think you're a treasure to our city. So thank you very much.
Councilmember Driscoll.
Oh, I want to chip in with my round of thanks. Claude, thank you for bringing everyone here. It's wonderful to see some of the faces that we don't always have to see or always get to see here, and it gives us an opportunity to thank you. personally, and just show you how grateful we are for the things that you do. You are seen. And being able to celebrate something like this with you is a great honor. You are the ones who make us so proud to say that we live in St. Petersburg, because you know how to design it, build it, fix it, maintain it, all of that every day of the week. And I've learned a lot from all of you since I've been on city council. It's been a really interesting experience. I never knew that I would find myself doing so much research on I&I, or looking trying to learn more about LIDAR after listening to Brej talk about it for a while. And earlier we honored Jim Bays for his work with our lakes. Well, who does he work with? He works with Michael Perry, with Marshall, and this, people from this division of our city. There is so much in our everyday lives that these folks impact and work tirelessly to make it better every day. And I think the whole city is grateful for everything that you do. So thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Harding.
Thank you, Chair. Just obviously an enormous accomplishment, and congratulations, right? No one notices the trains, and no one notices when the trains run on time. They just notice the one time the train doesn't run on time. And that is the nature of the industry. But it is nice to be able to sit here and recognize that the trains running on time is not an easy thing in any way, shape, or form. And so congratulations to not only the agencies, but the department as a whole. What a huge accomplishment. I mean, when you sit and think about what you've accomplished, 23,000 municipalities, and we are 5 of 223. That absolutely amazing. Congratulations, and enjoy the moment. Thank you, Claude. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to be very quick because I'm sure you're done holding those. But Councilmember Harding hit it right on the head. I mean, the stats speak for themselves. And so just so thankful, and to the whole team, to everybody, just thank you for the continued work, the continued investment in our community, and making sure that we're continuing to run on time. So thank you for being here, and congratulations again. Okay, go put those down. All right, we're going to move on to D5, and we've got another reaccreditation for Parks and Recreation, and we're joined by our Community Enrichment Administrator, Mike Jeffries.
All right, good afternoon, Council. I'm Mike Jeffries, Community Enrichment Administrator. I've asked my staff to join me behind me as we chat about our accreditation, our reaccreditation. As they're starting to join me here at the podium, there's a couple of things that I wanted to say about Claude's reaccreditation. And I think most of you know that I travel the country as an auditor and actually look at other departments in Parks and Rec and offer them reaccreditation or accreditation. And one of the things that we have learned, and I have seen as I've gone out and I've audited other communities, it's far more difficult to be reaccredited than it is to get your initial accreditation. Because when you're going through your accreditation, you are talking about the future, and it's here's the policies we have in place, here's the framework, here's how we're looking forward. Well, when the reaccreditation comes up every 5 years, you have to talk about those last 5 years, and you have to prove to the visitors that it's part of your culture, it's part of your DNA, and that constant improvement and efficiency and effectiveness is there, and it's baked into everything you do. So I will tell you that I can't give any names because I've signed confidentiality, but I have left several cities that have not been offered reaccreditation after a visit. So this is not something that's a rubber stamp. It's not a feel good. It's not something that's, hey, we're just going to lob this out and give it to you. I will also tell you that I have never gone through an accreditation or a reaccreditation as a auditor that we've given somebody 100%. So we're going to share with you that we have 100% as well. So Claude didn't outdo me on that. But I just wanted you to know that this is not something that is lightly given out or something that's easy to obtain. So I thought that was important framework for you all to know. All right, so today we are celebrating our third reaccreditation. So we were originally accredited in 2010, and some of the same statistics that we heard from Public Works, I'd like to share some of the same because I think that we shine in the same way, and it really speaks to the city that St. Petersburg really is. So the estimate is that there's 25,000 Parks and Rec departments across the country. And so that includes military bases, it includes some resorts that are able to qualify as Parks and Rec agencies. So they say that there's 25,000. I looked after our meeting this morning, and there are only 222 accredited agencies in the country. And we are one of them. We were one of the first to earn back in 2010. So very, very, very exciting. When we talk about accreditation, it's offered by the National Rec and Parks Association, and it's offered by the Commission for the Accreditation of Parks and Recreation Agencies. And basically, I've shared this with you numerous times, but again, it's one thing for me to tell you what a great department we are. It's another thing for an independent audit team to come in, look at our evidence, look at the information we've presented, and to confirm that we're meeting all the standards. For our accreditation, there's 151 standards that you have to meet. And again, happy to report that we polled another 100%, and the team behind me is the reason for that. We have some of the most amazing staff. The way that we do accreditation, rather than having just some departments have just one person who's in charge of accreditation, we really wanted to make sure that it's baked into everything that we do. So we assign one chapter to every one of our managers. So our manager has that chapter. And are they rolling their eyes behind me? They probably are.
No, keep looking this way.
There you go, there you go. We also make sure that, because it's a 5-year process, we make sure that we have a backup, and we make sure that we have depth on the bench so that we've got, if somebody retires, somebody gets promoted, somebody moves, we won't mention Brian Eichler's name, we're able to just pick up the ball and continue it down the field. And that is really another accreditation standard. It's sustainability and succession planning. Some of the standards that I just wanted to read some of the titles just to give you sort of an essence of what we're dealing with. Chapter 1 is agency, mission, and purpose. And again, they really get into the weeds and really get into the granular components. Chapter 2 is administration and organizational resources. Chapter 3, community and park planning. Chapter 4 is human resources planning, workforce development, and culture. That's a really big one. We heard from our visitors, and I think several of you met our visitors this year when they came out. Great folks. That was one of the things that Barb, Rick, and I heard over and over again, is that the culture of St. Pete Parks and Rec is one of the best they've ever seen. And they were really impressed that we really treat our employees like family, and that we were able to connect with them and really take information from them, take advice from them, that there was input at all levels. And I think that's something that we really pride ourselves on, and it was nice to hear that from an independent group. Chapter 5 is financial management, responsibility, and accountability. Chapter 6, programs and services management. Chapter 7 is facilities and land use management. Chapter 8 is law, risk management, safety, and security. Chapter 8 is one of those chapters that we have to work with several departments throughout the city to make sure that we're in alignment. So we're working with PD, we're having meetings with the police department, we're meeting with risk management, we're making sure that we're following all of the best practices in those areas as well. Chapter 9 is marketing, communications, and community engagement. And you all know we have one of the best marketing departments, so we continuously work with our marketing colleagues. So they really helped us design our marketing plan and put together our communication models. And then chapter 10 is one of the most complicated chapters, and I think this is one that will resonate with the 8 of you most. It's the evaluation, assessment, and research chapter. So basically, it's everything that we do, we have to do a qualitative or a quantitative analysis to make sure that we're really doing what we said we're going to do. So it's one thing, we talked about it this morning, there are some Parks and Rec departments that have, a couple of balls in a shopping cart, they wheel them out into the field and throw the balls out and kids have some fun, and that's all there is to it. our department is one that's of quality. We make sure that we have tutors that are working for us, working with us. We're bridging summer gaps. We're making sure that we're continuing the educational component in all the different areas that we move forward with. I thought it was important to share some of the benefits of accreditation. And again, I'm going to be a little more brief just because this is our third time standing before council. But I thought this was important as I was doing some research as to the benefits of accreditation. So for the community, so anybody here in the audience or anybody who's watching, some of the benefits, accreditation demonstrates that the agency meets national standards of best practice. Also recognizes the community as a great place to live. I think we would all agree that that's identifies St. Pete. Helps secure external financial support and reduce costs for the community. I will tell you that ever since we've become an accredited agency, we have been contacted by different organizations that read off of that accreditation list and they say, hey, we see that you've met all of these standards. We would like for you to apply for this grant. Or we've also heard we have cities who are not able to perform. They're underperforming or they're not performing as fast. They can't spend this money before the end of our fiscal year. Is this something that you all could work with? And we've never said no to one of those offers, as you can imagine. And so it really has put us on a list that allows us to be more nimble and allows us to collect more revenue from grants and different opportunities of that nature. Other benefits include holds the park and recreation agency accountable to the public and ensures responsiveness to meet their needs. Also ensures that all staff are providing quality customer service. For the agency and for staff, here are some of the benefits. Proves to decision makers, elected officials, stakeholders, and the public that your agency is operating with the best practices of the profession. Increases credibility and can improve the internal, external funding. We just talked a bit about that. Improves overall operation and increases efficiency. Enhances staff teamwork and pride for engaging all staff in the process. And again, that's something that accreditation for Parks and Rec is really big on. We have to have conversations with staff at every level when it comes to budget prep. So when I'm sitting before you during your cows, your budget cows, I know what different staff members have asked for and different ideas. And I have to tell you that frequently we end up using ideas that come in from all different levels. I can tell you right now, I'm not the smartest person standing up here at the mic, but I'm surrounded by many, many smart people. And again, in the 1,000 people that work for Parks and Rec, we've got some of the brightest city employees here in the city. We also know that another benefit is that it creates an environment for regular review of operations, policies, procedures, and promotes continual improvement. And I smiled because I heard Claude say the same thing about their accreditation process. It's constantly moving the needle, always looking to improve, making sure that you're not resting or becoming complacent. I'll give you an example of one of the committees that exists because of accreditation. It's our Trends Committee. And basically, we have a group of employees that feverishly look through all of our professional magazines, all of our websites, and they're looking for new ideas, new sports, new concepts that are coming. And I will tell you that as a great example, that is the reason why pickleball is here in St. Pete, and we beat out several other communities. We had more pickleball courts than Tampa, Clearwater. They're catching up to us at this point, but it really allowed us to be on that cutting edge. Never want to be on the bleeding edge, but on the cutting edge is where that Trends Committee keeps us. And I think that's something that we're really proud of. And that's just a small example of how we really see accreditation work for us. I said it this morning, and I mean it from the bottom of my heart. This is not just an award for us. This is an award for the mayor, for council, and for our administrator, because I frequently deal with communities that have fantastic, top-tier Parks and Rec professionals, but if they're not supported by their elected officials, you've got nothing. And every single one of you on this dais and Mayor Welch always support Parks and Rec. And it's amazing to me how often you heard Chief Holloway say it this morning during our Youth and Family Services Committee, that he is being asked all over the country, how did you make the Second Chance program work? How did you get that done? And truthfully, it's because of our elected officials, Mayor and the 8 of you, that say, you know what, Mike, Chief Holloway, we're empowering you to make some of the best decisions. We're allowing you to be nimble, to be informed, to be intentional. And the other piece that we don't talk about very often is you allow for us to make mistakes, because there are some communities that if you apply any risk and you make any mistake and it doesn't work, you're done. You know, I sit in an appointed position, and there is a lot of fear when it comes to thinking outside the box. I'm happy to tell you that we have never felt from this elected body or from any of the mayors that we've worked for that there was fear of thinking outside the box or doing something different. And I think that's why this award belongs to each and every one of you. So I'd like to give each of you a round of applause as we celebrate accreditation. I am truthfully humbled to stand before this team. I won't get emotional, but I've worked with some of these folks for decades, which is scary. There are some that are teasing with some retirements that are potentially coming. That makes me nervous. But it's one of those things where this is the most amazing team that anybody could ever ask to work with, and I mean that as sincerely as I can possibly say it. I have never been behind a closed door where I hear something that makes me uncomfortable or something that doesn't match our corporate culture or doesn't match the We Are St. Pete. Never, ever. And we have been through some personal tragedies and some issues that have happened over the years, and the way that other individuals pick up the ball, support, what do you need, what can I do, I'm on my way, I'll do it, and that happens across the board. And that, I'm well aware that doesn't happen in every department, and I'm well aware that doesn't happen in every city. So this department is the most amazing department that I have ever had the honor of working with. I have asked Barb, our assistant director, and Rick to introduce their staff. I want them to be introduced and kind of let you know which chapters they're doing. But there's one person who reports directly to me. I don't know if that's to her chagrin or not, but that's my right-hand woman, and that's Yasna Partridge. So she's back there hiding. So let's give her a round of applause. Yasna and Roxana, I think Roxana had to leave. She had to leave for an appointment. She's pregnant for some reason. But Roxana and Yasna piece all of our evidence, all of our documentation together. And if you can imagine, one of the challenges to having 10 different people write your evidence back up is that it's written in 10 different forms and styles. And so Yasna and Roxana go through, they fact check, they check for typos, they proof, and they make sure that it's consistent so that nobody knows that 10 different people wrote that. And candidly, this year with the recovery from the hurricanes, all of the debris removal and all of the repairs that we had to do, I really had a very small role in the reaccreditation process. Rick and Barb and the team behind me really picked up the ball because I was at capacity, and want to celebrate them. But I did want to mention Yasna and Roxana because they work for me. I will invite Barb up to introduce her staff.
Good afternoon. So I will introduce my staff who are involved in leading chapters, but just wanted to give you an idea of what this is like for the people who are involved in this team. So each of these individuals are leads for the team, and then they have a team of about 4 to 5 staff members from throughout the department who work with them to gather the evidence that's required to prove that we're doing what's required for reaccreditation. And it really takes staff and puts them outside of their usual realm of work. They're having to research ideas and concepts and really procedures that they have never been interacted with within their current role. So it really helps them grow as individuals and employees as well, which I think is a huge benefit that we often forget about as we've got our faces in the reaccreditation guidelines. So just wanted to point that out. So I'll call up or recognize some staff. So Jing Liu oversaw the finance, if you'll just get oversaw the finance chapter. We had Adul Yates, who oversaw security. Carrie Bittner oversaw evaluation. And Taylor Thornton oversaw planning, parks planning. So thank you all.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor, Rick Kraft, Recreation Programming Superintendent. Thank you for having us today. Before I introduce my staff, I just want to go a little bit deeper into our process, like Barb talked about. Not only the men and women behind you are into this, these are our leaders, but we also like to go deep in our bench. Mike mentioned making it part of our culture, and to do that, we feel like we need to get our staff involved at all levels. So they lead a team of 5 or 6 people. They do meetings, and as Barb said, these are sections that have some have maybe 8 to 10 subsections. Some, like Chapter 4, which Lucinda Grant ran, have, I don't know, 20-something subsections. So it gets really deep. They put a lot of work into it, and they have to write narratives. They have to collect evidence, and it has to be fresh and new. So it's a lot of work, but we're really proud that we dive deep into our workforce to make sure it's part of our culture every day. So the rest of the team is Section 1, which is Agency Authority, was led by Kim Leto. And organization was Rebecca Hansen. She's not here today. Lucinda Grant, as I just mentioned, did Section 4, which is Human Resources. Chris Wolf stepped up when Lynn Bittner retired and picked up programming for us, so thank you, Chris. Also, Andy Chi jumped in when Sue Teagarden retired for us, and that's why Mike mentioned we have seconds and we have a deep bench. Andy led our facility and land use section, and then Lynn Gordon led our risk management section. And I also want to recognize we have a high IT presence on this. So Mark Stromick is our IT coordinator. He was heavily involved. We went fully online. We did, in the past, we had to do paperwork and made printed copies, and this time we did it fully integrated online. So Mark was a big part of that. Please give him a round of applause.
Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you, Chair. Well, first of all, Mike, Barb, Rick, everyone in the team, congratulations. You always go above and beyond in terms of what you give to the city. When you say that it's because of what we allow you to do, the reason is because the mayor and city council basically have a mandate from the citizens of St. Petersburg, and you know that. And for those that may not know this, the first thing that you will find in our city charter, which is like our Constitution, is parks. Believe it or not. It's not the legislative branch, it's not the executive branch, it talks about parks. That's how much our community cares about parks. The fact that they have the accreditation is a testament to how much they care about parks and they understand that mandate. So for that, thank you, and continued things for everything you knew. You talked about, I have to mention pickleball. You talked about pickleball. You were on the cutting edge, and sometimes the bleeding edge. You know, they deal with stuff every day that can be controversial because there are people that love pickleball and there are other people that may not like it as much.
Very well said.
And it happens all the time in parks, and they're always finding, and I think I take this from Mike because he says it, that balance, that right balance for all the parks. All our different parks bring different things to for our citizens. Our waterfront parks, our neighborhood parks, and they all have different flavors. And they try to really kind of keep that mix so we have that quality of life that we really enjoy in our city. And so I really appreciate the continued work that you do for our parks. And so thank you. You make our job easy. Thank you.
Councilmember Givens.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you so much, Mike. Thank you to your team, Rick, Barb, the rest of the whole staff. You all are awesome. You know, Vice Chair said it well. Parks really are the main part of our quality of life here in St. Petersburg, and we think about where we spend the majority of our time outside of our homes. Usually it's in our parks, and I thank you all so much for the jobs that you do. I think this says the third accreditation, Mike, that we're doing something right, 15 years in a row. And I think this says also who we are. We are a team that knows what we're doing, and we're doing it well. So I thank you so much, Mike, for leading the way, and thank you all for standing. I know you're behind him, but alongside Mike and all that he's doing, because I know that it is a team effort. So you said it so well, Mike. You think outside of the box, and you do it well. So I thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, I know I say it a lot, but I wouldn't be sitting here if it weren't for this department, for this administration. And so Councilmember Givens mentioned it. I don't have a memory from my childhood that doesn't include Northwest or Walter Fuller or Lake Vista, all of the pools, all of the fields, all of the things. And so I'm just always in awe. And Mike, I'm really glad you talked about the culture of the administration, because everyone we encounter, 40 years ago to today, has always been like Sue Teagarden coaching my brothers in t-ball, right? Like, she's a saint just for putting up with Gertis's in t-ball. And so I'm just so thankful, and this is just, I'm so happy when we get to celebrate the good work that Parks and Rec does in the city of St. Petersburg, and frankly, the people that are doing the work. And so thank you all so much. I know this was a big lift. My guess is this is probably one of those things where it like starts all over again in 1 year. So sorry, it's Mike's fault. And, but just thank you so much and congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to D6, our St. Pete TV Awards recognition, and I think we are joined by Doyle Walsh. We got him to put a suit on today.
Good afternoon, Council. Give them a moment to come up. I do not have a presentation, and I'm not Mike Jeffries, so those are 2 strikes off the bat.
I had Doyle on here.
I'm filling in for Eliza. She does not feel well this afternoon, but I'm incredibly excited to be able to celebrate a team whose work reaches every corner of the city. Externally and internally, the city's marketing team is a key reason why St. Pete is so inviting to those who wish they lived here and so embracing of those who stay here. The team had a leadership change this year, and during that interim, we were grateful to have Michael Flanagan step up. In the interim, we now have Carrie O'Brien leading the charge as the city's marketing director, and thank you, Carrie, for your leadership. Back in May, the creativity of the city marketing team's video and television crew was recognized at the 46th Annual Telly Awards. These annual awards showcase the best in video and television content across all platforms, receiving 13,000 entries globally from 6 continents and 50 states. Since 2018, St. Pete TV has collected an impressive 32 Telly Awards for their work telling the stories of our organization and community. This year, our team received 7 awards, and I'm going to go through those briefly. The first is the St. Pete Pride Welcome Message. This received the Gold Telly and the DEI category and a Silver Telly in the Corporate Social Responsibility category. The team also received 5 Bronze Tellys in the following categories: Education and Training for the Stormwater Infrastructure Explainer, in Motivational and Advice for the Thank You St. Pete, which is a post-hurricane video that you may remember from State of the City. The Workplace Culture category, which was for a video on Chief Lindsay Judah from St. Pete Fire Rescue. A category for Government Relations for the Mayor's Future Ready Academy, the First Class, and an Internal Communications category for the Grid Intro. So congratulations to the best video and TV crew in the entire country. But there's more. Back in August, one of our newest and most effective internal communications efforts, the Grid, which replaced our intranet and also comes as an app, was recognized with 3 3CMA awards. 3CMA stands for the City County Communications and Marketing Association, which is the nation's premier network of government, marketing, and communication pros in the nation. It shows how we stack up against our peers in this space. It was truly a team effort. The video, design, print shop, and project team all brought their best. Against cities and counties with populations of over 200,000, the Grid earned top recognition in the following 3 categories: promotional video for the Grid promo, branding and logo for the Grid overall, and then a special event, one-time category for the Grid Lounge that I believe we set up over at Al Lang for an event last year. And so with 72% of the city's employees signed up for the Grid, we love that the success it's having with employees is finally being recognized on a national level. And so congratulations to the best creative team around, and thank you guys for everything you do. I'd like to turn it over to Carrie just for a few minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Doyle. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Council members. So I'm Carrie O'Brien, and as Doyle mentioned, I've only been with the city for a couple of months, so I can't claim credit for any of these accomplishments. But I did want to tell you that one of the reasons I was drawn to this role was because of the exceptional reputation that this marketing team has earned throughout the community. They are a remarkably skilled and dedicated group, and I'm delighted to see their work receiving well-deserved recognition. So I just really quickly do some introductions. So our video production team, They are fantastic. As Doyle mentioned, they tell just the most wonderful stories, and those are really, that's how you stick in people's minds, is through the use of storytelling. And this group shows that impact day in and day out. So usually they're down in the studio right now, so this is a rare treat for all of us, but we have Robert Bruno, we've got, is John Havens here with us today? So he's downstairs manning the ship, so hi, John. And then we've got Kyle Sundstrom, Amanda Henderson, and they're of course led by the amazingly talented Michael Flanagan. So, and then of course moving on to the 3 CMA Awards, this was truly a labor of love. That there was a task in front of the team that we wanted to empower employees in the city to have the information they need to do their jobs. So the group created the grid, and it's just been a remarkable effort. 72% of employees registered to use the grid. It's only been in place since March. It's just a remarkable achievement. And so the entire team needs credit for this, but I also want to give a special shout out to Bennett Brzezicki and Ashley Doss for their tireless work in developing engaging content, partnering with departments and driving the staff participation. And of course, our design team, led by the incredibly creative Johnny Coranto, and including Janet Brown and Greg Plantamura. So I'm still stumbling over names a little bit, but it's a remarkable team. We appreciate your support. We appreciate the support of the mayor's office, and just delighted to be here today in front of you.
Thank you. Councilmember Givens.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll be brief. I just wanted to thank each and every one of you for all of your hard work and all that you do. I'd be remiss, I don't know if the mayor's still in the room, but half of y'all went to Lakewood, and I went to Lakewood with you. So I just want to thank you all for being upstanding citizens, real true Spartans. Thank you all for the hard work that you do. SPTV is important. People don't understand the importance of government transparency. And I think by having our marketing department, having a television station, we are really making government accessible. And by doing that, we become more efficient and we can deliver better services to our constituents. So I thank you all so much for helping us do what we do, and we do it well. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you. Well, congratulations to you all on this achievement, but I have to say, you guys are veterans of some of these awards. This is, for those that have not been following this team, this is not the first time, and this is not their first rodeo. They've won awards before, and if you see the work that they do day in and day out, you would understand why. Sometimes when they take videos, whatever it may be that we're working on the city, they've done it with me, and you're thinking, how is this gonna come out? And then you see it, and you're like, oh my gosh, they actually made it look good. And they do it so well with everything. And so there are times where I'm at a meeting thinking, well, how can we make this better? It's like, oh, now I'll think about marketing and you all and the work you do. Maybe we can get a video, because their storytelling is truly exceptional. And I think it's extremely important because it really connects everyone. And telling stories does connect a community, and you do that very well, and it makes us all connected. And every time that I see a story of St. Petersburg, whether it's on St. Pete TV or just online on any channel, I think, wow, they made that look fantastic. And I know the people behind it and the work and sweat that went into it. And so I want to say that every time I see it, it makes me smile because I appreciate all the work that you do. So thank you so much.
Councilmember Harding.
Thank you, Chair. Super impressive. This is a billion-dollar company with 3,400 employees that represents 7 completely unrelated silos of business. And the marketing department, as I know it so far, is about 1/5 of the size of what it would be in any other company, with about 1/10 of the budget, and a vehicle that is 14 years old to get everyone around. Hint, hint, right? All right, just put in a plug for him. Congratulations. It is obvious that this is staff-driven. This is not, let's put a whole bunch of money into a program. This is not, let's overwhelm it with people. This is all earned by a very small number of people that do extraordinary work. And I'm sure pull 4 and 5 roles throughout. So congratulations on the recognition. Well deserved. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I have to stop going after Councilmember Harding, because the only thing I would change from his comments is not only is it 7 silos, but then there are like 17 silos inside of each of the 7 silos. And so it's a massive organization that does a massive amount of things. And what I really wanted to tell you, other than just a congratulations, and Vice Chair talked about, I mean, like we talked about back to back with the kids. You guys are like back to back to back to back to back. So you guys have really set the pace here. But I enjoy working with each and every one of you. I'm trying to communicate this well, and of course I'm talking to the marketing department. I could use some help. I think sometimes you forget about the communication through your department. You know, we're very used to, I'll just speak for me. I am very used to going to a neighborhood meeting and being in front of that room and being on here, and I'm not used to doing all the things that we do with you, and you guys make it so enjoyable. Like, I hope I'm communicating that well, because there are a lot of things to be done in these chairs, and the 5 or 10 minutes I get to every other week spend with you guys are some of my most enjoyable minutes. And so thank you. Congratulations, but thank you. Awesome job. Okay, we're going to move into D7 for a Citizen of the Year award, and we are joined by Administrator Foster.
Good afternoon, Council. So if you were at the May Employee Recognition Ceremony, you already know this fabulous story, but for those of you who weren't, wanted to bring Mr. Gillis up. So Mr. Gillis is one of our sanitation drivers, and earlier this year, he was working near 38th Avenue North, which we all know is a very busy street. He noticed a child alone on the road without any parental supervision, and he immediately stopped his truck to ensure that the child was safe until the police arrived. The child was returned home unharmed, and because of this, he received the Ben Shirley Impactful Service Award here at the City of St. Pete, but then he was also recognized by our governor. So at the state level, he won the Florida Missing Children's Day Citizen of the Year Award and was able to go up to Tallahassee recently and receive that award. But it doesn't stop there, right? So we always hope that when one person takes the time to show compassion and caring, that is contagious and catches on. And just recently we had another driver, Mr. Jamar Green, we'll have him back in front of you at some time in the future, who did the same thing. So a child was found without any supervision. He stopped his truck and was able to ensure that child remained unharmed and found his way home. So we are incredibly grateful for everything our drivers do every day, but even more so whenever they take care of our children. We always talk about it takes a village, and Mr. Gillis really proved that for us, that without his care, we might have been in a different situation for this child. So we have Mr. Gillis here today. We'd love for him to be able to say a few words and to hear from you as well.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I just want to say I'm very thankful for the award, that I was in the right place at the right time. By me having 14 grandchildren, that was like, yeah, they active. Yeah, they active, but that was my first thing. Like, that could have been one of your kids. But mostly, I would like to thank my management, my directors, my supervisors for making a work-free, stress-free workplace where you can just go out there and do your job safely and stay focused and not have to worry about like all the other negativity that goes on in some jobs, some corporations and stuff like that. So I really thank you guys, because they go above and beyond for us. So thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Don't go anywhere yet, Mr. Gillis. Don't go anywhere yet, Mr. Gillis.
sorry.
That's all right.
This is my first time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Rushing home to the grandchildren.
Yeah. One of them gonna be waiting.
Councilmember Givens.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you so much, Mr. Gillis, for being here today and for going above and beyond and out of your way. I knew Mr. Ben Shirley, and to get that award, I know you must feel gratified. He was a man of integrity and compassion, and I see those same characteristics in you. Thank you. So I thank you so much for being that ram in the bush when we needed you the most. So thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Harding.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Gillis, you said right time, right place. That happens quite a bit. The third element, the right person part, that doesn't happen often. There are plenty of instances where that could have and would have turned out in a different manner. And I would argue with you, and I appreciate your thoughts. But right time, right place is common and happens. You happen to be the right person, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Well said. Thank you. Vice Chair Hanowitz.
So, Mr. Gillis, thank you for being that person that took the time. You know, there are a lot of times that people are rushing through life, aren't even paying attention to what's going on around them, and you actually took the time and paid attention to something extremely important. You know, when I was a prosecutor, I did child abuse cases. Okay. And I will tell you that you just never know what can happen to a child, and the fact that you took the time of your day to just not even hesitate, just go ahead and make sure that that child was safe, you have no idea what you could have prevented. And so it's very much appreciated. And if everyone took the time out of their day to make sure that our community was safe, our world would be a better place. So thank you.
You're welcome.
So, first of all, great shoe game. You're wearing phenomenal job.
Thank you.
Phenomenal job, Mr. Gillis. Second, so about 7 or 8 months ago, I brought my kids to a birthday party at the Catapult, which is this big trampoline thing on 66th Street. And what I've realized is there are lots of nooks and crannies in this place. And I lost my son for the period of about 15 minutes. And it's the most scared I've ever been in my entire life. The most, I can tell you for sure, without a doubt, it's the most scared I've ever been in my entire life. Now, thankfully, he's too young to realize that he was lost. But I'll bet you, if he had, it would have been the most scared he had ever been in his life. And 15 minutes later, an employee found him tucked away in a hiding spot, because that's what 6-year-old boys do, right? But I think about my son. What if that hadn't been in a building with a locked door? And he's a boy, right? Not to mention he's mine.
Yeah.
And so chances are at some point he's going to walk out the front door and wander around, because that's what Gertis boys do, okay? And I am so thankful that we have people in our community and people on our streets like you, because it gives me hope. Because that's what I think about. Because it could have been mine. Could have been any of ours, right? And I hope, this is why I don't like going after him, I hope that the right person is there to help. And that was you. So thank you, thank you, thank you. From me, from my son, from your 14 grandchildren. Shit.
This is my person. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, and well deserved. Congratulations. And listen, next time you come into Chambers, you got to let me know, because I got to step up my shoe game to be in the same room as you, man. All right? All right, we're going to move into the last of the awards, D8, and this is a resolution of memorial tribute, and I'm going to invite Mayor Welch, and he's already there. Look at him.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What a great day of recognition of folks that make our city the great place it is. It's fitting that we close with the resolution to a great servant leader in Mayor David Fisher. Just a few weeks ago, our community was deeply saddened to learn of the passing of Mayor David Fisher. He was a true lion in our community. He was dedicated to doing the quiet, but strategic and foundational work that it took to move our city from good to great. He valued transparency, fiscal common sense, and the value of a well-crafted budget book. As we mourn the loss of Mayor Fisher, we can also honor his legacy by living up to the values he led our city with: honesty, integrity, and love for those with whom we share this beautiful city. Thank you, Mayor Fisher, for your service, and thank you to the Fisher family for sharing him with each of us. I'd now like to read the following joint resolution of memorial tribute in honor of Mayor David J. Fisher. And it reads, whereas we are profoundly grieved by the passing of a father, grandfather, consummate public servant and friend, and the loss to this city of David J. Fisher, a former St. Petersburg City Council member, the longest serving mayor and the city's first strong mayor. And whereas Mayor Fisher was an influential community leader with a passion for service, neighborhoods, our environment, water quality and conservation, tree planting, and citizen engagement. And whereas Mayor Fisher served as mayor of this city from 1991 to 2001, his role as mayor transitioned from ceremonial to strong mayor in 1997. His leadership ushered in the first season of the Tampa Bay Devil Rays, helped settle the infamous water wars, and earned him the title of Tree Czar, as more than 18,000 trees were planted during his tenure. And whereas David J. Fisher left a legacy that will touch the hearts and lives of others for generations to come. And whereas David J. Fisher has been called from this season of service on October 22nd, 2025, to an eternal reward of rest. Now, therefore, be it resolved by Mayor Kenneth T. Welch and Chairman Copley Gertis and the St. Pete City Council that we, for ourselves and for the citizens he served so well, with solemn gratitude, publicly acknowledge the debt of thanks this city owes to David J. Fisher for his untiring and steadfast service. Be it further resolved that we express to the family of David J. Fisher our heartfelt condolences with the hope that they will take some measure of consolation in the knowledge that he gave himself wholeheartedly to the service of this city. Be it further resolved, a copy of this resolution is spread upon the minutes of the City Council, and a copy thereof, properly embossed, is inscribed and transmitted to the family of David J. Fisher, and that is submitted by me as mayor and by our chairman, Copley Gertis. God bless you, David Fisher. God bless. Thank you.
Well, Mayor, thank you so much for bringing this forward together with City Council. I remember being a kid, and David Fisher is the first mayor I can remember talking to my dad about. And some of the descriptions you were talking about, a well-balanced budget book, those are the comments I remember from Charlie Gertis back in the 90s. And so I'm just so thankful we're able to memorialize just our well wishes to the family and just our thankfulness for his service to this city. And you know, one of the great things about trees, and I know Councilmember Montanari is probably thinking the same thing, is generations. You know, generations will enjoy those 18,000 trees from my kids and their kids and their kids. And so just very thankful for his service, and Mayor, again, thank you for bringing this joint resolution forward. Thank you. Okay, council members, that's it for awards and presentations. We're going to go into new ordinances. We've got 4 in a row, and this is just a reminder because we are 2 hours in. These are 4 first readings on all 4, just saying. So we're going to E1. Let's read the ordinance, please.
Proposed ordinance number 625H, an ordinance concerning the municipal elections for the city of St. Petersburg, making findings regarding the qualifying period for the scheduling of those elections, amending City Code Chapter 10 to provide for a new qualifying period, ratifying that the dates of the 2026 municipal primary and general elections are the same as the dates of the 2026 state primary and general elections, providing for severability and providing for an effective date. And the public hearing for this item is on December 4th, 2025, and we have no cards.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on E1. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item E1 passes unanimously with Councilmember Driscoll and Fick Sanders being absent.
Okay, thank you. Let's go on to E2. Clerk, please read the title.
Proposed ordinance number 626H, an ordinance of the City of St. Petersburg, Florida, amending Chapter 22, Article 6, Article 5, I'm sorry. 4. All the numbers of the alphabet. All the numbers, I'm sorry. In ordinance of the City of St. Petersburg, Florida, amending Chapter 22, Article 4, Division 6 of the St. Petersburg City Code relating to the 1984 Supplemental Police Officers Retirement System, amending subsection 22-279D to create staggered elections of full-time police officer trustees, amending subsection 22-285 subsection I to allow a member in drop to be elected as a full-time police officer trustee and providing an effective date. Public hearing for this item is also scheduled for December 4th, 2025, and we have no cards, Mr. Chair.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on E2. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item E2 passes unanimously with Councilmember Driscoll being absent.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to E3. Clerk, please read the title.
An ordinance of the City of St. Petersburg, Florida, amending Chapter 22, Article 4, Division 4 of the St. Petersburg City Code relating to the Supplemental Firefighters Retirement System, amending subsection 22-196 of the City Code to include...
Yeah, it's just section.
Section 22-196 of the City Code to include certain overtime hours on or after September 22nd, 2025 in the definition of earnable compensation, amending subsection 22-200 subsection B to update reference to the Florida statutory definition of full-time firefighter, amending subsection 22-200 subsection D to create staggered elections of full-time firefighter trustees, amending subsection 22-206 subsection L to allow a member in drop to be elected as a full-time firefighter trustee and providing an effective date. The public hearing for this item is also scheduled for December 4th, 2025, and we have no cards, Mr. Chair.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on E3. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item E3 passes unanimously with Councilmember Driscoll being absent.
Okay, let's go to E4. Clerk, please read the title.
Proposed ordinance number 628H, an ordinance concerning operations of the city's municipal government access channel, making findings regarding the operation of that channel, amending City Code Chapter 2, Article 9, and providing an effective date. The public hearing for this item is also scheduled for December 4th, 2025.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on E4. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item E4 passes unanimously with Councilmember Driscoll being absent.
Okay. All right, we're going to move into reports, and we've got F1. We've got Chief Holloway. Welcome, Chief.
Good afternoon, sir, Chair, council members. Third time's a charm. So it's going to be the quarter report covering from July to September. So for the overall for the year, crime is down by 15%. 5-year trend, crime is down by 18%. Violent crime is down by 23%. 5-year trend, crime is down 21%. Property crime is down by 13%. 5-year trend, 17%. And we changed it up a little bit, Council, for the new quarterly meeting now. Instead of going year to year, back 1 year, now we're going to stay within that quarter so you can see for the whole year. So we're only going to do the past year till now. So for the second quarter, you see we had 3. For this quarter, we had 2. Both of those homicide, the subjects are under arrest, and they were both related to drugs. During this period, during the third period, we saw an increased case in the gun response team. And that's usually have to do with our summer months around July, August. We usually see an increase in gun calls, but as you can see, we've also had an increase in direct filing. Stolen guns, the thing I want to bring to your attention is where it says taken from building, you see it's up to 31. But the reason for that is because in 5 residents, we had a large amount of guns taken. In 1 residence, we had 5 guns that were taken. 1 residence, we had 11 guns were taken out of that, 3, 3, and 6. So that's why you see that number is so high. Robberies, third quarter compared to the second quarter, you can see that they're down. Burglaries went up a little bit. Again, we look at those summer months, and then in the motor vehicles, that trend is still continuing going downward. For that, arrests are about the same. We did trend up a little bit in the, we trended down in the burglaries arrests, but again, we still are out there making arrests when we can close out the cases. Traffic stats compared to last quarter, the traffic crashes went up just a little by 20. And again, thank God we had no hurricane, so we have no wake or any calls like that we had to enforce. Second chance program is still going strong. We talked about that this morning. The 3 that we have as a one we had as a no-show, and 2 were dismissed from the program, so that's why they did not successfully complete the program. We're going to be looking at that program to see what we can do differently, how we can work either more with the county or more with Parks and Recs or a call program. But we still want to make sure that these kids do not get a criminal record, that we address the issue right away, and we can make sure they're still successful in their lives. Our home team is still out there monitoring the kids that do have criminal records. And again, you can see their curfews. We still go out there and do compliance checks once it's a court-ordered compliance. Our PATH unit can still, as you can still making a lot of contacts, still doing a lot of referrals. Again, with our call program, with our PATH, with the PATH team, with St. Anthony's Hospital helping us out there, we're still making a lot of contact with our unhoused individuals. Our park walk and talk, you can see the officers are still out there, and we're marking the territories where we're going. Eagle Eye program, it increased by 13. We know there are more people out there that have cameras on their homes. We're just trying to get them to register. I can say though, when we do have an incident, people will come out and say, hey, do you want to look at our Ring camera, or do you look at the cameras we have on our homes? Our use of force went down. Of those 334, none of those were out of compliance. We had 1 citizen complaint for this quarter, and that citizen complaint was, the officer did not follow a policy and procedure, and when we looked at it, the officer was exonerated. Our call program, we talked about that this morning in the meeting. Again, I just want to bring it to your attention how 98% of the calls, we are not using law enforcement to respond to. We're using our counselors to go out to help people that are in a crisis. And the biggest thing, there's no injuries to our counselors responding to these calls. Forward Together, we talked about that this morning again. That's the grant that we received through the mayor and through city council approval. It is still going strong. We're still helping these young adults get into programs so we can make sure that we can change their lives. Our Officer Friendly program and POP program, again, we talked about that this morning. We're still going very strong with that, and we still want to do interaction with our youth because we want to keep engaging our youth to make sure that we keep them on the right track. And with that, I'll open it for any questions.
Okay, thanks, Chief. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chief, for the presentation. And, you know, of course, when I see those numbers on those stolen firearms, you know me, I get very upset about those. But thank you for that clarification that that huge jump was from just a couple of incidents. But still, I mean, I think that, you know, one of the benefits of being able to carry arms in the United States is that it has to come with responsibility. And I just really wish that people would understand that these crimes of opportunity don't have to continue happening. And they create other trickle-down issues throughout our city whenever kids, a lot of times, get their hands on these firearms. So I just continue to sound that alarm. I try to share that with the residents that I represent because it happens a lot in my district. You can see the map and you can see the number of incidents. I really wanted to also just say publicly, and it's not on this report because it just happened in the last couple of weeks, but in my own neighborhood, there was a rash of this happening. It happened 2 weekends in a row, and it kind of ran the gamut. It was not only the stolen firearms, it was also stolen vehicle, and just people leaving their vehicles unlocked. And when they see that, and they're successful one weekend, they come back the next weekend, and then they're successful again. But I have to say, the work by the arresting officers and then ultimately the detective, my residents in my neighborhood and in my district just wanted me to share a big message of thank you, because while they were feeling a little bit unsafe for a couple of weeks, now they can rest assured that St. Pete PD is on it, it's taken care of, and they can move forward and feel safe. And that, really, I think there are no words to express what that means to the community. So thank you. Please send the thanks to the detective and to the arresting officers, because it just really means the world. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Givens.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chief, for all your hard work, and to our officers as well. I'd like to start where Councilmember Gabbard left off, and that's talking about the auto theft issues. So you mentioned Eagle Eye, and I guess there's an issue trying to get residents to register. How are we engaging those residents? How are we encouraging them to participate in that program?
Well, every time we have a community meeting, I use this form. We try to ask people to go online and register, let us know that they have cameras in their home. And a lot of people, I think the misinformation is that we can look at your cameras. We can't look at your cameras. When something happens, we have to actually physically come to your home, ask you to download the information so we can look at it. So a lot of people sometimes think Big Brother is watching you, and it's not. It's just a tool that we have in our toolbox. So when something does happen, we know, hey, it happened on 8th Street, and there's 10 cameras on 8th Street, so we're gonna go to those 10 homes. So that's what we keep trying to remind people. We know there's cameras out there, we just want them to register, so when something does happen, we can go back and backtrack and say, okay, a burglary happened on the street, there's 3 cameras, maybe they captured the person or captured the car. So we just continue to do that, sir.
Gotcha. Well, I remember a few weeks back, we had an influx of accidents involving e-bikes. And within 48 hours, I think you all were working with the marketing department to start a video that was blasted across our social media pages and on YouTube. And I thought that was very effective. I thought the message was very clear and concise. And if we haven't already, I would love to see some sort of marketing campaign to really encourage people, one, to lock their doors, even though that's common sense and you should know to do it. Not everybody has it. Common sense ain't that common. But perhaps we can utilize social media, again, to remind people of what their responsibilities are as not only gun owners, but also owners of vehicles. And perhaps we can do 2 for 1. Also use that marketing campaign to encourage people to register for the Eagle Eye program. It's as you said, Chief, it's just misinformation, because I was one of those people who was hesitant to do it because I thought the same thing. Well, are they spying on me? So I think it's important for us to get ahead of that by educating people and letting them know the benefits of getting involved with that program. And then lastly, Chief, you mentioned the Second Chance program. There were 2 students, young people, that were dismissed. Can you give me a little information about why they were dismissed?
Sure. So these young people, they volunteer to come and they're working with a counselor, and then they just wouldn't pay attention. They came late. They were told to do something. They wouldn't do it. So they're asked to leave at that point because the other kids that are there, they do want to be involved in it. So if they don't want to participate in the instruction, they're going to be asked to leave.
And that makes sense. And the difficult part about this, and we've spoken, is the judicial system, right? What we allow. Have we had conversations with any of those judges, Chief, to discuss how we can work together to improve this program?
Sure. Remember, this program is outside the judicial system. The mayor and I, when we worked it out, is that these kids do not go to court. So what happens, again, the kid commits a shoplifting on Monday, and he or she then reports to either Parks and Rec or to council on Saturday. So the judges are not involved in this. We're trying to avoid the kid going to a judge. Now what's going to happen, you're absolutely correct. So now the charge is going to come back up, and now the child has to go through the judicial system. Now they're going to have an arrest on the record. Now they're going to have to go through the juvenile detention center. So it's kind of like that child has to make that choice, and the parents to say, you know what, I made a mistake. We all make mistakes. And this is a way that I can see. Now, will that child still get a diversion? He or she probably will still get a diversion, but now that record is now going to be held against them.
And you said what I wanted to say. I think we have to be proactive, and I don't know how we do that. Again, this is why I would love to bring the powers that be together to say we have to get creative. Before a child gets a criminal record, before they find themselves in a position that they can't get themselves out of, how can we, the powers that be, the stakeholders in this community, including those parents who can't be let off the hook, how can we support them to eliminate and curb and combat and decrease that recidivism rate? So I would really love if there's an opportunity for us to engage the judicial system with this program. I know they're out of the judicial system, but is there an opportunity for us to have those conversations to talk about how we can work together?
And we do have those conversations. We do talk through the judges. They're very helpful. Probation, parole, chief probation officer, we talk to her all the time, and we try to work through that. But again, it has to be the child and the parent. You and I can talk to them forever, but the child has to say, he or she, I want to do this. And the parents have to be the person that bring them along. Because you and I can't do that. It's going to take the child, it's going to take the parent to bring that person along. And also through our call program, you have like the kids call them the coaches. The coaches talk to the children to try to help them. So it's really, they got to want to help themselves also.
Well, I thank you so much, Chief, for doing something to try to find a solution. It's one thing to do nothing, but at least we are doing something. So I thank you for that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you. I'll speak to something Councilmember Givens just briefly mentioned, but just e-bikes in general. I know we've had this conversation, and I've had it at other boards I'm a part of, but you know, it seems like every time I look up, I'm struggling with e-bikes, and I just wondered if you could speak to it a little bit, Chief, and how things are going from your end recently.
Sure. So after we did all the market advertising, we saw a decrease in fatality accident, but we're still seeing accident with e-bikes. Our plan is to do more marketing because a lot of parents are buying these bikes for these kids, and they're going 25 miles an hour or better. So we're trying to make sure we can explain that to parents, especially Christmas is right around the corner. Everybody think they need to buy these bikes. So it's going to come out to education that these, I can say they're like semi-motorcycles. And the kids are going to modify them, they're going to make them faster. So it's going to take the city, going to take all of us to educate everybody that these bikes travel quite fast. And if you're in a car, before you know it, this e-bike is right up on you. And the other part about it is they are not abiding by the law. And that's how they're getting hurt. Again, we did see a decrease after we did the marketing, but it's going to us keep going and doing it over and over again.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And it's one thing, you know, people not knowing the law when it comes to like the speeds that they go and the licenses required. But I mean, I don't know if you could speak to enforcement a little bit, but literally I went and got some lunch today between committee meetings and got cut off by an e-bike, and then they ran through lights, and it's pretty common occurrence now. And so I just wondered, you know, what enforcement's looked like as well.
Sure, so we are doing traffic enforcement. I think you looked on our webpage, I think one weekend we wrote over 200 citations, and we got a few phone calls, but we were educating, but at the same time we were writing people. So we're going to continue to do that. We have grants that allow us to do that, so we're going to continue to monitor, we're going to educate, and then we're also going to do enforcement, because we don't want to see people get hurt, and at the same time, we just want them to abide by the laws.
Of course, yeah. So your strategy so far has been through your regular traffic enforcement and just wrapping in like the same thing as you would for cars and motorcycles, and to extend that to e-bikes as well then?
Yeah, so it's a three-prong. We're evaluating where they are, then we're going out doing education, and then we're doing enforcement. So we keep doing those legs. We put it up on our Facebook page to let people know that we're coming. The officers out there stopping. It just got to continue. What we're thinking about doing is making sure we possibly send flyers out to the businesses that are selling these e-bikes. So when a person buys an e-bike, he or she can see what the rules are. Because a lot of people that think, hey, let's just get an e-bike and it's nice. Well, there's big responsibility that goes along with that e-bike.
Okay, you said a couple of things that piqued my interest. One is the evaluation of where they are. That's interesting. I'm sure that there are places where it's more likely to be a problem than others, so I'm glad to hear that that's happening. And then reaching out to the businesses as well, making sure that they're providing adequate information. Yeah, I'm going to think more about that and then would love to chat with you more. But I appreciate you giving me the update. This has been an issue that's been very frustrating for those of us who care about traffic safety and people who care about, like, you know, the safety of kids as well, because this is where I keep seeing the biggest headaches from. My wife's a teacher and she's had 4 students get in pretty serious wrecks over the last like 6 months or so, and so it's been quite frustrating to hear about repeatedly, so I appreciate it.
I appreciate you mentioning, because a lot of people don't understand, like you're saying, that bike is going 25 miles an hour, and then are you on a hill? I mean, you could put in a bunch of variables that are out there. And a lot of people also, the law says anything under 25 miles an hour is an e-bike, and if they modify it, and you have a suspended license, you are driving a vehicle, therefore you will be arrested for driving a vehicle. And people don't realize that, well, I got a suspended license, I'll go get an e-bike and I'll modify it, so it goes 35 miles an hour. Well, now you're on a motorcycle. So we're going to continue doing that education.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Harding.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Chief. I have one simple, easy question I've been wondering about. Do we look at businesses or pieces of property that overuse the police services? Frequent flyers that don't put in their own security or cause your department to be there more often. Is that something that we measure?
We do. We'll look at that, and if we did get something like that, then either the community service officer of that team would then send something to them. We would send it through our legal department to let the people know, but we are still going to respond. But what type of calls? That are, the false alarms? We'll go out there and educate the owner of the properties.
Okay. Is that and I apologize, is that an issue for us at all? I don't mean the department responding. I mean having businesses that require the services too often because they're not putting in good practices.
To my knowledge, no, sir. I haven't seen anything come across. We may get maybe 1 or 2 a year, but nothing that I can say we get all the time.
Fair enough. Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Chief, thanks for being with us both morning and afternoon. Appreciate it so much. Appreciate the update. I'll just quickly touch on 2 things. Again, I just want to continue to say my thanks for the amount of park walk and talks and the coverage of those. It's very appreciative, and I think officers are being seen, and I hear that, and that's very much appreciated. Second is kind of goes along with the e-bike and just traffic comments in general. I don't think any of us would have any problems giving out a significant more amount of tickets with how much speeding is going on and people just not listening. And so I know that's not to say we're not doing it, because you are. Like, that's just me saying, if you want to do more, none of us are going to complain. And so it boggles my mind, both from the e-bike standpoint. I mean, we have them all over Northwest. I'm yelling at 12-year-olds constantly who aren't my children, and I yell at mine enough already. And so it just kind of is crazy, and I feel like it's a bit of a family issue, right? Like, you see your parents drive like a bat out of hell, and chances are you're going to drive your bike like a bat out of hell. And so I don't know what we can do about that other than, just the enforcement that we're doing. And so that I just needed to say that out loud. Otherwise I would have been upset with myself.
And if your neighborhood data are seeing that, please have them call in, because we will send our traffic team there, our CIO, our CSOs. But I tell everybody, you call, we come, we write.
Yeah.
9 times out of 10, we catch the people in the residence speeding also. So just be careful. We will come and we will enforce it. So thank you very much for that. And if you look at our Facebook page, we'll actually tell people where we're going to be that day, and we still will write
You'll
more
tell them, we told you, and you still did it.
Yes.
Yeah, it's crazy to me. It's absolutely bonkers. But no, I appreciate it, Chief. Councilmember Fig Sanders.
Thank you. Chair, you reminded me of something, and thank you for that. On my way here this morning, and I don't know if that's a city thing or a fire department, I don't know how we can handle it, but there must have been a really bad fire somewhere, and there were so many trucks and flashing. Nobody would pull over. And same thing with ambulances. You are taking time away from getting to someone to save their life, and they're trying to maneuver around cars that didn't slow down because some of us stopped. So what would an educational opportunity be for the city to kind of help? You know, it just came to mind when the chair said that, and I thought that this morning. It's like, I need to call and find out what we can do as a city. So I'm just going to put that out there because it really confused me that people are confused when to stop.
I will get, she's probably listening right now, so I'll get with Ms. Fernandez and her team, and we'll do some more marketing, and like I said, put something out on our social media page, maybe do a video, and tell people how they need to move over.
When you do, please make sure I get it so I can put it on my social media because I have seen that all over town. But this morning it really hit home because there were several trucks trying to get to some place. I don't know who it was, but it had to have been mighty, mighty big because there were several trucks and vehicles going that way. So thank you for that. Thank you, Chair. You reminded me.
Thank you. Chief, thanks so much for the update. Always good seeing you. Thank you, sir. Okay, we are going to move into F2, where we will welcome former Councilmember Montanari, who is the chair of the Advanced Air Mobility Task Force, for our progress report number 2. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Curtis, City Council. It's good to see everybody once again. As the chair mentioned, this is our second progress report, and I'm pleased to report to you that the task force is doing very well. I want to thank the mayor and city council for putting together a great group of people that care, that listen, learn, and are working together to solve a very interesting issue that we're facing as a city. Last week I had the opportunity to go to Orlando, and former Senator Jeff Brandes has a autonomous vehicle summit there, and I spent a day and a half there, and I believe we are the only city in the state of Florida that has a task force studying this issue. Now, there's other airports that are studying, Tampa International, Orlando, other airports around the state, but I don't know of any city that's doing what the city of St. Petersburg is doing. So my update is going to be relatively brief, and this doesn't seem to be working, or it's operator error.
You can fly.
So this, I just set myself up for that. This is the task that you all gave us in the resolution that you passed earlier this year. Thank you, Chan. And this is the task force that you all and the mayor appointed. And as I said before, the task force is working very, very well together. And we're also blessed to have a great city staff that's helping us out also. And it's just a great group of people. I also want to first welcome Beth Herendeen to a disruptive industry that we're studying here at the city, and she came to the last task force meeting. And Brett Pettigrew is doing just a wonderful job of helping us out with the rest of the legal team. Rich Lesniak, Janie, as you all know, does a wonderful job in assisting us. And then Doug DiCarlo is our consultant, and again, doing a wonderful job with us. When I was here back in August, I talked a little bit about how we divided our work into 3 phases because of the diversity of the task force. We have a couple task force members that are kind of experts in the field, and we have some task force members that don't have very much background at all in aviation. And then you have a lot of people in the middle. And so what I recommended and what we're doing is we kind of went through we're going through three phases. We had the education phase where we covered the topics that you have in your screen in front of you. And I'm going to talk about some of the recent reports that we've received. And then the task force has moved into the recommendation phase, which is going to be the heart of the report that we're going to present to you, hopefully if we're on time in late January. And then we'll get into the report phase after that. Some of the issues that we have recently worked on, back in early August, we had a briefing from our consultant, Doug DiCarlo, and we talked about one of the main things that City Council put in their resolution, and that's studying advanced air mobility. How would it fit into Albert Whitted Airport, and how would it fit in with the rest of the city when it comes to takeoff and landing areas, which are called vertiports. The FAA recognizes one that they call everything kind of like a heliport. Every takeoff and landing area is called a vertiport, but the industry looks at three different types of vertiports, and they're in front of you there. The one with the first two on the left and center have one takeoff and landing area and multiple landing spots, and then the one on the right is called a vertihub, and that has two takeoff and landing areas and multiple landing spots. And the way that these vertistops, vertiports, or vertihubs would operate, it would depend on what sort of operation you had going on. If you had an air taxi operation with a lot of operations going on, you might want to have more parking areas, and you could cycle through a lot of these aircraft through these stops, through these different vertiports. The other thing that we were briefed on is what sort of support facilities do we need to have, including the terminal, vehicle parking, how much electricity that we need to have, because most of these aircraft are electrically powered. And then some other considerations, including neighborhood compatibility and zoning and airspace protection. When we studied Albert Whitted Airport, I know it's kind of a busy slide, but that top slide you can see both runways out there at Albert Whitted Airport, and to the north and the south of the main runway, runway 725, you'll see a yellow line. And that yellow line is a 500 foot line away from the center line of both runways. And the FAA, if you wanted to put a vertiport on the airport, you're going to have to be outside of that yellow line. So on the north side of the airport, you can see we just don't have room to put a vertiport there. Our consultant showed us what a vertiport would look like on the southern part of the airport, and you can see it south of that southern line, south of runway 725. And you can see the approach and departure corridor, which is depicted on the bottom slide there in front of you. And you're going to have to, if you have a vertiport, you're going to have a clear airspace for both the approach phase of the flight, the landing, and then when it takes off, it needs to be clear going forward. one of the things that we need to think about when it comes to something like this, we could still operate eVTOLs out of Albert Whitted Airport, but not have a vertiport on the airport. We could operate like we operate helicopters now, using. We could designate a takeoff and landing area somewhere around the airport, and then they could use the clearways associated with the runways, so that we could operate eVTOLs around the airport. Later in August, we had a briefing from a financial specialist from ARK Invest to talk us about the different types of aircraft. And being that this is a brand new industry, there's a lot of different types of aircraft. And the ones that we have there on the screen are kind of the bigger, better capitalized companies. It seems in the industry right now, those top two, Joby and Archer Aviation, are the leaders in the industry at this point in time. They're very well capitalized. They're both based out of California, and they're paired up with both the major airlines, Joby with the Delta and Virgin Atlantic, and Archer's with Southwest and United Airlines. The other thing that's interesting is they both are paired up with automobile manufacturers. It's just an interesting combination. Beta is more of a conventional, it's not an eVTOL, it's more of a conventional takeoff and landing aircraft, and it's paired up with a company called Blade and UPS. But it was a very, very interesting briefing that we had, and we also learned that MacDill Air Force Base has, they're getting 2 of the Joby aircraft, and they'll be doing some flight testing out there at MacDill. They're supposed to be delivered sometime this year. We also had a briefing from Derek Kilborn about land use and zoning, and we are, as one of our recommendations that we're or some of our recommendations that we're going to put in is going to be to to put a recommendation in on a couple things that we found in his briefing. We need more specific criteria for both heliports in the city of St. Petersburg, but we don't have anything in our code when it comes to vertiports. So we're going to have to we're going to put a recommendation in for the city to address both of those things. This is a map that was presented to us on, this is where heliports are allowed in the city of St. Petersburg, and you can see that they're limited to just certain parts of the city, and this is another thing that we're going to address in our report when it comes to vertiports around the city of St. Petersburg and where they can operate. The other things that briefings that we've received, we had an update on the regulatory framework from both Brett Pettigrew and Heather Judd. We received a legislative update from David Thompson. Because of the changes going on at the Albert Whitted water treatment facility, we got a little update from Brajesh Preman on what's going on with the water treatment facility at Albert Whitted Airport because of the changes that are going on out there. And then Cheryl Stacks briefed us on local and regional integration. And we do have Whit Blanton on the task force, and he's just been a gift to the task force when it comes to the MPO and some of the transportation issues that are going to affect us regionally. And then Aubrey Phillips came and gave us an update on funding strategies. So that is it for my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions. And just let me just kind of summarize for the public that might be watching that doesn't know much about advanced air mobility, but it's kind of like the cartoon, The Jetsons. You know, you get into a vehicle, they're going to be electrically operated, most of them. They're going to, the FAA, when they do certify them, are going to certify them with a pilot on board, but a lot of these companies want to quickly go to a completely autonomous operation. And so at some point in time when the public feels confident about it, they'll go to an autonomous operation. The major uses right now that people are thinking about is an air taxi type operation. Just think about like an Uber that flies. There is a air cargo package delivery system, and that's going to be coming here to our region very soon. There's a company called Wing that just announced within the last month and a half or so about starting operations in Tampa. I think they're paired up with Walmart to do package delivery via some of these vehicles. And then the other application that we're seeing is an air ambulance and public safety type application. So very exciting study, great task force, great staff support, and things are going well. I anticipate us completing our work in time and presenting the final report to you in late January. I'll open up to any questions that you have.
No, thank you very much, Ed, for the report. We're going to go to Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you, and thank you for the report. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Just a few questions. You were talking about the using the existing runway versus establishing a standalone vertiport and showing us the space constraints and how we might have to move some things around to make room for a vertiport. Is a vertistop an option because it's a smaller footprint?
Well,
I don't know what that is used.
Yeah, you know, those three different categories kind of speak to like how big of an operation that you like an operator might have. So going back to the three different companies, you saw them paired up with airlines. If an airline wanted to have like multiple operations at the airport, that we might want to have like a bigger operation there. The thing that I think we need to keep in mind when it comes to a vertiport on Albert Whitted Airport is just the constraints that we have. The vertistop is still going to need the approach and departure corridors cleared. And if you look at, you know, the space that we have out there at Albert Whitted Airport, you're going to have to do some modifications out there. You might not be able to build or develop as many hangars, and there's always been a waiting list for hangars out there. Another option, which I mentioned, would be just to operate eVTOLs out of the airport like we operate helicopters. And that way, you could just have like a parking area and they could hover taxi to the runways and then take off.
It sounds like that might be our best option. I know we'll get into that more when you do the final report and hand it off to us, but it sounds like that can help this scale faster because more locations can be identified if you can use shared space.
Right.
Okay. The air ambulance, you just mentioned it. You know, some of our helicopter operations that happen at Albert Whitted Airport now are related to our local hospitals. Have you or has anyone spoken with anyone from Johns Hopkins, Orlando Health, et cetera, to see if they are looking into air ambulance?
No, we haven't had them in front of the task force yet, but that would be that would be a good idea.
Yeah.
I could see reaching out to them and kind of see what the industry's thinking.
Yeah, if they're already thinking about it, I want to make sure that they are tuned in to this discussion and look for a potential partnership.
Yeah.
Okay. With the zoning, I don't know if Derek is here, but
He's close by.
So it's okay if he's not here. I just wanted to know if he's working on this because it looks like we've got some work to do. And I like the idea of having flexible zoning because, oh, hey, Derek. Hey, regarding slide 8 and the zoning and land use planning, I like the idea of having flexible zoning so that we can accommodate with more ease as this industry evolves. And, you know, that will happen faster than our process really does, you know what I mean? So I'm just wondering if this is something you're already working on and if you see a good path to what we can establish here for the city to accommodate.
Yes, we can absolutely do that. In our initial presentations, we were just describing the framework for incorporating this use into the land development regulations. We did not put forward specific regulations themselves. So maximizing flexibility is something that we always tried to do through code writing, and so we would absolutely do that here.
I see the, so would you start with heliports? And maybe it's a change of the definition to make sure that it would include this tech, these types of vehicles, and then kind of grow it from there? Is that what you?
That was part of our initial presentation, was that if there was some conservative approach or caution about introducing this, we could start with where heliports are allowed today since they're similar. And then after experiencing it through that incorporation, expand it out beyond that. But we did offer that that might be a conservative approach to introduce it.
Okay. When the final report is given, I'd like to know more about that and maybe show scenario A, scenario B, like whatever you've narrowed it down to as far as what we can do or what we might want to consider. So I'd like to take a deeper dive into that when we get the final report. Okay.
At this point now, we've tried to just take a kind of secondary position, explain how we could incorporate changes into the code, but not necessarily try to influence the research and the discussion that was happening with the committee. So we'll take their outputs and then figure out how to include it in.
Okay.
Okay.
I know it takes a while and it looks like there's more than one action or more than one change that needs to happen. So maybe that's a great thing we can look forward to working on next year.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Harding.
Thank you, Chair. Ed, good to see you. Thank you very much.
Can I just say something? I love it when Derek talks about the conservative approach. It's kind of like speaking my language.
I will go the other way to quote the great Mike Jeffries, that you want to be on the cutting edge but not the bleeding edge. Can you, on that note, can you give us a sense in all that you've learned and all you've talked to, or all the folks that you've talked to, how fast is this really coming? And I don't mean for us in Albert Whitted, I mean for society as a whole. Is this hopefully, if everything goes well, we're 5 years off, or we're going to see these in months?
Very, very good question. The parts of this are going very fast. I think the package delivery part of it is going to be here. I mean, they're already doing some test programs around the country right now with it, and that company that I referenced, Wing, that is paired up with Walmart, they're going to be operating pretty soon. And I saw something from the Secretary of Transportation where he did a little video on social media where a package was delivered to his house by one of these vehicles. So I think that's going to happen pretty quickly. When it comes to carrying passengers, the FAA is at least a year, maybe 2 years away from certification. And the European version of the FAA is kind of in the same place. So I think that might take a little bit more time. Some of the other uses, the air ambulance uses, I'm not exactly sure how quickly they're going to be implemented.
And you, in addition, you have unique experience with everything you did before, sitting in this seat. How do you feel about it? What are your thoughts on us moving in the what was the cartoon you referenced?
The Jetsons.
In the Jetsons direction.
I feel very good about it. When I went to that conference that I talked about last week, you can just see where this industry is going, and it's being developed very, very quickly. And there's a lot of attention. At the update that I gave you all back in August, I talked about how the different levels of government, the president issued a very, it was like a 15, 20-page executive order on this subject. He doesn't want, his administration doesn't want the United States to fall behind on this technology. And the United States has always been a leader in aerospace and aviation, and we don't want to be second in this area. But the state also is very very much a leader in this space also. The FDOT cabinet member, Mr. Perdue, Jarrett Perdue, was there and talked quite a bit about advanced air mobility and what they're doing here in the state of Florida. And then over in Auburndale, they have like a test facility for automated vehicles, and they're really pouring a lot of money in to make sure that Florida is ready for this also.
Okay, look forward to your next report. Thank you very much. I
Sure.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Fix Sanders.
Thank you. Hey, how are you, Council? You
Great.
can always be Councilmember
Yep.
Montanari, so you're not going to escape us. I just have a small correction because I'm not sure if you're using this presentation anywhere else. But I'm excited with what you're doing. I just need you to change that C to a K in Janika Polk.
Oh, okay.
Just in case. I told you mine was really small, but I have this thing about names. I have this thing about names, but it looks like we are really moving along on this. Because when did you have the first meeting?
It was April.
Yes, so this is moving right along, and you plan to be complete when?
The end of January.
Wow, okay. Well, yeah, that's pretty much all I had because, they have the GOAT of airlines, actually chairing the committee, so we're not, we're not actually concerned with what you're going to bring back. I'm just looking forward to it, so thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Can I just mention, we do have a member of the task force, Walt Driggers, here in the audience also, and I also, Oh, hey, Max. How are you? I didn't see you there. Yeah. So we have two members of the task force here in front of me, and I just want to make it clear that I'm chair of the task force. I was elected by my colleagues on the task force, and I don't want to tip the scales in my report. The task force, when we put our report out, that's going to be the report from all of us.
Very much appreciated, Councilmember. I only had one question. Thank you for the report. Thank you for the update. To all the committee members that are here in attendance, thanks for pouring in on this for us and being those experts in the field. It seems on at least one of the pictures on the three different options you gave us on aircraft, and then in the last picture on the slide, are some of these vehicles they operate like Ospreys, where
Yes.
the blades will turn?
Yes. So those first two vehicles on the top two, they operate much like a Osprey, and in that last slide that we have, operates in a similar fashion, but when I was here in August, you asked about conventional takeoff and landing type vehicles. This is one that's closer to a conventional takeoff and landing vehicle. Which, is this a beta? Vertical. Vertical. And that's paired up with American? Yeah, I thought so.
And I guess my only question, and listen, I'm not even I am worse than an amateur. But I do know that Osprey's had some issues. Have they gotten past that on where the blades turn, and they're not worried about that with this?
Not yet. You know, with any new technology, I mean, that's why you have a robust flight test and operation type program.
Okay.
Yeah, it's you know, I do know that a lot of these aircraft are being flown quite a bit and being tested, and like I said, those top two operators, both Archer and Joby, they're pretty impressive when you look at their capitalization and how much work they're putting into this. And then the fact that Joby is pairing up with the Air Force is very impressive also.
Does the task force plan on making any type of recommendation on what type of aircraft we should have if we have them in the future, or are we staying out of that lane?
That's for the, I don't want to avoid your question, but that's for the task force to decide.
Okay. That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely fair. I was just curious. I just had noticed, and then obviously Ospreys are still in use today.
They are.
I mean, one landed at Albert Whitted a year ago when the president visited. In fact, multiple of them did.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's not like an overarching concern. I just know that with more moving parts become more problems, it just seems. So I was just curious. So.
Yeah.
But very thankful for the update, Councilmember Montanari. It's always good to see you. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Good to see y'all.
Okay, we're going to move right into F3, and this is an update on the RISE Youth Program. This was referred by me along with kind of the items from this morning in YFS, just trying to get our arms around youth programs that are city funded and that we are partnering with. And so I've asked Esther to come in and give us an update on this. And Esther, thank you so much for being patient. I know it's been a long afternoon, but thanks for being with us and thanks for giving us this update.
No worries. I don't think I've ever spent this long in city chambers. And I guess
all of us up here wish we could say that.
And that means that I need to write a letter and say this is absolute madness. And I'm joking. Thank you so much for your willingness to hear about the RISE program under the umbrella of Supportive Equity Connections. Before I actually get into the program and into our PowerPoint, I do want to call up a parent who has been here since 1:30. Another parent was here. She had to go back to work. She left at 2:30. And then Mr. John Bailey, whose grandson is a part of our program, and Deshaun Mims, who is actually the program manager. And then, with your permission, I'll get into the PowerPoint at that time. Okay, so I'll call up Renee. Mr. Bailey first? All right, fantastic. John Bailey first, and then Ranique, and then I'll call up Deshaun.
Mr. Bailey, always good to see you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is John Bailey, and do I need to get my address?
No, you're all
Okay,
set.
All right. Okay, it's my pleasure to stand here before you and speak on behalf of the RISE program, Ms. Deshaun Mims. I had the opportunity to work with her, you know, in terms of being a mentor to some of the kids that she's mentoring. And I could tell you this, is that this program is so very much needed. I am a returning citizen, let me say that. And since I've been home from incarceration, I've had the opportunity to work with many of the programs, the youth programs here in St. Petersburg. And one of them I have to make mention, you know, is Hidden Voices. You know, I started out with Hidden Voices. I worked with Men in the Making, not my child, not my son, but this program here in particular, it touched me, in a way because my grandson was kind of troubled youth. And since I've been home, I've been trying to work with him, in terms of guiding him in the right direction. Ms. Deshawn took my grandson up under her wings and invited him into her program. And since he's been in that program, he's been a changed person. And so I have worked with them, and being that he's been in that program, I assist them in any kind of way that I can, and just seeing that change. And these programs, we need many more of them. And I tell you, anything that we could do with this program to expand it, to help her in any kind of way, to increase the number of people that we could get into it, I think it's very important. Because these kids out there, they're kind of lost in a way, and some of them have fallen through the cracks. There are other programs that a lot of them will, they have the criteria to enter these programs are high. But this program, it like we catch the ones who have fallen through those cracks. And it's very important that we don't waste not one of our children, in terms of helping them to increase them, to lift them up, and to do just what RISE does. So I just like to say that much. I enjoy working with these kids, and I enjoy working with Ms. Deshawn and Ms. Esther, because these programs are very well needed. And I just want to thank y'all, for looking into it, and whatever we do, whatever you can do to help them, then I'm all for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And if you look to the far, I guess my left, which will end up being your far right, that would be Mr. Bailey's grandson. All right, Renique, you ready? I know it's so daunting, but I promise you they are nice. I actually like every single one of them.
Promise.
I'm gonna stand with you.
Hello. Hello. I'm
Good
Renique. I'm
afternoon.
very shy. We don't really do this a lot. But my daughter is the one to the right, Julia. We're from New York, so I just wanted to have her engaged in something where she doesn't, tend to want to be on the streets, and, somewhere where she finds friends and somebody to support her. Miss Deshawn became her best friend. She has more conversation with Deshawn than me, but I guess that's okay because, at least she gets the opportunity to open up to somebody. This program has really been a good thing for her, and I'll just say fund them. Like I said, I get very nervous with the whole speaking, but I really enjoy this program. I've, been there a couple of times to see what they do too as well. They do a lot of fun things, take the kids out. Like Saturday, they're going to a basketball game, and Mr. Sean never said, "Do you want to come?" But it's good for the children. It's good for the community that the children can actually go out, run together, do things, and just enjoy being kids, because that's what I see with my daughter. I see she's more happy. She's more open, and she just really enjoys this program. And by her face and smiling, you can tell, I give it a A+.
Thank you, baby.
You did good.
All right, Deshawn.
Okay, hi everybody. I am not Deshawn. These are not my kids, but they are my kids. I really enjoyed working this program. One of the parents, and I'm trying to say her son is right here in the front with his shirt kind of off, but I think when they first started the program, or one of the things that she said the most was her son didn't really get any positive mentorship from home. She was a single parent, and she really didn't have any level of like male mentorship for him that was positive. He had cousins, he had family members, but they weren't really positive figures in his life. So when she brought him into the program, that was one of the things that she really enjoyed, was him being able to meet other men. We've connected him with other programs like Pathfinders, other mentorship programs, other opportunities for him to see more. So outside of it just being RISE, we really tried to connect him with his entire community to make sure that he felt supported.
All right, thank you guys for your patience. I think it's important, and anytime I come up here, I say the lived experience, the lived voice is what tells the story. And so we can talk PowerPoint, we can talk data, but when you hear and see that kids are really being affected and that they're being changed and there's a intentional movement in their life, it's important. So the RISE Youth Program, empowering youth, building leaders, changing communities. I put this picture here because this trip, and it's one of my favorites actually, we had an opportunity with Fire Chief Watts. They opened up the only fire station in the city that still has the pole. And these kids wanted to go down the pole. And it was amazing because when we got back to, at the time we were at Perk's office, 1601. If you've been there, there's like 2 poles on the inside, and to see the kids climb up on the pole and say, okay, this is the pole like the fire station, we want to go down, and I'm like, no, this is insurance issue, please don't go down the pole. But it's the excitement to hear that they begin to talk about what their career is like. When we first launched RISE back in January, there was no talk about a career. We were navigating, and some of our kids are foster care youth. Some of them, we have a contract with Department of Juvenile Justice, so we are getting kids from Judge Patrice Moore and Judge Pierce. And so these kids are coming to us, and they don't even necessarily understand what a path forward is. And so having these conversations has been very intentional for us. And so the program overview, the RISE Youth Program is a year-round youth development initiative, and it's truly designed for ages 10 to 17. And we put 18 here because if they are in fact enrolled in the foster care system, they can still come to us. Our core components include mentoring, academic support, workforce readiness, and community engagement, all within a safe space for youth to grow and emerge as leaders. Our mission is clear: reaching youth that are in need, inspiring them through mentorship and support, supporting academic and personal growth, and empowering them for civic success. Civic success for me is probably the most important piece here, because when you believe in the city that you grow and are raised in and go to school in and do all of the stuff, our hope is that soon as they begin to grow in their space, they will be on this dais. They will really be intentional with their voice, and we're pushing for that. We'll get to that a little later, but you'll hear me talk about that a little more. Put this up here. We are intentional. That is a horrible picture of me. We are intentional, not just hearing from the parents, but also hearing from the kids. And so this is a letter that one of our foster care youth wrote. You can look at it and read it at your leisure. But he is talking about how he did not care about how he showed up. He did not care about how he was looked at within his home, within the many foster care homes that he's gone through. And we were able to place him in his first job this summer, and not just place him in a job, but also helping him to understand that at 6'5", 10th grader, 14, 9th grader, that it does not matter what you do, you are going to be seen. And so how you show up is going to be very important. And so as we begin to have those conversations, it was exciting to hear him, but also read the fact that although he was passed around from foster care to foster care home, RISE, but also the home that he's currently in, has made a difference in his life. And so our program highlights are very clear. Our youth served, our attendance. We are proud to say that we have our kids there every Saturday. If you know programming, Saturday is not normal for youth, but we have a 95% attendance rate. And that is important to us. That means that at any given time, we have anywhere from 15 to 25 kids. And as Renique just said, we're taking them to the basketball game. Kudos to Besco for giving us those tickets. But we show up for them and we get them out in the community. We're taking them bowling. We're taking them to the places. I think our first one, we took them out to dinner, Mr. Bailey, and these kids had never gone out to dinner. And so we're having the conversations, not only what it means to go out to dinner, but what it means to really be respectful as you're sitting at the table eating. And what it means to not only thank the server, but also to ensure that you greet them properly. Things that we as adults forget about and things that our youth don't know about if they're not taught. Our retention is 85%. I wanted to mention that we have the 6 youth that were hired during the summer. And of course, our engagement reflects 250 case management touch points and to date 40 community events. Our attendance, again, when we talk about youth growth and impact, we want to ensure as we're capturing the data, and proud to say that we now have an MOU in place with Pinellas County Schools, where we will be able to not only be intentional with what our kids are doing within the school systems, as well as in the program, as well as at home. So in our new iteration of what RISE will look like, we are privileged and proud to say that Pinellas County Schools has given us permission to come in and hold a space within the schools. And so our mentors will be in the schools really connecting with them during the school day. Engagement, again, increased family engagement, very important. Employment, we're looking at really contacting those employers that are able to hire our youth, but really targeting the employment so that they will give our youth first dibs at the opportunities. And then in this upcoming iteration, we're looking at being very intentional with civic projects, and I'll talk a little bit about that a little later. So we talk about financial stewardship because I do know that the money given is important. I want to say thank you to Chief Holloway. When I went to him with the vision, he believed in it. And he provided a pilot, stewardship financial gift, and then came to the city of St. Petersburg. Thank you. St. Petersburg also provided in that pilot program a little less than $75,000. Some people would say you've only served 45 youth, and I say we've served 45 at-risk youth who are forgotten about. Youth who, they're not the easy hanging fruit, but they're the most important fruit. We're serving the youth that if for no other reason, if they pass you by, you may say, oh, they're out there causing trouble, they're breaking in cars, they're doing all of the things that Chief may have just talked to us about. But these are the youth that we want. We say bring them. When Judge Patrice Moore calls us, we say bring them, we are coming, what do we need to do? When Judge Pierce says, hey, I got this kid, I can't mandate it, but touch the family. We ensure that we do that because those are the ones that we want. And this is especially dear to my heart because I say this and I am not afraid to say it. If not for a gentleman by the name of Minister Askia Akil, some of you may know him, I myself would be at risk and I would not be where I am. It is because he gave back to me. It's because he took me under his wing at Pinellas County Housing Authority that I'm able to stand here. So expanding our impact, we know that we received appropriation requests from Department of Juvenile Justice, $75,000. We are happy and proud to say that we were one of 4 organizations chosen by the Foundation for a Healthy St. Petersburg for a $250,000 grant. I got their permission. So they said that I could not only say that, but I can also say that and this was shared with us in a meeting that we had. Both the Orlando Health Board of Directors and the Foundation Board of Directors voted unanimously to fund us. So this says to us that we are on the mark and we're doing the work. And I'm excited to say that. And so what does that look like for us in 2026? We are going to increase the youth that we serve. We are going to hire and recruit case managers. We've partnered with Stetson's Truth and Racial Healing and Stetson's Social Justice Advocacy Department, and they will be leaning in and giving us mentors that will do healing circles, that will work mentoring with our youth within the schools. We will be very intentional with the parent empowerment circle. We're going to lean on our parents that are in the program to lead those parent empowerment circles. I mentioned about workforce development. We're expanding our community partnerships, and those expansions are, again, Pinellas County School Board, and what we're doing with Stetson, Truth and Racial Healing, and SJA. And our sustainability, we will continue to work towards true sustainability. Our key and our focus is ensuring that not only are we building strong partnerships because we know that it's essential, but that we're collaborating with the local schools, collaborating with other organizations. You heard Deshaun say that we are not siloed. We ensure that we do true intentional referrals. We have referrals that go out to the St. Petersburg hub. Many of our kids express by way of their parents that they need levels of therapy, and so we ensure that they show up to the St. Pete hubs, and not only just show up, but we have direct referrals to them. And then we also ensure that they have the ability to provide the intentional support for our youth. So they're not dropping into a hole, they're getting intentional support. I think it's important in this space to mention that and Mr. Bailey said it, but I want to hamper down on it. Hidden Voices was a key piece to how we formed and firmed up what RISE will do. We noticed with Hidden Voices, we had parents that were coming back to the community, parents that were dealing with some level of gun violence in the community, and the kids were being lost. The kids were in the families, but to some extent they were being lost in the whole thing, because as we know, when these things happen, it's a heavy focus on what's going on with the adults, but the kids' voice is lost. And so it was because of Hidden Voices that this idea came to fruition, but not just fruition, it was firmed up because many of the referrals that we got as we started out came through the Hidden Voices pipeline. And so I want to just really ensure that it's very clear that these things, they work hand in hand. And oftentimes what people will say, it's too much. But I tell you, when you look at the data that Chief said and showed us, it's never too much. Our kids are the most important piece of the puzzle of our city. And I put this here because I always come with a request. I know y'all sick of me, I always do. It is what it is. I was a little sad. I was a little sad that we got word that we were not awarded a RFP that we submitted for. But I think that even in the lack of the awarding of it, the work that we're doing, the intention that we're doing it with, I am not hampered to know and believe that we will still move forward. It is with true intention, true collaboration, true footprints that we will ensure that these kids are successful, and every other kid that comes through this program. I want to talk a little bit about what the next reiteration looks like, and it's important for me to talk about this. So the grant that we received through the Foundation for a Healthy St. Pete is about leadership. It's tied to leadership. We are looking and leaning on the city of St. Petersburg to create, along with our youth, a committee that is youth-driven, youth-led, youth voices. And those youth need to be in place because we can say what the youth need all day, every day, but the youth know what they need. And until we pause long enough to hear what they have to say, then we're doing them a disservice. In addition to that, we're looking at Pinellas County School Boards that will also lean in and create an ad hoc committee to go along with the school board. And that committee also will be youth-led and youth-driven for the youth voice. What does that mean? That means that we are going to build true civic leaders. And in building civic leaders, we know that we will have successful individuals that will come out of our schools. That's all I got. Let's connect. Let's make a difference. Sorry for getting emotional, but I'm still at risk to some extent.
Don't apologize. Councilmember Vic Sanders.
Thank you. You know I wasn't going to let you stand there and not say anything to congratulate you, and especially my fave, Mr. Shine.
Yes.
You know, we've given a Hidden Voices presentation more than once. And I will digress from my comments on Hidden Voices right now. But I will tell you, thank you for acknowledging the fact that every group is serving a certain culture of children, right? But with what you have been doing, there is a market. If you tell someone you have a felony, or you're dealing with mental illness, or you're the victim of a crime, or someone in your family, your spouse, they treat you differently.
Absolutely.
You don't get the same Mr., good morning, Mrs., how are you, Miss? You don't get those type of things. And those particular programs take away the stereotypes. They make our returning citizens feel just like that they are returning citizens to a community that accepts them, willing to work with them, willing to put them in a place where they can regain their dignity past the bars, right? So when you acknowledge the fact that the children spawned from Hidden Voices, that touched me deeply. Because you're right, those children are the ones that often, children get, their voices aren't heard as much as we would like for our voices to be heard. But then the children of, my family might be dysfunctional. It all depends on your definition. But these are truly dysfunctional children that come from truly dysfunctional families. And it saddens me when you get a role, you're making a difference, and then what?
Yeah.
How do you continue to provide that service? How do you continue to show that growth? How do you continue to know that those clients, the families, the children that you were serving will no longer have your support? So while you have them, continue to embrace them. Deshaun, stand up. Continue to embrace them. Now, Deshaun, you knew I was going to embarrass you, because when I tell you that she is the hardest, I know that's your daughter, but she is the hardest working young people when it comes to that segment of our community. No fears, no judgment. And I got to thank you for that, because everyone isn't able to go into those places that a lot of us, and I'm going to say us, won't go. And those are the cracks in some places, gaps, wide, that we've lost focus on. So again, thank you for your additional funding. Thank you for seeing the need. That is definitely valuable in the community. I always tell people you have a plan B, C, D, and an E when it comes down to our children, when it comes down to those disturbing families. And don't stop what you're doing. Deshaun, thank you, right? We even talk to young ladies who also get lost a little bit. We think it's a young men thing. No, my experiences with those young girls is something completely different. So with this program, thank you, Chair, for bringing this to fruition. Thank you, Esther, for continuing to realize that it's not a one-size-fits-all. It never has been. And once we get past whose program it is, but who we're serving, that's going to be the true turning point to changing people's lives. So whatever you call it, rise up, rise down, whatever, continue to do the work, because that's what's important. It really is what's important. So I'm glad so many people found value in what it is that you're doing. And, I don't have any money, but I do have time, and Deshaun makes it very, very, very welcoming for me to attend the activity. So again, publicly have to thank you, and I'm going to thank you. Where's Mr. Bailey? Did he leave? Mr. Bailey, I want to thank you for your transparency. I want to thank you for your mentorship. I want to thank you for just knowing that there is a right way, right? You can always U-turn and do things right, and then you're taking your grandson with you. So this is my opportunity to say thank you to you, Mr. Bailey. Again, thank you, Deshaun, and thank you, Esther. I really do appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Absolutely. I'll say this. Deshaun is a jewel.
Yes, she is.
You know, Deshaun is that's my baby.
Mm-hmm.
I got pregnant at 17. And I had her. And everybody, the church, everybody said, you're not going to be nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And your baby not going to be nothing.
Yeah, that's what they do.
Because that's what they do to us.
They do.
But I'm proud to say that not only is she a college graduate, but she's giving back. And she encouraged me to go back to school and get my master's. It's important for us not to throw people away.
Right, right.
And our kids, statistically, her story should be different because her mom was a 17-year-old teen parent. And so I carry her with me. Y'all know I don't play by my baby. I will bust somebody in the head about Deshaun Mims because she stands in her own right as a strong community lead.
She do. Yes, she do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Day.
Well, Esther, thank you so much for coming in and being patient with us. I know it's been a long, and all of everyone, thank you for sharing your stories and your experiences, and thank you for sharing this update and the incredible work that is happening in our community. And thanks for being you.
Thank you, Colt.
Thanks,
All right.
Esther.
Y'all have a good one.
You too.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to move into F4, where we're going to have a Mahaffey Theater annual report and agreement extension update. And this was referred by Councilmember Gabbard. So Councilmember Gabbard, I'll throw it over to you first if you'd like.
Sure, very quickly, just to set the stage a little bit. So I went ahead and I filed this report item for a couple of reasons. One, because per the agreement, it is time for the annual update, and we did just have a Mahaffey update, if you will, I think in August, but that did not have all of the financial projections and everything that is due to City Council. And so went ahead and filed the item for that reason, but also because we do have an agreement that is coming up on an end next year. And there has been some ongoing negotiation, as you can see in your backup, and we have yet to come to any sort of agreement. And I thought that it was time for City Council to get a in the sunshine update on this, have a collective conversation, and see how this body believes that the administration should move forward. So with that, I will go ahead and turn it over to Beth for her very comprehensive update. And Beth, first of all, before you start, I just want to thank you. We've been talking a lot about this over the last few weeks, and so thank you for indulging my request for this report today and for all of your hard work.
Absolutely. Thank you for putting it on the agenda. I appreciate it. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, Beth Herendeen, Managing Director, City Development Administration. Before I start the presentation, I do want to acknowledge that Mr. Edwards, CEO of Big 3, and Jim Beeman, the General Manager of the Mahaffey Theater, are with us here today. And I think that's okay. Gotcha. Oh, sorry. And we also have Live Nation joining us today, so thank you so much. All right. Let's see if I hit it properly. All right, before I get into the report, just for those who may not be as familiar with the Mahaffey, I'll do a very quick history. The building opened in May 1965 as the Bayfront Center Auditorium, and you'll see on that top right photo, it did not look nearly as pretty as it does now. In 1987, the city did a $20+ million renovation, including the Mahaffey family's $1 million gift, and that turned it into the beautiful European theater that we know today. At that time, it was managed by city staff with support from the Mahaffey Theater Foundation. Then in December 2004, we demolished the adjacent Bayfront Center arena, which gave us the opportunity to renovate the Mahaffey in 2005, create the atrium and the new lobby space that you see. While closed, we did go out to RFP to go to private management. SMG was selected through a formal process, and then in 2010 we went to RFP again, and Big Three took over management of the theater in September 2011, and they have been doing a wonderful job of bringing great entertainment to the city since that time. So as Councilmember Gabbard mentioned, as part of the current agreement, they do need to provide an annual report to us by November 1st of each fiscal year. So we did receive that, and there are certain points that that annual report has to hit. So you will see those on the screen above. For the prior fiscal year, the revenue at the theater was $7,157,000. And I'm rounding down, or rounding, expenses were $7,347,000, including $550,000 paid by the Bill Edwards Foundation for the Arts, which is the foundation on site that does support the programming, not just class acts, but additional programming at the theater. The number of events hosted last fiscal year, 263 over 244 use days. The annual attendance was just shy of 200,000 people at 198,747. And then their Big Three has an opportunity to earn incentive fees for top acts, and those are defined as meeting a certain Pollstar is the industry trade magazine. So if they have a certain ranking in touring for Pollstar, or if they are a sellout. So they earned $195,000 last fiscal year for that top act incentive fee. And then I did put in some of the numbers for prior fiscal years. So you'll see, obviously, we took a little downturn, or a big downturn with the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 and 2021, but Big Three has worked hard since then to build those numbers back up, and you'll see that the previous years are fairly similar, relatively similar to what we experienced this past year. So that is the annual report. And then that brings me to the second part of the request, which was to talk about the agreement extension. So by contract, Big Three needed to tell us by this past September 30th whether they wanted to extend or not. They did notify me early in May that they wished to extend the management agreement, but with some changes to the existing terms. So both James Corbett and I together and individually met with Mr. Edwards and Mr. Beeman several times throughout the summer and early fall to discuss terms. And we did provide kind of our first official proposal on October 6th. In that proposal, we did increase the management fee using a kind of a 3% annual cost of living escalator. We increased the incentive fee, the cap on the incentive fee, so we increased that. We increased the CIP contribution that we had been giving, $400,000, so we did increase that. And then we also, let me see, I think that those were the main pieces. Much of the rest of the agreement remained unchanged. And in that, I will say that those increases, the current year, which ends, the current agreement, which ends September 30th, 2026, we did not, we were keeping the conditions or the terms the same for that final year of the current agreement, and then those new terms would come to play in the additional 2 years. So that brought us to roughly a 13.2% increase over the current agreement. And then we did receive a counterproposal from Big Three on October 21st. And that actually more than doubled what we're paying now. And how it is now, there's sort of a minimum city contribution. There's a monthly management fee. There is the incentive fee with the cap. There is a CIP contribution, and then in the current agreement, Big Three takes on the first $275,000 of repair and maintenance, and then we pay over that. So how I came with these numbers is I just capped the repair and maintenance expenses at 275 to really just calculate what our minimum contractual obligation or contribution would be. So that's where I got the a little over 100%. So we went back with what I'm calling a best and final offer, and really I know that's not necessarily a term that the city uses specifically, but time is of the essence. We do need to move forward and know what we're doing. I mean, I think we're trying our best efforts to have Big Three extend, and I have some circumstances that I'll talk about in another slide, but we just weren't able to reach an agreement or accept their proposal. So we did go back with another proposal, which started the increases in this current fiscal year. So that was increased the delta between the current agreement and the proposed agreement as a 26.3% increase in the city's contribution. That wasn't necessarily agreed to, but there was an indication that the Big Three wanted to continue to negotiate and continue to manage the theater. So administration did offer an additional, and I missed a step, an additional $50,000 reduction in Big Three's CIP contribution, and I cannot read that. But in essence, you'll see, so the existing agreement is in the gray column. The first proposal that we had is in the two white columns, and again, it's two columns because the first year was not, there would be no change, and the changes would happen in the two additional years. The blue column is Big Three's counterproposal. The yellow column is kind of our first go back, and then the green column is where we ended up. So where we are now is about a $900,000 minimum city contribution. We have been spending more than that over the last few years on repair and maintenance above the 275. And then where we landed was the minimum contribution of the 1,187,000, I believe that says. And again, that would be the minimum. So that's where we landed. And again, none of this, we do believe that Big Three is doing a good job, and we did take some other additional considerations into account in going through this. So prior to me taking the Mahaffey on as one of my facilities, Chris Balestra and Raul Quintana from Engineering and Capital Improvements engaged Colliers to do a full facility assessment, and those findings were received in May. They did outline some more immediate necessary repairs that totaled about $7 million. I will tell you that, let me find my notes, some of those areas have been taken care of or in the process of taking care of. Council just recently, in approving the budget, approved $1.9 million for the roof replacement at Mahaffey. So that is starting now. We've had our pre-construction meetings to begin. We did repair the orchestra pit lift system. That's complete. That was a Helene damage. We've been replacing or are planning on replacing some of the outdated mechanical and electrical equipment. The pit equipment was replaced. We're working with Jim Beeman and his staff. We've got Daikin coming out to do chiller work, and we replaced the air conditioning controls and such. And the assessment did note the need for some replacement of theatrical sound and lighting equipment, flood mitigation, and other items. So that was all taken into account. And as you'll see the next bullet, we are working on that. So we are also working with administration. We do recognize the need for a more complex or comprehensive renovation to the Mahaffey. As I said on my first slide, it was 1965, then 1987, then 2005. So we're kind of in that cycle of when the facility needs a refresh. So we're looking at doing that with a combination of CRA funding, county and state funding. And I have late 28 following the 28 season. And 29 is kind of a penciled-in placeholder. That's not set in stone. That would be the earliest, I believe, based on A, getting designs, and B, getting funding to do that. So with all of that in mind, what we consider the next steps to be would be to go to an RFP, considering that we could not reach an agreement with Big Three on what an extension would be. So we've talked with procurement, and we actually met with legal today, and this is the proposed RFP timeline that we would issue the RFP in mid-December, have responses due in mid-February, shortlist in April, recommend for award in June, negotiate hopefully by the end of July, and have it to council in August. That August 13th meeting would be great for approval, which would give us about a month and a half or so to transition or to continue with Big Three, but to have an approved contract in place. So that was kind of a quick run through, but in respect for your time, that is where we are now. So I'm happy to answer questions, and I'm sure Big Three would also be happy to answer questions if you have them.
Okay, let's go to public comment, please.
Thomas Nestor, please approach either podium, state your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Hello. My name is Thomas John Nestor. I live at 545th Avenue Northeast. Grateful resident of the Sunshine City since 1990 when I moved from Chicago and never want to shovel snow again. Been producing and promoting concerts in Tampa Bay, primarily St. Petersburg, for 30 years. First event I did was on the rooftop of the Snell Arcade in 1991. Had a tenureship with 3 ownerships at Janus Landing and Janus Live. Done events Vinoy Park, and currently assisting Mark Ferguson at Ferg Sports Bar and Grill and Concert Pavilion with his concerts and event. The Mahaffey Theater is a gem of a theater, and Bill Edwards and his team at Big Three have really transformed the City Theater into a world-class facility. I'm actually envious as a promoter when I see shows like Sting and acts that I can't get, won't get, as well as that there's a competition that takes place in Tampa Bay right now, whether we like it or not. Clearwater has a bunch of venues, Tampa has a bunch of venues and alliances that are occurring, and they want to get all the shows. So you have a great advocate and is battling for the shows to bring him to the Sunshine City, especially with his alliance with Live Nation, again, which I'm envious of. I also know from a personal conversation with Bill, he's expressly told me that he loves the theater. And I agree with him, I love it too. And I'm grateful for all of his investment and effort in the city. He could be doing all kinds of things with his life. He loves the theater greatly. In my review of what's happening and right now what's before the council, I personally want to say that to me this is more than if it's not broke, don't fix it. It's let's stick with what is working great and at a high level of excellence. Let's back Bill Edwards and the Big Three group and their management of the Mahaffey in the events they enthusiastically produce here throughout the year for all ages. It's not just high-end acts for people that can afford meet and greets with the singer and founder of the Police. Sting, it's all the programs for kids and things that he does, again, which I'm envious of and look up to and hope to strive to be on that level someday in the city that I love. So he's doing an amazing job with his team at Big Three. Again, not just for St. Petersburg residents, but for world visitors and for people throughout the Tampa Bay region, which is a 100-mile radius, is he's pulling people to St. Petersburg for his shows. And again, creating a competition that without him, I'm concerned that the theater would be a dark venue. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
No more speakers, Mr. Chair.
And if I may interrupt, I apologize. I did not mention that Ignacio Barone and Lori Osborne from the Florida Orchestra are here as well, so I apologize for.
Thank you. Councilmember Gabbard.
Well, I was waiting to see if anyone else had anything to say about the Mahaffey, but I guess not. So I will go ahead and get us started, and maybe some others will feel the need to chime in. So Beth, let's just start with, I guess, the RFP that you are prepared to bring forward. So looked through that, and I just want to make sure that I understand. So that is a 5-year RFP, is that correct?
We've only just begun with the draft, and again, we just met with legal today, so we would look for up to 5 years, yes. And that's why I talked about the 28-29 renovation being a pencil in, because clearly that would impact the RFP.
Okay, and
a lot of moving parts and pieces.
Absolutely, and I think, I'm looking at the kind of comparison, and I appreciate the story guide here to kind of walk us through all of the different steps of the negotiation, understanding that where Big Three landed in their final counter proposal was a 3-year extension.
2-year 3-year, yes, 3-year,
September
correct.
2029.
Yes, correct.
And then our counter was to September 2028.
Correct.
I think, my biggest concern, my biggest fear is that we are going to the gentleman that spoke, that, we're going to run out of time here on an RFP, a selection, potentially, causing there to be issues with even having shows ready to go on September 3rd or October 1st. Because as I understand it, and Mr. Edwards is here, maybe he can come up and speak to this. I don't believe, unless something has changed in the last couple of weeks, that you're continuing to book past your current agreement. So that is of a huge concern to me. If this relationship severs, certainly, are we able to get someone to apply for an RFP that is going to be any better of a deal than we have here? You have looked at other places that have brought in new promoters and new operators. Can you talk a little bit about what we think we might experience if we do go out for RFP?
Well, it's difficult to gauge at this point. The entertainment environment is quite different than it was even a few years ago. And I would like to point out that, and I think Bill will attest, we believe that Big Three is doing a good job. So it's not a necessarily that we're dissatisfied with where we are now. So I want to make sure that they hear that and recognize that. So there are a few things. There would be, we do believe that there would be not a lot. We've never had a lot of respondents to any of these, but that we would have, several respondents to it. And the orchestra has expressed interest. Big Three has expressed that they would potentially submit a bid as well. And then there are some different operators across the country that could submit a proposal. I think for us, one of the decision-making points is that we're coming up on 15 years, and we just couldn't get to a place that we felt was a reasonable increase, given the timing, given the budget, given all sorts of reasons.
And I really think timing is the issue here, right? So, I'd like to, personally, I would like to continue to try to reach an agreement. And 3 years, 2 years, whatever that may look like, to give us time to really work on that CIP plan, making sure that we are able to do the kind of repairs and maintenance that we need to do to the facility, moving that forward. Obviously we've budgeted for the roof this year, but $7 million, and there could be potentially more as that time period continues to move forward. I just worry that we're going to go out for an RFP on a asset that needs a lot of maintenance, a lot of work, There's a lot of costs that is already associated with this that, we're having these conversations in the sunshine. So anybody that replies is going to know all of this. I'm just really hard pressed to think that we are going to find someone who is, first of all, would be okay with a very short period. 5 years really, I think, is not a very long period of time, and is going to bring us anything more desirable than what we can get with a partner who we know is tried and true, at least for the short interim. And then at that point in time, it gives us more opportunity not only to build our CIP budget, but then to also really be deliberate with an RFP, because I don't want this to be rushed because we are out of that time. So I see that a couple of my other colleagues have chimed in, so I would love to hear what they have to say. But I really am hopeful that by the end of this conversation that we can have some consensus around continuing to try to move forward with negotiations versus RFP at this time. But ultimately, we'll see how that goes. So
Thank you.
Chair, I'll
And
go
I-
ahead and,
thank you.
Sorry, I'll go ahead and pause for now.
And if I may, I mean, as I mentioned to you, Councilmember Gabbard, I really did think we would come to an agreement, and so I take full responsibility for this for us being in November and being in this place. But on the flip side, I would say this is absolutely not ideal. It would be challenging, but I think if there's one thing we've learned over the last year is that this city, this administration, this council, this staff, we can do hard things. So if that's what we need to do, then we will certainly do it to the best of our ability.
Understood.
Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation and for being so thorough in your description of the events that led up to this point. Before I go into this, I actually want to thank our friends from the Florida Orchestra for being the responsible organization that brought Sting to the Mahaffey Theater. It was fantastic, and it really says a lot about what you are able to do, and that was just one of quite a few extraordinary performances. The story that you have shown us of the negotiations is really, it's really helpful. It provides a lot of insight into how we got to where we are right now, and also all of the work that you have put in and all that the city has offered along the way. And yet that still wasn't enough. And so I can understand why you would want to go to RFP after that point, because you have to give a deadline. And you, sometimes in negotiations, you have to stay strong, right? And this doesn't mean that Big Three would not be able to respond to the RFP and submit a proposal and put those same numbers in there and see how that works out compared to other proposers. To me, it creates a fair process. I look at the timeline, I think that works. If there is a lag in bookings, I think that's when you schedule time for repairs, renovations. We're going to have to be flexible with that anyway. So I think there's a way to get that worked out. And this particular timeline is not set in stone. And you could have a much easier time with your selection process than you anticipate, and negotiations might be smoother than you anticipate. I mean, that's best case. You know, when something's tricky, I like to ask, what's the best that can happen, right? So I trust that you'll be able to move forward with this in the right way. I did see the draft proposal, or the draft of the RFP, and I thought about the letter that we were copied on that the Florida Orchestra CEO sent to Mayor Welch a few weeks ago, talking about their negotiations and how difficult that was. And You know, it's very specific in our agreement with Big Three that the Florida Orchestra is to be prioritized. And to see the letter, I hope everyone read it, that explained what that looks like in reality. My request, if you will, for consideration is to make sure that the language in the resulting agreement, I mean, however you want to put it in the RFP is fine, but I think that there needs to be something more in the RFP that demonstrates how important the Florida Orchestra is to a successful agreement. And then when it's time to do the agreement, I'm quite certain that that's going to be stronger because the agreement is like 15 years old. So we do things a little different now. And I would like to see depending on how this goes, the Florida Orchestra language in the agreement needs to be more specific so that we can make sure that no one decides to interpret it a different way. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I hear you.
Yeah. And then I think it's great that there's an opportunity here. It includes the plaza, and I have for a long time wanted to see more activity there. So thank you for continuing to include that. There is a little concern about the maintenance and repairs, the renovations that are needed. Councilmember Gaver brought it up earlier that I don't know how that's going to be shared because we wouldn't be handing over a perfect product. It's not in its top shape right now. We have a plan to get there, but I'm interested to see, and if you don't know right now, if you guys are still working on it,
We are
that's
still working
fine.
on that language, yes.
Okay, because I'm interested to see, like, how do you split that up with a new partner? Yeah, it's not easy. But I have a lot of faith in this process, bringing forward the best, even if it's the same. It will just reinforce the fact that we had the right partner all along. Or maybe we start a new chapter. So looking forward to the next step. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair Henowitz.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Beth, for your report, and thank you, Councilmember Gabbard, for requesting a more comprehensive report. Look, I've said it before in meetings, and I'm going to repeat it again. When you look at the history of the site, it was opened in 1965. It was renovated in 1987. That's 20 years, and they spent 20+ million plus another $1 million back in 2087. Then it was renovated again in 2005. And now we're in 2025. So those numbers are large numbers in terms of a renovation. These are not small. This is not a thing that you're going to do easily in the next 6 months.
Correct.
Right? So, and it is concerning to me because the reality is when the last time we did a renovation, it was after it was renovated that we went for RFP, which to me is what makes sense. Frankly, if you're renting a place to someone and it needs a ton of repair, and your tenant has been working with you for a long time, maybe because they like that they're paying less or whatever the arrangement is between the landlord and the tenant, and they're there for a long time, you don't just all of a sudden like, you know what, we're done, and then fix it, and then somebody else benefits from it. I'm just like, there is to me something wrong with that. And put aside the parties. It doesn't matter who the parties are. Let's just put aside whoever's been there. If you own property, you have to maintain it. And to me, as a city, that is our responsibility. And the idea of bringing in possibly somebody else. I don't know how this is going to work. I'm not going to get into how y'all should negotiate. That's what you do. It comes to me, I say yes or no. That's it. But for me, it's something that is going to be incredibly important, because somebody else may take that RFP and say, yes, we're going to do this, and not realize all that they're getting into in terms of maintenance and everything else that's going on and whatever their plans are. And so I think it's extremely important for us to have a plan and figure out what we're going to do in terms of our maintenance and fixing it. I mean, this is a renovation that needs to be done. We all agree that the Mahaffey is important. And our city, we are all sitting here planning for other things and all the other things we're going to do in the city, and then we got to take care of the stuff we have, whether it's the marina or the Mahaffey. It's just a fact. And it's great to come up with new things, but here's the thing, is maintaining it. It's so easy to say, I have a new idea, I don't know, whatever program it is, and it's the cost of maintaining that program. It's the cost of maintaining the facility, whatever that may be. And, you know, this is the reality that we deal with. And I agree, like, it's hard. And I sympathize with administration, because the reality is we have all these sorts of facilities that we have to maintain in our city. So it is challenging, but, you know, I think there is a path. And I do think there is money in the downtown TIF to somehow figure something out. There are ways that we have figured it out before, whether, you know, borrowing state money, whatever that looks like in terms of figuring out the financial package for paying for it. I think we can do it. We all agree the Mahaffey is important. And then if somebody else manages, fine. But I mean, it'll be offline for, I mean, once you're renovating, how long does that take? A renovation like this, a full renovation.
I think the last time we were offline for a year, maybe slightly more.
So, I mean, that's important.
Don't quote me on that, but close.
But, yeah, but I would figure it would be that. And so if we have worked with someone, I don't know, to me, it'd just be much easier to go through that process and figure this out. And I don't know what the sticking points are, but all those things I think probably can be fixed out, and then coming up with a plan for the Mahaffey. That's all. Putting aside whatever. I just don't know about bringing someone else in, and then we have a full renovation. That is a ton of work, and having a facility offline for a year. So those are just my 2 cents. But you know what? You're doing the negotiation, not me. So I'm not in that room.
Well, and I don't disagree with any of your points, and the sticking point really is financial. Right. To double the commitment was.
I get it, but
that was the sticking point.
I understand that that's a sticking point. I also understand that their group has also put in money into the facility for a long time. I don't know if another group is going to do the same during the process, and that's a consideration. I don't know. And maybe it doesn't come to an agreement, and that's where we are at. We're here to hear what our 2 cents are, whatever mine may be worth. It's just my opinion. I'm just one person here, but so thank you for the. I appreciate all the work, Beth. I know you're very detail oriented in what you do, and I really do appreciate it. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Harding.
Thank you, Chair. Beth, let me back up a step, and I apologize, I'm not familiar enough. What is or do we know, or do we have an opinion on the actual useful life of the building? It's what, 60 years old now. So are we clear that it can continue to be renovated, or is it something that we've looked at and might become a knockdown, or?
I mean, I'm not an engineer, but in doing the facility assessment, really there are no urgent structural needs. So the facility structurally is fine, and we could certainly renovate it and continue to operate it.
Okay. So with that, building on Vice Chair Hanowitz, do we have any type of plan or timeline or thoughts on when that next renovation might be presented to council, or when we might look at doing it, how far off it is?
Well, again, I penciled in the late 2028, 2029, but we're looking at the CRA funds. Obviously, we've got to take Table 2 back with any of those changes. We've already met with some members of the state delegation, and we know that the TDC funding application comes out in February, so we're looking at applying for that. So it's a little bit difficult for me. I can say it wouldn't be any earlier than that, for sure.
Okay. And contractually, is the tenant, is Big Three responsible for any of the CIP, or how is that?
Big Three is responsible for repair and maintenance, which is not defined, that's a different definition. CIP are things over 50,000 and above with a useful life of over a year. They're responsible for the repair and maintenance of the facility up to $275,000 annually. And then the city comes in beyond that and pays for anything beyond that each year.
Okay. And
in our proposal, in our final proposal, we were reducing that from $275,000 to $150,000. So Big Three would have been responsible for doing the first $150,000. So that's, just your contracts on your air conditioning and your contracts on your elevator maintenance and plumbing things that happen. So we were reducing that from $275,000 to $150,000.
And back to that agreement. How are ongoing escalators with things like property taxes? Is that?
So property taxes, Big Three has paid us since, I believe, let me get my notes. Since the initial agreement, I'm not sure spoke to it, but in 2016, what they pay now dates back to the 2016 agreement as far as property insurance and city overhead. So that's a total of $146,434 with $100,000 going towards property insurance, which Blaze didn't give me the number, but it doesn't cover the entire amount that the city pays, and then the remaining going towards the overhead of City Development Administration, EFD, our accounting, and things like that. So that number has remained stagnant since 2016, and we we did not propose increasing that at all. So that remained the same.
Okay, and back to it, in the confines of that agreement, property insurance, is that handled by Big Three or the tenant, or is that?
Property insurance is through the city, and I don't think Blaze is here, but I could certainly get you more information. Big Three has their general liability and those types of alcohol, liquor liability, those types of operating insurance requirements.
Okay. All right. That gives me enough to go on. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you. I put myself on here for two reasons. One already got covered, though. I was going to ask about the TDC stuff. I think there's opportunity there for us, and so I'm glad to hear y'all are just waiting for it to open up again in February. So look forward to learning more about that as time comes, because I feel pretty good about it. Then the second thing was just to give my 2 cents, I guess, which are probably worth about 2 cents. I'm sorry that we're in this position, is the first thing I want to say. And I want to thank you for a detailed report and good chunk of information on the subject. I understand where everybody's coming from, to put it out to bid right now when we know we're going to be doing a renovation is a lot. But I struggle to see how we don't put it out to bid if we're getting 100% increase. But I do want to thank Big Three for also putting in their letter to us that if it goes out to bid, that they will bid on it. That actually brings me comfort, because if it ends up that no one else is going to care for it the way staff doesn't feel that no one else that bids understands the intricacies of the building or is taking it seriously enough, then we can revert back to Big Three. And so that brings me some comfort through a bid process. And so don't feel great about literally any of the paths forward, but I understand why staff took the tact that they did, and I think I'll just leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm trying to stay in my lane. I would agree with pretty much everything Councilmember Floyd said. I understand where we're at. Frankly, again, I appreciate what Big Three does, but then when I look at this chart, I get it. Like, we talked last week about enterprises and how we want the enterprise funds to operate, and I appreciate that we're talking about like landlord-tenant relationship. We're paying them to be in the building, not the opposite way. And so, don't get me wrong, I like Big Three. My kids were just there 2 weeks ago with their kids programs, but what's in front of us just doesn't seem tenable. And so, I'm going to stay in my lane, and that's. So thank you for the update. This was super helpful, especially the way you laid it out, Beth. So thank you for that very much, and looking forward to seeing what happens on next steps. Thank you. Okay, council members, we're going to continue to rock and roll, and we're going to go to public hearings at this point. And so I'm going to slow play this a little bit because I'm going to give Aaron a minute because I'm not sure he was knowing I was going to jump to J1. So why don't we go ahead and read the title, please, on J1.
Excuse me. Proposed ordinance number 623H, an ordinance in accordance with section 1.02C3, St. Petersburg City Charter, authorizing the grant of a public utility easement to Duke Energy Florida LLC, a Florida Limited Liability Company, DBA Duke Energy, within city-owned property located at 1160 62nd Avenue Northeast, St. Petersburg, Florida, authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute all documents necessary to effectuate this ordinance and providing an effective date. And we do not have any cards, Mr. Chair.
Move approval.
Second. We have a motion and a second on J1. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, please open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item J1 passes unanimously with Councilmember Driscoll being absent.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to move into J2. And if anybody that is going to speak as staff comes out, anybody that's going to speak on J2, if you'd please stand and be sworn in.
Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please be seated.
Okay. Clerk, could you please read the title? Not always, so I'm glad you're there.
Proposed ordinance number 141HL, an ordinance of the City of St. Petersburg, Florida, designating the First Church of the Nazarene, located at 1225 9th Avenue North, as a local historic landmark and adding the property to the St. Petersburg Register of Historic Places pursuant to section 16.30.070 City Code, and providing an effective date. And we do not have any cards, Mr. Chair.
Okay, all right. Thank you, clerk. Now we're going to go into presentation. Each party will have 10 minutes for their initial presentation. We'll begin with city staff. Welcome.
Good evening, Chair and City Council members. Cindy Kohanic, Historic Preservationist with the City of St. Petersburg. This project is a review of a local landmark designation for the First Church of the Nazarene, located at 1225 9th Avenue North. This local designation was owner-initiated, and the Community Planning and Preservation Commission recommended approval for this application at their October meeting. The First Church of the Nazarene is located at the southern edge of the Euclid-St. Paul neighborhood. The First Church of the Nazarene in St. Petersburg was organized in 1932 and held services in various locations throughout the city during the 1930s and the 1940s, including originally meeting at the City Mission Hall located at 634 2nd Avenue South, shown here. First Church of the Nazarene building is located at the southwest corner of land that was originally part of the James Henry residence, which is a local designated landmark. James Henry was an early settler in this area of the city. This area was later platted as the Edina Garden of Eden subdivision. The original masonry vernacular building has a mix of details, including Mediterranean Revival, Art Deco, Art Moderne, and some Gothic elements. The entire original section of the building was built over a basement that is partially below grade. A two-story tower is located at the northwest corner, and the building was in use as early as February 1948. Architect A. Lothar Forrest, the consulting architect for the St. Petersburg Municipal Hall, was listed as the architect for the building. S.H. Walls was the contractor, with labor and materials furnished by individual church members. Just 10 years after the initial construction, the church building was expanded. The masonry vernacular addition with mid-century modern details includes a one-story entry connector over a basement at the front, along with a two-story flat roof addition to the east. The two-story section was built without a basement and was only connected at the front, leaving a courtyard between the buildings. The addition was designed by Griswold and Reynolds, with Ernest Leake as the contractor. And in 1965, a baptistry was added by K&H Homes. These additions occurred within the period of significance, within 17 years of the original construction of the building, and are considered contributing. Some of these changes, like connecting addition at the front, would not be considered historic preservation best practices today. However, most of this upfront addition left a significant amount of the original sanctuary intact. The original building and the later additions are concrete block coated in stucco. Flat and gable roofs are the only roof forms on the building. Each corner of the tower has a raised step parapet. Block buttresses line the east and west walls of the original portion of the building, and the windows on this structure are original. The steel windows in the sanctuary contain art glass in an amber or gold color. Additional features include an accent wall at the southeast corner, adorned with a wood cross, and a flat roof cantilevers over the west side of the addition to cover an open porch or balcony in the center courtyard. Staff evaluation yields that the First Church of the Nazarene meets two of the criteria for eligibility, including cultural heritage and association with an architect or builder contributing to the development of the city. The areas of significance include community planning and development, cultural heritage, and architecture. St. Petersburg has been called a city of churches, and churches have had an effect on St. Petersburg throughout our history. As the city expanded, so did its churches. A combination of post-war construction boom caused by an influx of residents and visitors to the area and the resulting expansion out from the central core of the downtown led to churches being established outside the downtown core. The original Nazarene Church building was built after the congregation outgrew their previous location, and their expansion just 10 years later is further evidence of just how much the city was growing at this time. The original building and the 1958 addition are both architect designed, with the 1948 building designed by A. Lother Forrest, an architect whose work spans the East Coast. Both sections of the building were products of the mid-century, which meant their design leans more towards clean lines with less embellishment. In addition to significance, a resource must demonstrate at least one factor of historic integrity to be considered for listing. This proposed landmark meets 7 of the 7. Many of the character-defining features were covered previously. Because of the more simplified style of the building, some features that would not be considered character-defining on a higher style building have taken on more significance here. And that concludes staff's presentation. The owner is in attendance as well.
Okay. Does the applicant have a presentation?
Just speak for a minute.
Yeah.
All right.
Go ahead. You got
All right.
10 minutes.
Thank you. I'll make it quick. I know your night's been long, and I want to thank everyone for being here. Preservation, they've been awesome. Way more time and research and everything they put in than I originally had planned. With this building, super cool building, been around for a long time. The actual architect of this building we're standing in is the same one who did that, which is really cool. The Boone House he lived in for a long time is another local landmark. And he was really big up in Baltimore. He has historic landmarks up there, a historic landmark. So he is a well-known architect. And yeah, the one thing I say is, you know, St. Pete is a growing city. We continue to grow here. And this church is an example of that, how they started downtown. They grew, they brought their own funds together to do this to do the expansion. And on top of that, they also came together as a community, and the church actually built this together. Which is a really cool feature that doesn't happen these days. It is built unbelievably well, and Mr. Forrest is known for being on site throughout his, projects to do it. And last thing I'll say is I spoke with Euclid St. Paul Neighborhood Association, and they are on board with the project. They think it's really cool that it's getting saved and it's going to get repurposed. And what I plan on doing with that is St. Pete, everyone knows one of the issues is here is housing for just us normal citizens and everything. To do a apartment or units nowadays, it's expensive. Dirt is extremely expensive. Construction's crazy expensive. So this is a really neat thing where we'll be able to repurpose this church into housing for our locals here. So that was something everyone was kind of concerned about, what was going to happen with it in the community. And then on top of that, parking is also an issue. There's 7 spots on site right now, but there's a parking lot next door that has also 32 spots. So parking is not an issue here, as there will be roughly 19 units is what we're proposing. And yeah, that's it.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any cards?
No cards, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right. So we'll close public comment. We'll go to cross-examination. Staff, any cross?
Staff doesn't have any.
Mr. Neitz, any cross? Any closing remarks?
City staff waves.
Mr. Neitz? Okay. All right. We'll go now into executive session. Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you for a great project. It's in my district. I'm happy that the neighborhood's happy about it. It's a great repurposing of a historic church. I love the fact that the architect was the same one that designed the city hall, so that's just amazing. And so it seems like you've put in a lot of good work on this, and we really appreciate what you're doing, so thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gabbard.
I'm just going to echo the same. Thank you so much. This really is an example of what historic designation is all about, and I also just want to thank the staff. Always find it interesting to read the history lesson on these properties, and so kudos to you and kudos to the staff on this one. I'm very happy to vote yes today, so thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gibbons.
Just want to say congratulations. It's nice when a plan can come together. Derek and I, we always talk about historic preservation, and so the history nerd in me got a little happy when I saw this one. So thank you so much. I think this is definitely a win for preservationists, and I'm just excited to see more housing units coming onto the market. So thank you so much for what you're doing, and kudos to you all for your hard work. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you. Everyone else is saying good things, and I just felt compelled to as well. And it's because this is just a building that I've admired for a long time. It's on my route to City Hall, and I drive by it a lot. It's notable that it has like underground, I guess, like basement to it. So I was glad to see this come forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Move approval? Oh, I'm sorry.
Move approval?
There was a second.
Okay, thank you. Just quickly, I've known Josh for 24 years. Josh was my mentor on my college baseball team at St. Leo. Josh was the second person I met at St. Leo on the baseball team, and we are very lucky to have him in St. Petersburg, him and his wife and his family. If you haven't, you need to watch their social media because they're hilarious. And but this is very this work and this preservation is very indicative of the kind of person Josh is. And so Josh, it's weird for me to be sitting here because like I feel like I should be driving Josh around like I did in college. And so I'm just, Josh, very thankful for everything you're doing in the community. I'm very thankful that you're here in St. Petersburg, thankful for your friendship, and this is a really cool project, man. Very happy for you, brother. So, all right, we have a motion and a second. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item J2 passes unanimously.
Congrats, brother.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to now go into new business, G1. Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you. Give me just a second. I'm sorry. This first new business item is respectfully requesting a referral to the Housing, Land Use, and Transportation Committee to discuss a proposed resolution setting a goal for the creation of 500 units at 80% AMI or below per year. I'll move approval.
Second.
Thank you. And the only thing that I'll say to it is I've spoken with administration on this issue. We're very close together on it, and I feel like we can get something put together that will be widely supported, and I'll bring it in conjunction to HLUT with the conversation we had around a previous resolution about how we prioritize 80 versus 120. We'll have the whole conversation once, and since they go together, and hopefully with the combination, two different options, we'll be able to do something that makes our community proud. So that's my thinking. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. All right, let's go to public comment, please.
Dylan Daines, who is not here, he is for.
Okay. Is that the only card?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Councilmember Fix Sanders.
Thank you. You know, I always am willing to talk about any and everything, and unfortunately we ran extremely long because I would love for the members of FAST, because they had the same conversation with me, to have been here. I see that we're putting and I'm not supportive of a hard number of anything with the cost of building homes, but I say that to say, when I did have that meeting about putting a hard number to development, my first question was, how are they going to help to the household stock, the numbers? And I didn't get a response. And I've also reached out to whoever Secretary of FAST is, because we need their voices at COC, HLA, still no response. No, so it takes more than just, to me, coming to council and demanding something. We are going to have to be partners, especially because I don't think there's a doubt that anybody up here, I'm sick of 120 as well. I love 80% for AMI, but I just need to see more of a partnership. But I'm willing to talk, and if you think that there's something that administration can put together that will satisfy us, I am so about that. But I just need to see some partnership here, not just words and demanding something, especially now that we have the what is it, Yes Jesus in our backyard. I just want to see some cooperation, right? But I will commend Pastor Banks, because he has built housing on his property, and so that's why I asked that question. How much are they going to donate to the process? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Harding.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to Councilmember Floyd for bringing this forward. I am very interested in having a conversation about the level of AMI that we support, and I agree with the comments that you've made in the past about, especially up to 120%. And I think that's a valid conversation. I am curious. The wording of your new business said creation, not just preservation. And where do we stand on that as an issue? And I am to piggyback off of my colleague, the 500 number. I struggle with, and I just want to make it known before we go forward with the conversation, which I'm happy to. But it seems like we're, in the experience I've had here, two things. One, we don't create this, we support it. And so committing to a number is difficult to do with the fact that we're not the lead dog on the sled. And at 500, we're supporting these on average at 50,000 to 100,000 a piece. So you're talking about 25 to $50 million. That is. I was curious where we are with these one-time projects, or with these one-time funding sources that we have access to. I think we're somewhere near 17 million this year. That will not continue. The city of Clearwater was like 1.6 million this year. So it's a big nut, and I'd like to talk about it, but I would struggle with a hard number. But I definitely appreciate parts of this, and I appreciate you bringing it forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. I have some of the same concerns as Councilmember Harding, but I wanted to just wait and have the committee discussion about it, and especially if it's going to be combined with the other related topic. It's a more robust conversation. If I can understand and get to a comfort zone regarding committing to a certain number of units per year, because they usually you see a certain number of units within the next 5 years or the next 10 years. So this is a more aggressive way of looking at it. Maybe it's time to be more aggressive, but yes, there are some questions I have, but I'm really looking forward to the committee discussion. It's well done. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Floyd.
Thanks. I was just going to say I struggled with the wording and I was trying to make clear exactly what I wanted, but I hear you on the word creation. I'll go back and think about that. But this was put forward. We're very close to doing this already is what I would say, and I just wanted to make sure that that was in the back of people's minds. But I plan on bringing the two items together so we can have a holistic conversation about how we want to make this prioritization decision. So I appreciate y'all. Thanks.
I will, I feel like a broken record for following Mike Harding again, Councilmember Harding, but I've struggled very much without preservation and a hard number. I've had this direct I meet with FAST every time they ask. I have this same conversation with them. I'm willing to have it in committee, but if it doesn't include preservation, which is significantly more affordable to do, and there has to be, I mean, because this is very broad, right? This is essentially saying we need 500 units at 80% AMI or below in perpetuity, and we just have to start it next year. Those are very stringent things that I very much struggle with. Willing to have the conversation about it, but I'm not a member of this committee, but I'll certainly be a part of the conversation. And so I just wanted to be clear. Those two things I have been, that's part of the reason they brought the original resolution, was because of my issue with this. And so that was kind of that was a negotiation, I think, with FAST originally, and why they supported that, which is why they changed the question at the event that I went to about supporting the resolution, because that's the one I said I would support. And so anyway, I went further than I thought I would, but about the 50% needs to be 50% needs to be AMI, and we need to have a reason and why not. I think that was the last resolution we passed, right? Yeah. So that was the one I was comfortable with. This one I'm less comfortable with, but I'm willing to have a conversation. Okay. We have a motion and a second on G1. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, please open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item G1 passes unanimously.
Okay, we're going to go to G2. Back to Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you. G2, I'm respectfully requesting an update from the administration regarding the Foot Locker financial incentives deal at a December 2025 city council meeting. We got a memo on it. It's brief and straight to the point, but I have questions that I want to ask publicly, so I'm still going to move for approval so we can just have a brief conversation about it in a council meeting. So yeah, move for approval.
Second. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair. And I think, I'm sure we're all disappointed about the Foot Locker announcement, but no more so than I am, because this was a huge opportunity in my district, and I wholeheartedly supported the incentives, and I felt like we did a very good job with the administration in doing what we could to make sure that we were really using those incentives to target employment for residents here in the city of St. Petersburg. And so I am incredibly disappointed. Quite frankly, I understand your desire to have a conversation in the sunshine. I would prefer not to belabor the point because it just, I think, pours salt on the wound. Your new business item, talks specifically about the incentives, the financial incentives. The memo is very clear. There is no financial implications to us because it's not moving forward. So I won't be supporting this motion today because I feel like we kind of got the answers that we're seeking. Hopefully there'll be another opportunity with another entity moving forward as our EDC continues to try to bring good jobs to the city of St. Petersburg. But as of right now, I'd prefer to leave it where it is. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Floyd, I'm where Councilmember Gabbard is at this point. Coming to the end of the year, I think if it were open-ended and it weren't in December, I might be able to, but from an agenda standpoint, coming to the end of the year on something and to have a conversation with something that is, we know what is happening,
it's not. That's where I'm struggling with this, and it just doesn't seem. It seems like we should be focusing on things that are happening rather than aren't. So that's where I'm at. Councilmember Floyd.
I'll just say, when I put in the item, we
Yeah.
did not
Didn't
receive
know.
the memo.
Yeah.
So that's why I had the
I
date
get it.
attached to it, but I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, totally. Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you. Councilmember Floyd, but you still want to ask questions, right?
Yeah, I want to ask questions.
That's
about
fine.
it, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on G2. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please silently announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item G2 fails 4-4. With Councilmembers Driscoll, Floyd, Givens, and Hanowitz voting yes. Councilmembers Fix, Sanders, Gabbard, Gertis, and Harding voting no.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to go to G3. Councilmember Floyd, 3 for 3.
Wonderful. Let's see if I can start more stuff here. I have a resolution here. I'm sure you've all had a chance to read it. I'm going to give you the highlights. It says here, respectfully requesting City Council approval of a resolution expressing opposition to the city administration relying solely on the 30-day public notice process for competing or alternative proposals for the historic gas plant redevelopment, and requesting that administration develop and issue a request for proposals for at least 90 days and allow at least 90 days for submissions. Okay. Again, since I put this in, we got another memo. I'm glad that putting in new business items is getting us somewhere so quickly lately. But what I'll say is that when I brought this forward, I talked with legal and we discussed, do we want to simply ask for the submission period on the unsolicited bid process to be pushed back to give people more time? Or do we want to talk about having an RFP process instead? And I considered the two and decided on RFP so that we could have a longer submission process and we could control what language was put out there. Now, administration has, and I'd love to get an understanding from them, is the position that you're not going to put out an RFP and this is the way you're going to do it? Or that's what I'm trying to understand from y'all's perspective. I'll say I'm grateful that you decided to push it back. That was the majority of why I did this, the overwhelming majority of why I did this. And I'm really grateful that you decided to push it back, so thank you. But I left it on here for us to have this conversation. I already see people on the queue because we haven't had a conversation in the sunshine about it, and I think it's beneficial for all of us. So I'll let y'all get an answer, and then I would love to hear from y'all.
Good afternoon, good evening, James Corbett, City Development Administrator. To answer your question directly, Councilmember Ford, it's the administration's position that we will not, looking at the mayor's memo, one thing for clarification, it was never only 30 days. Because of the way the alternate proposal process works, it's a 30 days in the notice, but we announced it 30 days in advance. So we originally started out with 60 days. Based on the mayor's memo, we are now going to have a total period of 105 days. We do not feel like another RFP is necessary. We've had 2 RFPs in 6 years. We've had community benefit meetings, committee of the wholes, public feedback. We've had various proposal evaluations. We feel like there is a general consensus of what the community wants. And what's really clear, that we've heard every time, is we want jobs, housing, and economic development. That's clear. I don't think another RFP is going to change that. So our position is we're going to provide more time for the proposals, but we would not issue an RFP.
Okay, yeah, I understand. I just wanted to make sure it was like, that it was very clear that was the case. Again, the majority of the reason I did this was just because I felt like there needed to be more time for us to get a number of good quality bids because of the size of the project. I know administration said that, how would I say this? The administration said that they feel that developers are already working on it, already know. I'm just not that confident. I just wasn't that confident. And then hearing from developers through the media, they did not call me. They reiterated that point. So it got pushed back. But I want to hear from my colleagues as to how we as a city council feel about this, because again, we haven't been able to be included in this process for something that's quite important. So I would love to discuss the item in further depth. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Let's go to public comment.
Dylan Daines, he's not here in person, but he doesn't have his hand raised on Zoom. He's for this item.
Okay, thank you.
Wait, now he raised his hand. Dylan Daines, once you enter the meeting place, state your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Awesome. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Hey, Council. My name is Dylan Daines at 4546 Avenue North in Central Oak Park. Sorry, I'm on a walk right now. And speaking on behalf of Faces Florida in support of agenda item V3 to oppose the 30-day RFP process to develop this historic gas plant. I understand this is currently in development, so I'll skip to the end of my comment. And just say that the last 2 years were characterized by these kinds of surprises and curveballs, and I hope desperately the council is willing to go another way this time. I don't even know if a 60 or 90-day RFP process, or even a 30-day one that opens in January. I don't know if, like any of these are suitable choices, but I personally do argue alongside the league and other partners that the city should draw the lines first and then have developers color them in instead of your administration and I guess everyone else lining up to slice and dice a proposal after the fact so that it makes sense and brings community benefit. But for now, I guess I was going to speak in support of it, but if no RFP is going forward, I just want to urge you guys to be more transparent. Thank you.
Thank you. No more speakers.
Thank you. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair. And I just first of all want to thank you for bringing the resolution forward so that we could have a conversation in the sunshine. Obviously recognizing that the memo and the decision by the mayor came after your new business item was filed. I was actually prepared to ask, and I will go ahead and ask the administration, are you planning on doing another appraisal on this property? You are? Okay, so when do you plan on doing that?
The appraisal probably would take place after we receive the proposals.
After you receive the proposals. Okay. So appraisal is certainly a concern, and had we not had this additional delay, had we not been told, through a memo again, that, there was going to be some extended time, I was actually going to ask that this resolution have an addition to request the administration to do a new appraisal. Hearing that you've now made that commitment in the sunshine, I won't, move anything forward regarding that or present anything additional. But I think that, we're very clearly hearing from our community a lot of concern. We're hearing a lot of concern over value. We're hearing a lot of concern over time period. We're hearing, we heard it today, League of Women Voters very clearly, and I appreciate the meeting that we had earlier this week, very clearly talking about additional planning opportunity or additional study opportunity. I'll remind council that you all unanimously approved that we have a ULI Tampa Bay conversation coming up at an HOUT meeting, hopefully very soon. So I am going to be having a meeting in early December with a group that I have promised to bring forward to compile some funding to be able to support that ULI Tampa Bay study so that hopefully we can get to a place where it is no or little cost to the city for us to do that. The purpose in that is to provide guidance to City Council as we go through whatever negotiations ultimately happen. I don't know about all of you, but when we went through the last 18-month negotiation, sometimes you feel a little bit at the mercy of, what is coming before you. And I think that when I hear the community saying that they want an unbiased plan for us to use as a guiding document, I think that this is a route. And I really am looking forward to bringing that forward to all of you for your consideration. And so I think that there is a lot lot that needs to take place. I don't understand this rush for a quick win right now. I recognize that, there are particular pieces of this property that we want to move forward, but I don't necessarily believe that we need a master plan developer to even do that. And so I just think there's so much more conversation than what we've been able to have to this point. So I appreciate that you brought this forward today. I don't know where it's going to land at this point, because it kind of feels like kind of a moot point on, asking for an extension, asking for a delay. Administration's very clearly said they're not going to do an RFP. So I just kind of wanted to share my thought processes around what I think the logical next steps are. And ultimately, I think we'll come to some sort of resolution in the middle with all of us. But as long as we can continue to find ways to have these conversations in the sunshine, the more transparency around this process, the better, and the better off for us and the better off for the community. So thank you for bringing it forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Harding.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you again for bringing this forward. The idea of an RFP and not doing an RFP, I'm good with that. I think that we've asked this question of the parties several times. So I'm okay with the process that the administration has set forward. I do appreciate the mayor looking at a longer time frame, and I appreciate Councilman Floyd pushing that issue. I think that statute was developed for single vertical building properties, and this is much bigger than that and requires, I understand the push to move this forward. I understand that we've been through the process before, and so this can be augmented, but I still think that there are larger development companies out there that do require time. If you asked me to do this for a restaurant, I couldn't do it in 30 days, and this is 86 acres. So I appreciate that amount of time. To the comments about sale price or how we divest ourselves of this property, I will tell you ahead of time, I don't understand how to think like a city yet. I think of things like this from the standpoint of a for-profit company. It's just transactional. I give you the property, you give me money, and this is bigger than that. There are two components that I don't know how to factor in. One is that we do things for the greater good, and that has value as the city. And then there's an annuity to it. We're going to sell a piece of property that we then in return garner property tax from, and I don't know how to value that. And so as those pieces are brought forward to council, I would appreciate the lift on making. We're not going to sell the property for what it's valued at. We're not going to sell the property for what I would sell it for. We're going to sell it for less than that, and I get that. But I want to be comfortable with the logic behind that and what that looks like for the city, and I would appreciate that. That's all I have at this time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hanwitz.
Thank you, and thank you, Council Member, for bringing this forward. There are a lot of thoughts on my mind on this. It's not something that I brought forward in a resolution because of all these different thoughts I have in my mind, and I don't know specifically if this is the right way, because there are more things I want, and I don't want it to be like, okay, well, this is all you asked for, and now you have it. And so that there is kind of that problem if you say yes, and it's like, well, you got your 90 days, and now later on, I don't even know what this is going to look like. I don't know what the deal's going to look like, and I'm concerned. And look, I'm fine with going forward with just putting something out there that we need more time. I just don't want it to sound like this is enough. In terms of, okay, we have an RFP maybe, and it has 90 days, and whatever comes forward, it's going to be like, yep, it looks good. So having said that, I felt the last process, and y'all heard me, we were rushed. And it was always because it needed to be done by a certain time frame, or it wasn't going to happen. Well, you know what? Right now, the Rays don't know where they're going to be playing. They don't have a new stadium, and it seems to be fine. The earth has not, the world has not ended. Imagine that, right? Like, it has not ended, and they have no idea. And the owner was able to sell the team for a pretty penny, and he's going to be fine. And I'm sure the new owners are going to figure it out too. And so, for me,
I agree with you. I think we need a longer period. I also think, and it is once in a generation, so not only do we need more time, we probably need to understand a lot of the information. We don't have a new master plan, and I get, what, should we do a master plan or not? The last one we had was, 2017? And then in 2018 was the one with the no stadium? We're doing master plans for the poor and other smaller things, and yet here we are in 2025, and it seems to be okay for the largest parcel of land in the city. I'm having still kind of issues with that, but I don't drive this bus. And so I understand I don't drive it. I understand how administration feels. They've gone through RFPs before. Look, it didn't work the first time around, but I'll tell you this, the public in general does not like unsolicited bids, especially for something this big. And this has started with an unsolicited bid. I know that it gets open to others, but at the end of the day, the RFP process is very different because we're driving it. It's not being driven by others. And that there is an optics to that. There really, truly is an optics to that I think the public is having a problem with, and I think it's already been alluded by other through other council members, and that's beyond our control because perception is extremely important. So administration's not going forward with an RFP. We understand that. The appraisal thing, I think we need an appraisal before, not after. When you're gonna go make a deal, you kind of get the appraisal before. You don't do it after the fact. Usually you have it before the fact, and the last one we had was in 2023. So the last appraisal is 2023, and then we have the last master plans we had were in 2017 and 2018. Those have not been updated. Community conversations and priorities do not equal planning. It does not. People have an idea. People ask me, what do you want to see? I have an opinion like everyone else. I'm not an expert in planning. I have no idea about all the other things that these experts put in these plans when you look at them that are very detailed and give us the information as we as city council members need. We're not going to have that. We're going to have a plan that's driven by someone else. So I'm just putting that out there because these are things that I'm struggling with personally in terms of making a decision. And I don't know if anyone else is struggling with how this is coming forward, but those are kind of my concerns. But I understand it's within administration's right to do what they can based on what they feel is the best thing. And then it comes before us, and then we're the ones that say yay or nay. And so they've said that they're not going to go forward with an RFP, and I've heard that loud and clear, and we'll see where it goes. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Floyd, for bringing something forward that started this discussion. I feel like we should be having a cow about this, but there's no time. Or is there? We may not drive the bus, but we vote on it. I have been thinking about how folks have had since March to do an appraisal, to talk about doing a study, to look at a master plan process, to adjust the RFP and get it back out. And now I feel like we're doing things are being done in the wrong order. I know that the administration has indicated that they do not want to issue an RFP. And I know that the mayor has said, just from reading in the media, the mayor has said that everybody knows what we wanted from last time. And that may be true, but if it was part of this as an official process, then it sort of satisfies that concern that we're just going to get whatever's fed to us. And that puts me on the more skeptical side, to be honest. I feel much more comfortable with an RFP process. It is the city's land, it is the people's land, and we have to tell them what we want and then see what happens. It worked last time, worked the time before that too. I don't know why we're not following that same practice, or why we haven't already done some things to prepare for this, because we knew it was only a matter of time before we would have an offer or a proposal that came our way. I would much rather us have the city steering this rather than have it steered by the private sector. It just seems like that is good government and that's good business. I don't know what Councilmember Flood wants to do with this resolution, or hopefully taking all of the conversation into consideration here. I am supportive of a resolution indicating that, like the last part, requesting that there be an RFP and that has the criteria, guidelines, and benchmarks for the redevelopment project. The notice period, I think if we had an RFP, then the appropriate type of notice period would happen anyway. So that's where I'm at with this. And I think, just to be really blunt, I think if we're going to be serious about this, start counting votes now. If I'm not comfortable with the process, I'm probably not going to be comfortable with the proposal that's brought forward for us to vote on. Because it's got to be clean, it's got to be above board, it's got to be something that the people are comfortable with. And I don't think this is the way that we're going to get there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Givens.
Thank you so much, Chair. And thank you all so much for answering our questions and indulging us. I know I personally look forward to this long-anticipated ULI. I would rather have the appraisal first. I think it's, a little reactive to try to do it after the fact. So that's just my opinion. And I don't want to speak long, but, I think the public looks to us to be good fiscal stewards of their tax dollars, to be wise in these votes that we make. And I don't want to rush something just for the sake of a timeline. I really think this is a once-in-a-generational opportunity for us to get this done right. And I hear my colleagues, yes, this land has been sitting there, but I would rather do the job right the first time than for us to try to figure out how we can fix it later on. I also do not support just handing over the keys to 86 acres to the first bid put in my face. I think this is too important of a project. We really need to parcel this out, do it in phases. And again, like I said, the appraisal is needed. I don't want us to give this land away to the lowest bidder. Let's definitely do all we can to get the highest bang for our buck. And that's why I think an appraisal now is needed. I agree, it could have been done a long time ago, but this is where we are. They brought up the bus analogy. We aren't the drivers, but we certainly are passengers. And I think it is up to all of us to work together. I was not here the last time that this conversation was had, but we are here now. And I just think it's important for all of us to be partners in this conversation. We were all elected, duly elected by the constituents in this city who are looking for us to make a wise decision here. And I think it is unwise for us to rush this. We need more time. I still don't think 100+ days is ample. I would like to see more. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Fick Sanders.
Thank you. Again, Councilmember Floyd, mission accomplished. You got the conversation that you wanted. And I think it is good for us to hear where everyone is. So we talk about the community, right? The first thing was 30 days wasn't enough. Okay. But when I hear things like we have time or what's the rush, I fall back into that little girl whose church was totally destroyed. That was where the curve is on the stadium. That's no longer there. And then I put myself into one of the legacy of the gas plant project. I deal with this with housing. When people talk about the homeless, they're outside. We get to go home every single day, roofs over our heads, water running, safety, the whole 9 yards. I can't stand it when people want to make decisions for other people like that. What's best for other people? So when I hear, value, best bang for our dollars, I can't place value on letting some of the descendants of the gas plant area finally see something done. I don't think it's trying to rush anything, and I agree, I'm okay with not having another RFP. I'm just gonna be honest with you, because we done RFP'd that place to death. I want us to have answers, yes. I want us to know that we're moving forward, but we will never know that we're getting it right the first time, because there are a whole lot of projects that started this way and ended that way. My whole question here is making sure some of the descendants of the gas plant area era see something being done. Now, I did hear unbiased opinion, and when I saw the interview of ULI, if I heard it right, and somebody can clarify it, that it's going to be outsiders doing the evaluation. Are they going to be people that are local? I don't know if anyone who's going to make up the ULI evaluators, who's going to do it. But when I saw the news article and it said they're going to be people from outside of the city, that lost me then, because no one knows the value of the gas plant area better than those that lived there, better than those that gave up property, better than that lost communities, that lost friendships, that lost, I'm so stuck on the descendants of the gas plant area, and in making sure that I wouldn't agree to parceling it out. I wouldn't agree. I want us to get something done that the gas plant descendants would be proud of. Because eventually because by the time it starts, none of us are gonna be on council. We're not gonna be here. And so I don't mind doing the evaluation. I do mind using dollars for it, but I'm only one vote. But I just really want to see the gas plant descendants not be pushed in the back now, because we're having a whole nother conversation of longer than 30 days. Put out another RFP. We're still losing, to me, we're still losing the focus on why it's called a gas plant project. And I will leave it at that, but I would love to get a clarification of who will make up ULI, because I don't want to lose the value of the descendants that were there. Because if you're not from here, you wouldn't understand what people lost for that baseball stadium. And so there's an attachment that goes with it. So that's important to me. And I'll leave it there, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Dobbin.
Thank you, Chair. And regarding the ULI Tampa Bay, that will all be answered in committee.
Okay.
Miss Fig Sanders, I almost called you Deborah. My apologies. It's been a long day. But that will all be answered. And as I understand it, and we are still working out a lot of the details, part of the point is bringing in so many community partners that are from the area to work with people who understand these very complex projects. And that could be across the Tampa Bay area, that could be across Florida, it could be a myriad of different people. But this is a highly complex project. And so, in my opinion, if we're going to really build the best development we can that will honor not only the past, but will look to how we move our city forward in the future, we're going to need a lot of expertise in that regard to make sure we get it right. So I'll make sure, as I'm continuing to work on that, that we have those questions answered for you in committee. Two last things, and then I will leave it there, Chair. Can you just speak quickly, and I'm sorry to put you on the spot with it, but I've been asked a couple of times from different community members how the city-owned land policy will be applied to this property, and also when the community benefits agreement process would kick in.
So the community benefits process would kick in when we had a term sheet. That's kind of when that would be triggered, when a term sheet is reached. As far as the city-owned land process, I think this is unique because of the size of the land, but obviously we would look to the goals to satisfy affordable housing or get the highest value for the land, or some combination of those two, in accordance with the city-owned land policy.
Okay, so this may need to be a conversation that we have maybe later. Maybe you and I need to take this offline. But there is an entire piece in the city-owned land policy about unsolicited proposals. And I think maybe this is the first time that we're really seeing this policy interact with a project of this size. So maybe you and I should just kind of talk about that offline. If there's anything that I feel like needs to come back to City Council at that point, we can talk about it then. But I don't want us to lose track of the work that we have done through both of these policies that really should be applied at this point in time and should be applied in a very transparent way. And so I just wanted to bring that up for conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there was one word in there that we looked at, but I'll be happy to have a conversation with Joe.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you. Just wanted to ask while we're here, Councilmember Gabbard, what do you need to be able to have a conversation about ULI?
So I am putting together a working group myself so that we can prepare our presentation and understand where the partners who have expressed interest financially lie. You heard from some of them the day that we passed that. And so I'm looking at putting that together in December and then hopefully be able to have a presentation ready as soon as HOUT would be able to slate it in 2026.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say I'm only the chair.
I know.
For one more committee meeting.
Yeah.
And
I know.
I've already scheduled that
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Just wanted to make sure I understood.
I know. Timing's everything, right?
Okay, yes, thank you. And then I just want to reiterate a couple of points my colleagues made, and I'll leave it there. First, Councilmember Hanowitz was very interested to hear what you have to say about this. I feel very similar to you in that there are so many things that I want to say about this. I want to talk about how I think we should plan it first, and the things that I want to see from it, and it's overwhelming. But we had something in front of us that I felt was an immediate, I took immediate issue with, and so the resolution was me trying to resolve that immediate issue, which a lot of it did get resolved. And then the second thing is to Councilmember Driscoll's point. Let me just grab my note right here. Yeah, this is administration's decision, but as how to go through this process, and I obviously support their legal authority to do that. But I do hope, and I assume you've heard us express concern with how we're going about it. Doesn't mean I'm not going to evaluate whatever gets in front of me, but it's harder to come to terms with something when you don't like the way that you got to something is all. So I just wanted to reiterate that, and I wanted to say I feel like for the resolution today, I don't feel the need to move it forward because circumstances have changed, and the issue that I was trying to address with this resolution is basically doesn't exist holistically. So if we want to have a different discussion about how we move something that people feel they can build consensus on, that's for someone else to do, or maybe I'll come up with something later. But I'm going to leave this here today, and I'm also just going to say thank you all for your thoughtful comments and contribution today on this and other subjects, and I'm glad we could do it. Thanks.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I wanted to make a clarification. So when I said the appraisal, obviously we're going to order another appraisal. We're going to start that process. The negotiations for the previous gas plant deal took about 2 years. all I was saying is that likely the appraisal wouldn't actually be available to us until probably after the notification of that in January. So we need to order it. It has to be done. I'm not going to wait for the appraisal until after we start negotiating a deal. It'll be before that, but just for timing purposes, by the time we get the appraisal, it would likely be in January or February. And I also want to make sure we time the appraisal where it's not too dated. So just timing when we ask for the appraisal, so that we're not, 2 years later and we're dealing with an old appraisal.
Okay.
Wanted to clarify that.
Thank you very much. Okay. So G3 essentially fails without a motion.
He withdrew it.
I didn't hear him withdraw. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, what?
Was there a withdrawal?
I didn't even think.
I said I'm not going to move the item forward,
Yeah.
were my exact words.
Okay. There was no motion is all I was saying.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's not technically that it failed.
Okay, I apologize for using that word. Sorry about that. My apologies.
There was no failure.
Yeah, sorry.
I failed before. I didn't.
And let me be clear, that's not what I meant. I apologize.
Gotta win, a lose, and a draw.
Great day.
This is why we take breaks.
We all need things.
Okay, I accidentally skipped H1. We're going to go to H1, which is my item, respectfully requesting City Council approval of a resolution authorizing the issuance of a not-to-exceed $140 million City of St. Petersburg, Florida Public Utility Revenue Bond Series 2025C to finance and/or reimburse the costs of the acquisition, construction, and erection of additions, improvements, and extensions to the city's public utility system. And the resolution is attached, and I'll entertain a motion for
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on H1. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Chair, motion to approve agenda item H1 passes unanimously.
Okay, we're going to go to our final open forum. Any cards? Okay. We're going to move into announcements. Council members, any announcements? Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. If anyone is available to join me and the Parks team, and I believe the mayor at Harbordale Park tomorrow morning at 10, we're doing a mini ribbon cutting ceremony to celebrate the expansion of the park. For those of you who were on City Council at the time, thank you for supporting the project when it was brought forward by the Parks Department. And Pete's Bagels is bringing some bagels for everybody to enjoy as part of the celebration. So that's tomorrow at 10 at Harbordale Park. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Givens.
Thank you, Chair. Today is World Kindness Day, so I just wanted to end us on a high note by being kind and letting everybody know how much I appreciate each of you. It's been a long day. We've tolerated each other's company, and just want to let you know I'm grateful. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to announce, and it went out today in St. Pete Media Alert, that the Resilient St. Pete Action Plan virtual meeting, this is actually the first time that the stakeholders who participated in the project will actually see the final work plan. It is still in draft. They'll be taking final feedback from all of the residents, and then the final work plan will be developed and released a couple of weeks after that. So that meeting is taking place on Tuesday, November 18th from 6 to 7:30. It is a virtual meeting, and they can go on to stpete.org/register-resilient-sp. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we should have sang happy birthday to Doyle when he was here earlier, so that's my bad. It's Doyle's birthday today. And it's my legislative aide's birthday, Ryan. Ryan's birthday is next Saturday. We will not be in chambers next week as it's National League of Cities. So he's 11/22. So we're going to sing happy birthday to Doyle and Ryan. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Doyle and Ryan. Happy birthday to you. And just want to say a special thank you to Ryan. He has been, he's been a rock star for me this year, and just very appreciative. Ryan, happy birthday. Last and certainly but not least, we have 2 weeks in a row that we're off because of National League of Cities and then Thanksgiving. And so I just wanted to wish everybody a very happy Thanksgiving. I hope everybody enjoys their time. If you're traveling, please travel safe, both for National League of Cities and Thanksgiving. But piggybacking off of Councilmember Givens, I am certainly thankful for all of you and for all of our city employees and staff and administration for all the work that they do on a daily basis for the city and making it a beautiful place. So thank you for all the work, everybody up here, and enjoy your Thanksgiving. And we're adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, everybody.